Welcome to Brainiac, the show that science teachers like to confiscate and then share out in the staff room.
The big science on Brainiac tonight. Things you shouldn't put in a microwave. Gift wrapped Brainiac style, we find out Britain's most protective packaging. Can you shave whilst being electrocuted? We get saucy searching for the world's hottest sauces. John Tickle checks out DIY Quicksand. And the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, something new.
In the last series, some fearless Brainiacs and I conducted a little experiment to find out more about electricity. Go. His eyes are still spinning. OK, so it was more the Brainiacs doing the learning. I was just, well, laughing, really. Anyway, with that in mind, we thought it was a good idea to do some more experiments to find out what things you can't do whilst being electrocuted. Oh, and for anyone who cares, the Brainiacs were mostly not harmed in the shooting of this experiment.
Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment and one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. These electropads are designed to be placed on the body. The current they carry will produce electrical impulses to stimulate specific muscle groups. Shaving, it's a love-hate thing for most men, but can it be done whilst being zapped? Our Brainiac has 2 electrode pads attached to his wrists and 2 to his biceps. When the current is passed into his body through the pads, our Brainiac's muscles automatically contract. And there is absolutely nothing he can do about it. We decided, for obvious reasons, not to use a cutthroat razor. But even this so-called safety razor isn't that safe. Shaving, one thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted. Next time, can you serve drinks whilst getting zapped?
Just like that.
Any Brainiac will tell you you can't do science on an empty stomach. So what better way to start the day than with a hearty breakfast? It's time to get cooking. No pots and pans for us. We prepare breakfast in industrial-sized oil drums. It looks like egg is on today's menu, and Brainiacs like theirs scrambled. A splash of milk and seasoning to taste. Whisking is too much like hard work for a lazy man. So let's save ourselves the bother by using some high explosive. A stick of TNT will do the job in double quick time. TNT doesn't absorb liquid or react with metals, so we know it won't go bang until we want it to. Like now. Exploding at 7,000 meters per second, we do lose a little in the process, though there's still enough left to go round. But it still needs to be cooked. In a tumble dryer, of course. What better way to make our eggs fluffy and light? They'll cook themselves. At 98 degrees centigrade and 50 revolutions a minute. You can't hurry cooking. Ready at last, but are they done? Yes, the egg proteins have bound together in the heat to form a satisfying lump of breakfast. Scrambled eggs, the lazy man's way.
Hey! Here's one for you. If you're travelling at the speed of sound and you fart, do you smell it before you hear it?
Down at the lab, 3 Brainiacs take on a mouth-watering challenge. They've got 3 spicy sauces to try, but in a slightly larger quantity than they're used to. Each Brainiac is representing a different country. For England, mustard, the traditional accompaniment to corned beef. For Mexico, Tabasco, the enchilada's friend. And for Japan, wasabi sauce, the ideal partner to sushi.
Please take a tablespoonful of the sauce.
The rules of the game are simple. Each one has to take the sauce in their mouth and hold it there as long as possible.
Please raise your spoons.
Spit it out or cry like a baby and you lose. Take sides then for the Battle of the Nations. They're keen, but can England cut the mustard?
Please put the sauce in your mouth.
Last man standing is the winner. English mustard only tastes spicy when the seeds are cracked and mixed with cold liquid. When the sauce hits saliva in the mouth, the pungency is released and the heat builds. Tabasco contains capsaicin, a compound which stimulates the nerve endings and makes the brain think you're in pain. The brain responds by releasing endorphins, which makes you feel lightheaded and happy. Hence maybe the maraca shaking. Wasabi is a herb whose extreme spiciness is the plant's defense to being eaten by insects. It's packed with vitamins and minerals, but also, unfortunately for this Brainiac, one of the hottest foodstuffs known to man. As the competition hots up, the fieriness starts to bite. It digs into the delicate pores and sensitive areas of the mouth and binds itself to the taste buds. Now it's only love of their country that keeps them going.
Shut your mouth, Japan. Keep it shut.
Uncharacteristically, Japan is the first to break. A shock result. So now it's a straight fight. British Bulldog spirit against the Mexican wave.
Sluice it about a bit, Mexico. That's it. England, stiff upper lip.
Sluicing spreads the misery until finally, Mexico throws in the towel. So there it is, once again, Britain rules the waves, 1-0 to us. Thank God it didn't go to penalties.
Have you ever done it? You know, done it before?
No, I haven't.
Don't worry about it. It's all right
No,
the
I'm not
first
sure
time.
I really want to.
It's okay. It'll be all right.
Will
It's a
you
big
look
step to
after
take.
me?
I'll look after you. Don't worry.
Do I?
Are you ready? We'll go together.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh!
How's that? Is that okay?
Yes.
It's great, isn't
I'm
it?
doing helium.
Oh, I'm a bit dizzy now.
I'm hungry.
Whenever you move house, it's pretty much guaranteed that despite the best efforts of the professional movers, something is not going to make it. Well, today, in an attempt to find out why, we're going to put protective packaging to the test in a very Brainiac way. I have here 4 identical televisions. The first 3 each have a different type of protective packaging, but the 4th is very important because this is our control, which means this one gets no protective packaging at all. That way we can compare the effectiveness of those 3 with none. Now this is where it gets good. This is our method of testing. I shall be chucking each of the sets out of the back of the Brainiac van at 50 miles an hour to see which one survives the best. First up, our control. I broke it. Well, clearly, chucking your telly out of the back of a moving van at 50 miles an hour with no protection at all is a bad idea, because, well, this has been catastrophic. I mean, that is pretty badly spoiled. I can't see it working again. But its sacrifice was not in vain, because it died in a noble cause. This is now our control. So against this, we can compare just how good our protective packaging is. OK, our first protective packaging, foam rubber. Good luck.
That looked bad.
Right, lift it up. Put that there. Right, we can now plug it in and see if it works. Here we go. There might be a bang. Right. Does it switch on? No, because the button's gone, look. Out of interest, I'll see what happens if I try putting a tape in. No, I'd say that's broken. Otherwise, it's fairly intact. Foam rubber, then. Not up to the job.
Most new electrical products come packed in polystyrene, so it only seems logical to put it to the test.
Might work. Hold it steady, Brainiac. Yeah! Ooh. It actually did better than I thought it might. From here. Close up, it might be bad. Initial assessment, there's a big crack on the top here. The screen is intact, buttons are all there. Oh! It took it. I'll press play. Well, it's got sound. But no picture. So, it's not good enough, really, is it? So much for polystyrene.
This is one of the world's great unintended inventions. In 1957, the creators of it were trying to make wallpaper that was plastic but had a paper backing, and they stumbled across what we now know and love as bubble wrap. It's a nice story, but will it be up to our rather nasty test?
Right, see how it does. Oh! Steady, you fool! Idiot! Oh! Yeah! Oh! Good bouncing. Good work. Well, there's quite a lot of damage on the case here. But let's give it a go. Power on. Nothing immediate. But let's try the video. It's accepted it, reluctantly. Play. Ha-ha! It works.
So there you go. If you're moving house with your television, or you just want to throw it off the back of a van at 50 miles an hour, forget foam rubber. Forget polystyrene. You're better off protecting it with bubble wrap. What's this? Magnified 100 times. You've probably seen it before, and if you've seen it, you may have removed it. That kind of depends on your luck. What do you think it is? Find out in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that sticks its fingers down the throat of science.
Also to come, we fool around with chemicals to see which makes the biggest bang. New girl Charlotte Hudson helps a Brainiac fan boil an egg with 100 mobile phones. And we get to wreck our first Caravan of the series. But first, earlier we showed you this, an object in extreme close-up. If you guessed it was a pair of frilly knickers, you're right. That's what sexy underwear looks like magnified 100 times. Stop!
The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Take one household microwave and 2 bars of your mum's best soap. Put them in the oven and press start. As the microwaves heat the soap, several things happen. The heat makes it soft and pliable. At the same time, any moisture vaporizes and the air trapped inside the soap expands, creating this rather spectacular foaming volcano. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home.
Today, Brainiac is at the seaside. Now, we're not just here for the fun. Oh, no, we're here for the science. And to my mind, there's no point in coming to the seaside at all unless you're going to trap your mother-in-law in quicksand. Unfortunately, we forgot to bring my mother-in-law, but we did bring John Tickle. Hi, John, you all right?
Yeah, very well, thanks.
Good. Fancy being trapped in quicksand?
Well, I've walked some custard for you, so quicksand should be a doddle.
May as well, in for a penny. Good. How are we going to do it?
Well, quicksand is saturated sand, whose grains are so loose that they slide past each other when pressure is applied.
OK.
Now, here I've got some dry sand.
OK.
It compacts when you put pressure on it.
Just goes solid like
Yes.
rock.
But if the sand is too wet, then it's just going to act like water.
Yeah, you'd drop like a stone in there, wouldn't you? That's
Yeah.
no good. So how are we going to make it work?
Well, we need something in between the two mixtures. We
Which
get some
would be-
sand from here. We'll see there's just enough water so that when we apply pressure,
Oh, you
it
sink
sinks
slowly. That's
Yes.
what we want. Good,
So-
though. We can do this, can we?
Yes, absolutely. Quite
Excellent.
confident.
Right, then. Excuse me. Oi! You, and in fact, all of you, start digging. Go on. Well, fancy an ice cream?
Yeah, lovely idea.
Excellent.
Brainiac scientists never rest, even when they're on holiday. The plan is to dig a really deep hole, big enough to swallow John Tickle whole, making sure they keep the sand in the barrows. Then, when the sand is mixed with water, John can walk and hopefully sink in it.
What's it all about, then, this quicksand business?
It's really a common fallacy that quicksand sucks people in.
Really?
It doesn't happen like that. No, quicksand is just a liquid with a unit weight twice that of water. So, left to its own devices, the human body should float half in, half out of the water.
So up to there.
Yeah.
So what about in the films when they used to go on and shout, "Don't struggle, you'll sink"?
All you should do is stay still. If you struggle, you mess up the physics, and you'll bob down. Left to your own devices, it will just bob back up again, but you've run out of air long before that happens.
So it's a bit late.
Yeah, it is.
So you going to struggle?
No, not me. No, not at all.
Dig!
If you want to know more about quicksand, by the way, you ought to read some papers written by Albert Einstein on sand-water mixes. They're quite fascinating.
Sure they are.
Of course, the hole's going to need a liner to prevent the water draining away. So if you're going to do this on holiday, make sure you pack a lot of bin bags in your luggage.
So if you just want to pop out, what I'd like to do is just spread it all around the top and then everybody get an edge. There you go. So I'm the only person on this edge, am I? Come on, then,
come round.
come. Let it down gently. OK, good work.
Right, now you need your sand and water mix. So you got your sand, you need some more water. Well, look at me, it's over, look, over there you'll find there's a lot of it. It's the sea. John, you'll make sure they get the right mix.
Yes, I need supervising.
Go.
Let's go. Bring the tools to the job. Into the water. Wheelbarrows, you can do it in bulk.
Come on, Brainiacs, come on!
What's that? Have you put any water in there? I don't know whose time you're on, but it's definitely not yours, is it? Come on, get it out.
Bring it back up. It's pathetic, really, isn't it?
You are paid by the hour, aren't you? My lord, someone who's actually doing it correctly. That's fantastic. Right. OK, yeah, that's good. That's the mixture I want. Everybody look at this one. That's what I want. Yeah, fine. Everybody else is already up the beach. Don't spill the water, Brainiac. Oh.
A bit of extra water to make up for the amount spilt on the way, and we're set.
Right, welcome back. You found the sea. Well done. Put it in. Make some quicksand. No, not the barrow, just the sand.
Well done, that's it, yes.
OK. John, are you happy with the consistency of our quicksand?
Looks good to me,
That feels about right. Here we go, then. Safety first is our motto. This could be dangerous. Put that on. Don't know how it'll help, but you never know. Right. Good luck. In you go. Come on, then, John. Here we go. Let's see.
I'm still going. This is good. Natural tendency to struggle.
Yeah, I can see you struggling there. It's working. Oh, well done, everybody. That was good.
A success. So when you do your holiday packing, don't forget buckets,
That was
spades,
fantastic.
wheelbarrows, sticks, a bin, bin liners, and of course, your mother-in-law.
Can't move. You'll be fine. He likes it.
Want a trick to play on your mates? If you've got any, plop some sodium iodide in the bog and some hydrogen peroxide in the top. And stand well back. Whoa, foamy. Makes me laugh.
Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
No science, mate.
If you've written into Brainiac, we will find you. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. Get your thinking caps on and your ideas into us. Who knows, we might just pick you. It's I Can Do Science Me with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Ollie Kasunnu. Dear Brainiac, can you microwave an egg with 100 mobile phones? Good question. Let's get on with it. It's been well documented that mobile phones do emit radiation, radiation that does generate heat. But how much? Enough to boil an egg? Well, not with one phone, but with the concentrated exposure of 100 mobiles, all going off together? Well, let's see. "100 phones to boil the egg, 100 phones to dial those ones." Took a lot of robbing to set this experiment up. He dials a different number into each phone and they all have to be ready to send at the same time. OK, the egg is in place. We've got 100 mobile phones round it. We've got a further 100 mobile phones ready to ring them. So let's microwave that egg. He's taken them all off answer phone. They'll ring as quickly as he dials them. His fingers work furiously. He's desperate for his breakfast. You can see why we got a member of the public to do this. Frankly, we couldn't be arsed with all this hard work. These digital cell phones send out compressed information at 50 pulses of electromagnetic radiation per second. Each one generates 2 watts of energy. By a factor of 100, the question is, does he want it soft or hard-boiled? But the proof of the pudding, or the egg, is in the eating. With a plate of soldiers at the ready, let's hope it's not overdone. Well, it's a little runny for my tastes. Looks like Ollie will have to go somewhere else for breakfast. 100 phones don't produce enough microwaves even to warm it up.
His name is Olli Kusunu. He wanted to know if you could microwave an egg using 100 mobile phones. The answer? Nah.
I can do science, me.
In the last series of Brainiac, we conducted a set of experiments to find out if it's better to be fat or thin in various life-threatening situations.
When it came to protecting yourself in a blizzard and keeping you cool in extreme heat, our thin guy had the edge. But if you needed to stay warm in the cold, keep upright in a hurricane, remain stable in an earthquake, and float unaided in the water, it was better to be big.
Well, just as one scientific question is answered, so many others are raised, such as, is it better to be tall or small?
The guy on the left is John. He's 3 feet 11 inches tall. The guy on the right is also John, but he's 7'3". Behind them is Oxford Street, London, the busiest road in the world. Today we're going to see if it's better to be taller or smaller when trying to get from A to B in rush hour. The object of this experiment is to see who's the first to reach this Brainiac 4 blocks away. Research claims that if you walk up and down Oxford Street for 1 hour, you'll get jostled more than 100 times. Already the longer legs of the tall guy are creating a lead, but as they hit the denser traffic, will the ability to see ahead or the ability to negotiate the smaller spaces be an advantage? Well, it seems as if our small guy is having to work his way around people, thereby increasing the distance he has to walk. Our tall guy has his obstacles too. Standing out from the crowd sometimes means having to stop and chat to total strangers who want to take your photograph. But today our tall guy doesn't have the time, and one final glance over the shoulder confirms what he already knows. So in this experiment, it would be fair to say our small guy just didn't have the legs. And when it comes to getting from A to B in rush hour, it's better to be tall.
Yeah!
Next time, we find out if it's better to be towering or tiny when taking part in a step aerobics class.
Okay.
101 uses for a Wii. It's a night out on the tiles for our Brainiac. He's going out on the town and he's hungry for some babes, so he's got to look his best. But oh no, what's this? He's run out of aftershave. How will he get a girlfriend now? Wait, these boys can help. Urine contains urea, which is also an ingredient used in perfume. It has a natural musk, which attracts the opposite sex. Packed full of hormones, its unique odor has an earthy and subconscious appeal to women. Thanks, boys. Now the babes will love him. Our Brainiac can go out and pull. Great.
Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today, it's grapes. So what's your guess? Do they sink or do they float?
Stay tuned for the answer. This is Brainiac, the show that rings the doorbell of science and runs away.
Also to come, will 100 muskets and a cannon be enough to destroy a black box flight recorder? It all kicks off when we cheat a monkey at cards.
Bank of ribs.
And find out what is our explosive of the week with the Brainiac Babes.
But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, grapes, do they sink or do they float? Yes, grapes sink. Last year, we took the world's toughest safe and offered 200 smackers to anyone who could crack it. We dropped it, burnt it, sawed and hammered at it, drove at it and whacked it, but only managed to rough it up. So, we called on the British Army, who blew it to smithereens, along with our 200 notes. This series, we needed a bigger challenge, so we've got our hands on something a bit special, flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made, and it's yellow. Our first challengers to take on the black box are the Southern Skirmish Association. They reenact American Civil War battles and will be using genuine 19th century technology to try and smash our crash-proof box. 100 muzzle-loaded rifles and a 12-pound mountain howitzer cannon is what they've got. But will it be enough? Well, let's not underestimate their capability. In the American Civil War of 1861 to 1863, 650,000 men were shot to pieces with this stuff. We've managed to bring together the finest men from both Union and Confederate sides. 2 battalions will attempt to blast our box with volleys of lead bullets. The rifles have a range of 1,000 yards, but this firing squad are only 250 feet away from the target. Does it stand a chance? They've thrown everything they had at it, and incredibly, it's got away unscathed.
Rest!
But now for the big gun. This time it's serious. Time to wheel out the cannon. This thing has a range of 1 mile, so at 250 feet, it's little less than murderous. Strike 1 is a near miss, and still our black box is laughing in the face of adversity. The line of fire is adjusted, and the cannon is loaded for a second attempt. Fire! Our skirmishers are getting closer as this shot bounces off the side. Can our black box take a direct hit? Fire! Strike 3 is bang on and sends the black box 30 feet out of the target area. But remarkably, apart from a slight dent, it survived to face another challenge. The battle is lost, but the war must go on. For our weekend warriors, it's back to camp for coffee and beans. Next time, we smell victory using a technique pioneered in the Vietnam War. It's napalm time!
Here's one for you. If swimming is such good exercise, how come whales are so fat?
You know how when you're going to buy something and you pay for it and then you check your change and you realise you've been overcharged? I hate that. I really hate being cheated because I hate being made a fool of and I hate losing the money. And apparently it's not just me who feels that way. By all accounts, humans are not the only species with a sense of fairness. Joey the monkey is having a day out from the zoo. Scientists have discovered that, like humans, monkeys hate to be cheated. We're going to see if that's true in a one-off game of blackjack. First, fairly, and then we're going to cheat. Will the monkey notice, and will he care?
I play banker. Red chips are worth £2, blue chips are £5. No minimum, house rules apply. Banker to deal.
Scientists at Emory University in Atlanta got 2 sets of monkeys and gave them food in exchange for performing various tasks. When one lot was unjustly deprived of the food, they started to get really annoyed. So far, there's been no problems with this monkey's behaviour.
Monkey Monkey has 19, Banker has 16, dealer folds, so Monkey wins.
But then he is a few quid up, and we've been playing fairly. That's about to change. The monkey has a winning hand. Our Brainiac needs an ace, or else he'll lose. And in a blatant act of cheating, and as the monkey looks on, the Brainiac gets the ace out of his pocket and claims the hand.
Banker has 21, Monkey has 20, Banker wins.
The monkey is lost. How will he react? It's bad. In a clear display of petulance, he chews up his cards and turns away in disgust. Now the Brainiac winds up the pressure some more. He gets a friend to peek at the monkey's hand.
It's got 40. 40.
Banker has 16, Banker wins.
The monkey can't believe it! The Brainiac has done him again! It all kicks off. The monkey's frustration pushes him over the edge. He clambers on the Brainiac's head and scratches furiously. When order is restored, a final con finishes him off.
Monkey has 20, but for this round only, Black are worth double, so Monkey's busts and Banker wins. Banker wins overall.
Another bite on the cards, and he's had enough. He's off. The final proof, if it were needed, monkeys do feel bad when they're cheated. In 1983, leather and lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." But we here at Brainiac, using the various laws of science, beg to differ. Your average Caravan weighs around 1,200 kilograms. We're going to drop this Caravan from a height of 20 meters. The acceleration of bodies under the gravitational pull of the Earth is 10 meters per second squared. Which means our stereo will be hit at a speed of around 45 miles an hour, which should be enough to stop rock and roll. You can't stop rock and roll? You can with the Caravan. Global warming is something we take very seriously here at Brainiac. Scientists have predicted that it only needs the global climate to rise by 3 degrees C, and that would be enough to completely melt the Greenland ice sheet, which in turn would result in sea levels rising by 7 meters, which would mean I couldn't even stand here doing this without being seriously underwater. So, what if one day you're in the office and you're caught completely unawares by global warming? Which products in your office would provide the buoyancy you need to stay afloat? We thought it was a good idea to find out. To run this experiment, we have recreated our own fully functioning floating office, surrounded by nothing but water.
Hello.
Our office junior has been trained in the necessary high water level drills as required by health and safety laws regarding global warming. On hearing the appropriate signal, our junior will, in a calm and controlled manner, take one piece of office equipment and plunge into the water. He has a selection of office products to choose from, and throughout the series we'll be bringing you the results of which of these items floats the best. OK, there's the warning. Now, which object will our Brainiac choose? Well, he's gone for the monitor. Not sure if that would have been my first choice. The big question is, will he float or will he sink like a stone? By the look of those bubbles, there is air in there, but it is escaping slowly. So will it be able to carry his weight? And there's the answer. It just doesn't keep him afloat long enough. While the monitor by itself probably will float, it doesn't have enough buoyancy to carry the weight of our Brainiac Office Junior. So, if you're caught out by global warming and you weigh more than 45 kilograms, do not go for a PC monitor. Whether you've left school or you're still at school, you can appreciate the sheer fun and mayhem that chemistry can be. There's so much to it. Bunsen burners, mixing chemicals. Very nice. Now, you may have been allowed to mix very small amounts of lithium with water.
You may, if with a responsible adult, have mixed H2O with sodium. And you may, under very strict scientific control, have witnessed potassium mixed with water. But the odds are, if you have, it will only ever have been on one of those rubbish science videos. There you go, mate, present. These next two are the dog's nuts of the periodic table. They are, if you like, the king and queen of alkali metals. Mix these babies with water, stand well back, and watch the mayhem. And that's just what we're going to do. Mr. Tickle, bring on the rubidium.
Here it is.
Is that it?
Well, it might not look like much, Richard, but it's a highly reactive metal. It's sealed in this glass tube under argon atmosphere conditions, just for safety.
Right, so what's going to happen when you drop that in the water?
Well, imagine, if you will, letting off a hand grenade in a bathtub.
Righto, I'm off. Have that.
OK.
Good luck. OK, Tickle. Drop the rubidium in the water.
Stand back, everybody. This one's going to be bad.
2 grams of rubidium will only react when our specially designed vial dissolves in the water, which gives John a few crucial seconds to get into our safety zone.
Yes!
Wow.
That is more like it. Only on Brainiac do you get that kind of science. But I believe we can go one better. There is one more alkali metal we can legally use.
Yes, Richard, cesium, the emperor of alkali metals, particularly nasty, could go off at any time.
And that's it?
Oh, yes.
Brilliant. I like it already. Now, what's that going to do when it hits the water?
Imagine a depth charge in a bathtub.
Fair enough, mate. I'll leave you to it. Good luck.
Thank you.
OK, John, go for it.
Warning, 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 extreme danger, clear the area.
As our cesium sinks in the water, the rapid generation of hydrogen gas should produce quite an explosion.
And it does. Magnificent. And I think that concludes today's experiment. There is, I should say, one more, even more reactive metal, francium. But for some reason, they wouldn't let us have any of that. Still, there you go. Today's lesson.
Never mixed alkali metals with water.
Explosive of the week, where down at the Big Bang Farm, our Brainiac babes are at play. They're going to pick an explosive, blow something to smithereens, and then give it marks out of 10. But here's the best bit. You too can rate the explosion and win the chance to join the girls blowing stuff up on the final show of this series. What bomb to choose today? How about detonating cord? Powdered TNT in a plastic tube. And what better to blow up than an old toilet in a shed? 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. But before there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Today's explosive det cord is great at rock breaking and also for bursting the roofs of warplanes to let pilots eject. No one's bailing out of this one, though. It explodes at 4 miles a second, enough to make short work of this shed. Our judges are ready, so here we go, ready to bang.
3, 2, 1.
The girls love it, but what's the official verdict? Only 2 out of 10 from Beryl. A little harsh, perhaps. A very well-deserved 8 from Mavis. Just look at those bits go. And a lowly 4 points from Hilda. Could do better. Well, that's what the judges think, so it's off back down to the Big Bang Farm for some more fun and games.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show that does for science what 5 pints of lager does for ugly women. The big science on Brainiac tonight. We find out what happens when you OD on O2. We turn up the heat in our attempt to break the black box. Does being tickled create a pant-wetting experience? Does looking stupid make you go faster? We try more things you shouldn't put in a microwave. And the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, something shocking. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment and one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. These electropads are designed to be placed on the body. The current they carry will produce electrical impulses to stimulate specific muscle groups. This week, we're experimenting to find out if, whilst being electrocuted, you can be a high-class wine waiter. Our Brainiac has 4 pads on his body, 2 on his back muscles and 2 on his arms. Ah! So that. Muscles respond to the electricity by contracting. Our Brainiac has no control over when the electric shocks will be given.
I'm sorry. Sir?
Or how often.
Just bear with me.
Our Brainiac waiter might be polite, but his service is far from classy. Wine waiting. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Enjoy your drinks.
Here's one for you. How young can you be and still die of old age?
We ask a lot of questions here on Brainiac. They come to us when we go out and look at the world around us and ask the simple question, why? And then sometimes we just nick stuff off the internet. Things like this that we found in a website chat room. I've heard that if you play a sound at exactly the right frequency, it'll make whoever hears it poo their pants. A sound that makes you poo your pants. Can it be true? Well, we've been doing some research, and we think there may well be something in this. Apparently, the sound is called brown noise, and it's what's known as a subsonic frequency. This machine can deliver subsonic frequencies. The exact sound we're looking for was discovered by a man called Trevor Wilson, who wrote a thesis on it. He said that it is a tone played at a frequency of 22.275 Hertz and a level of minus 30 decibels. In his paper, he said that it will immediately loosen the bowels, causing diarrhea in any persons within 1 meter of the source. It's believed to do this by stirring up the sympathetic vibration frequency of a person's colon. OK, now this is going to be an interactive experiment, one for you to try at home along with us. In a few minutes, I'm going to set that machine to generate the tone, brown noise. Now, this speaker goes in here, and our Brainiac, come on, goes in along with it. Oh, hang on, you'll need this. Almost certainly. Good luck. You can take part at home as well, because we'll be including the noise in the soundtrack of this show. But don't worry about not being ready, because we'll be giving you this on-screen warning before we do it. So join us in just a few minutes when we will, for the first time ever on British television, be broadcasting brown noise.
Hello there, I'm Kelly, and you're watching Brainiac.
talk like this all the time. Oh, hello.
These two Brainiacs are very ticklish.
Bring the chairs.
So we're going to gaffer them to a chair and tickle them. This isn't just mindless cruelty, it's cruelty to satisfy our endless search for knowledge. We've got lots of questions to answer. Which is the most ticklish spot on the body? Which is the best tickling method? And can we make these Brainiacs wet themselves laughing? But mostly, we'd like to see them suffer, and that's pretty much guaranteed in this experiment. So, tickling, what's it all about? First things first, to fill them with water.
Open wide.
A litre each should do it.
OK, that's lunch.
Time's needed for it to get through their system, so while we have lunch, we wait for the water to arrive in the bladder area.
A little bit clammy. I think it's the weather we've been having. I told them to nitrogen pack them, they just don't listen.
2 hours later, it's tickle time. OK, they're fully secured. First, let's try feathers.
OK, tickle them.
In cartoons, applying feathers to the body is a surefire shortcut to hysteria. But what about real life? Tickling with feathers is akin to being tickled by insects in the wild. The instinctive reaction to laugh is the body's way of letting you know something's crawling on you. But our Brainiacs can see the feathers, so very little giggling from them. Let's move on to the hard stuff.
OK, now I'm going to tell you how to tickle your Brainiacs. You two are going to approach the Brainiacs with a bit of surprise, get a bit of aggression, quite aggressive, quite jabby, OK? And you two, a little bit more, softly, softly, bit of menace, really quite sinister. OK, let's go.
A couple of ticklers to each victim. We're trying two different methods, approaching them with menace.
We're gonna tickle you so bad.
And grabbing them unexpectedly.
Knees.
A recent survey revealed people are most ticklish around the stomach area, closely followed by the neck, under the arms, groin, feet and knees.
Stomach.
Being tickled is very similar to being attacked. It's the feeling of panic which causes you to laugh.
Groin. It's a tickle, not a massage.
Darwin was the first to point out a tickling victim squirms and strains to withdraw the tickled part away from the attack.
The feet.
Italian scientists discovered most people are more ticklish on the right foot than the left, as it triggers responses in that part of the brain which generates laughter.
Everywhere at once.
Most young children instinctively giggle when tickled, yet prolonged tickling was one of the worst medieval tortures. And apparently men are more ticklish than women.
OK, that's enough. Come with me, please.
Finally, after establishing that being tickled is not an entirely pleasurable experience,
let's do it.
We wanted to see which was worst, being tickled or being hit. Uncontrollable laughter or unbearable pain. Two Brainiacs continue with the tickling, while at the same time the other two smack them with table tennis bats. Our victims can shout for us to stop one of the activities. Which will they choose?
OK, that's it, that's it. Well done, everybody. They were quite good, actually.
Sadly, at the end of the day, we couldn't make them wet their pants, but it was all a good laugh. For us, anyway. When you need a healthy and nutritious slapper meal in a hurry, there's nothing better than a stir-fry. But what if you can't be bothered chopping up all those vegetables and standing there stirring it? Well, this is the solution. All we need is veg, oil, and some soy sauce. Of course, a large wok that stirs itself would also be handy. Chopping vegetables is a chore, unless of course you can get your hands on some heavy machinery. This chipper normally chews up trees, but we found a better use for this diesel-operated beast. This is much more fun than using a kitchen knife, and it makes pretty short work of veg. This chipper can chew its way through solid branches all day long, turning trees into toothpicks. So it's hardly going to make a meal of our fresh hand-picked vegetables. Well, it is, but, well, you know what I mean. With the vegetables cut, all we need to do now is add some cooking oil, preferably sesame oil for that authentic taste, some soy sauce, and then we need to introduce some heat. On Brainiac, we prefer to use flamethrowers where we can, just because they're cool. A few minutes on high should do the trick, and it's starting to smell good. Once it's cooked, it's time to serve it up and dine in a style Brainiacs are accustomed to. Stir fry, the lazy man's way. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today she has a lovely pear. So what's your guess? Will the pear sink or will it float? Stay tuned for the answer.
This is Brainiac, the show that lets science stay up way past its bedtime.
Also to come, turning pennies into pounds with the scientific approach. It's not the tortoise and the hare, but the tortoise, the snail and the slug. And she's simply the best. It's Tina Turner and her Bunsen burner. But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee and her juicy pear asked the question, does this fruit float? No, pears sink. Now, brown noise.
Stand by, because we're about to set this box to generate a subsonic frequency known as brown noise, a sound that is apparently guaranteed to make you crap yourself. Literally. Now, if you're going to take part in this experiment at home, you do need to take a few immediate precautions. Firstly, clear all access routes and corridors to your nearest bathroom. And secondly, make sure that everyone watching has an available toilet nearby. OK, we're going to be transmitting brown noise in about 20 seconds. So if you don't want to hear it and experience its possible consequences, turn your television sound down now. Right, here we go. OK, Brainiac in there. Are you ready?
Yes.
Good. Well, stand by. No, don't. Sit. Make that sit by. OK, everybody, this is it. Make yourselves ready. OK. 3, 2, 1, go.
Brown noise. Japanese riot police tried it. The French tested it on their own soldiers. A note vibrating at the same frequency as the human colon. It's a weapon that could transform warfare. But will it work?
Right, we're safe. Now, obviously, we here didn't hear anything because our ear defenders protected us. But I wonder what happened to our Brainiac over there. Hello? Are you OK? Can you open the door for me, please? Just unlock it. Brainiacs, I think we need buckets, probably.
So there you have it, the stomach-churning, bowel-erupting sound that is brown noise. It certainly worked for our Brainiac in the bog, but did it work for you? Stop!
The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Argon nitrogen gas is found inside most standard light bulbs. As we introduce energy from the microwave oven, we create plasma inside the bulbs. The flickering light you see is the arc from the filaments to the glass. It's similar to the plasma globes you can buy from gift shops, only a lot smaller. And remember, we do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. Every good scientist will tell you there's nothing more important than time spent in research. We on Brainiac regularly go out on field trips, visit any strip joint, poker room or drinking den, and you're bound to find a Brainiac there. Or even a funfair arcade. We've often considered this particular fruit ripe for picking, if only a little research were done first. So that's where we come in. Brainiacs go in to observe, investigate, take findings and report back.
You need the edges as well. You need to make it roll down onto the edges instead of the middle.
Then, armed with the conclusions, it's time for the main operator to go in. Each of these machines takes £300 to £400 a week of your money. We reckon it's time to get some back. So here they are then, the 5 tips to win at Coin Cavalcade. In at number 5. It's obvious, really. Never play an empty machine. Always walk away if the gaps on the trays are too big. Remember, those coins that teeter over the edge won't fall unless the gaps are filled up. Don't be lured by hanging cash. At 4, lurk before you strike. Yes, let some other sucker feed the machine for you. If they get a big payout and walk away, fine, you walk away too. But if they spent their stash without return, go in and cash in. In at 3, play 3 coins at a time. Never put in singles. The reason? If your coins get pushed in together, they exert a combined critical force greater than the sum of their parts. It's enough to push more cash over the edge. Number 2, cheat, but don't nudge. Nudging sets off the mercury switch, which drops the internal barrier, preventing coins being paid out. Instead, try stamping. The up and down motion will not trip off the alarm, but will result in dropped coins. And finally, top of the tree at number 1. Once it's paid, walk away. It may pay out again, eventually, but it's done all it can for now, till some other loser comes along and tops it up. Then you can go back. So, there they are, 5 scientifically proven ways to help you cash in at the Coin Cavalcade. Isn't science fun?
April the 1st? Hey! April Fool's Day! Stuck for a prank? Try this. Simply sprinkle some lycopodium powder around your mate's light bulb. Then look out when he switches it on! That'll make him jump. Makes me laugh.
Tina Turner and her Bunsen burner. Tina Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to dip into her scientific knowledge to blow something up. Once she arrives at location, our superstar's powerful legs carry her across the loose gravel. Tina uses her ample brain to decide which car to explode. She chooses blue, her favourite colour. She decides to explode the car using petrol, a volatile liquid compound of hydrogen and carbon molecules. It's a hot day, but Tina knows the petrol she's throwing around will not explode without a spark. So she splashes it around liberally. And chucks in the sealed container as well, so there'll be a good bang. Tina has decided to ignite the fuel with a flaming arrow, so she now works out the flight details. She has to be sure the arrow will arrive bang on target if she's going to get the bang she wants. She decides to let a Brainiac fire the arrow, as she's nervous that the propane and alcohol in her hairspray are highly combustible. Tina knows that the energy transferred to the arrow from the bow will fade away during its flight, so she encourages the Brainiac to aim well above the car. a Brainiac delivers the vital tool of her trade.
Your Bunsen burner, Miss Turner.
The arrow is lit. It's now time to conclude her well-judged plan.
Aim! Fire!
Mission accomplished, Tina cannot contain the adrenaline that now courses through her body, so she dances in triumph. Tina Turner, simply the best at science. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, would you please lick your elbow?
It is believed that no human being can lick their own elbow, as the combined maximum length of the neck and tongue is about 2 inches shorter than the length of the upper arm.
I'm sorry, nurse. I can't do that.
OK, Mr. Tickle. Goodbye.
One more thing that John Tickle's body can't do. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. Get your thinking caps on and your ideas into us. Who knows, we might just pick you. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Rhiannon Calder. Dear Brainiac, which is faster? A slug, a snail, or my tortoise? Good challenge, Rhiannon. Bring it on.
We'll have a go at any experiment you like here, however rubbish. You call the shots. First, the racetrack is set up. 5 foot long. We don't want to be here all day. We'd rather be blowing things up. 3 paths for 3 gastropods on speed. A tough challenge for any garden creature. Animals, like Brainiacs, are driven by primitive desires. Hunger, fear, the desire for sex. We're banking on the lure of foodstuffs to get these creatures going.
Slug, snail, tortoise. They're ready and they're set. Let the games begin.
So what do the bookies make of this? Well, the favourite would have to be the tortoise, who can go at a shattering 1/4 mile an hour.
Come on, tortoise. Come on, you can do it.
When he actually emerges from his shell. A snail's pace is 8 times slower, while slugs limp in 100 times slower even than that.
Go for it.
So much for theory, but this is where it counts.
Come on, you're not that far ahead. Go on.
The snail is fairly bombing it. He must be starving.
Look at that. Yes, get ready. Come on, go. Come on. How can you let a snail beat you? Come on, go.
The tortoise stays put. It ain't going nowhere. Hibernation has kicked in.
Go, tortoise, go.
And it's the snail by 20 lengths. The slug trails in a distant second. And so much for the tortoise. If he tried, he'd have won. He just didn't have the bottle. Her name is Rhiannon Calder. She wanted to know which was fastest, a slug, a snail, or her tortoise. The answer? A snail.
I Can Do Science, Me.
"101 uses for a Wii." the seaside is such fun. But wait! Oh no! Watch out, holiday man! Shark attack! With its scary face and razor-sharp teeth, is it all over for you? Wait! Why not save yourself with some wee-wee? Packed full of minerals, hormones and enzymes, wee-wee is a byproduct of your blood, so it's perfect to distract those vicious fishes. Chuck it out the boat and watch those sharks swim away. Phew! So, next time you go sailing, make sure you pack some wee-wee. You know it makes sense.
Michael Jackson used to hang out in an oxygen tent, a bit like this one. Apparently, he'd spend hours just sucking up the gas because he believed it would make him live longer. Is he bonkers? Ah, yeah, of course he is. But he might have been onto something with this whole oxygen thing. You see, scientists have discovered that a puff of the gas can help make us perform better at certain tasks. Well, we'll be the judge of that, thank you very much. I've got 2 Brainiacs here and 1 canister of oxygen. Out there, we've set up our very own assault course, a series of challenges for our Brainiacs. It might get messy, they'll almost certainly get hurt. Now, this Brainiac here is going to do the whole thing au naturel, breathing just pure, simple, natural air. This Brainiac, though, is going to compete with the aid of a stimulant, a heady mix of oxygen and air. First, let's administer the gas. Pure oxygen is lethal, so we can't use that. Well, not while we've got an experiment to do. So we're giving this Brainiac a cocktail of air and oxygen, while the other one breathes the God-given air, much like a normal human being. Now they're ready for their first challenge. So, Brainiacs, mount your steeds, please. OK. Ready, set, go! We've built a course which our 2 Brainiacs are equally good or bad at. So, can the added oxygen give this Brainiac an edge? Fantastic, over! Pushing these trikes as fast as they can is a test of energy. It's an aerobic exercise, so oxygen enhancement should help. Amazingly, 90% of your body's energy comes from oxygen. Only 10% comes from food and water. And the oxygen seems to have helped. The enriched Brainiac pulls ahead. Awaiting them now is the items on a tray challenge. Each Brainiac has 5 seconds to memorise all of these items. The fish, the dart, the mouldy flan, the melted jelly. Then they turn away, 1 item is taken away, they have 5 seconds to recall which one. 3 correct answers from each Brainiac before they can move on. Oh, and to add a bit of extra pressure, if they get it wrong, the missing item is thrown at them. OK, Brainiac, you have 5 seconds to memorise these items. Go. Research has shown that a 30-second blast of pure oxygen can double your recall for several minutes, and the effect will last for a whole day. What's the object? Come on, turn around. You have 5 seconds to spot the missing item. Think, stay alert, stay alert. I don't know. Sorry, you're wrong. Stand up, come on. OK, turn around. Which object? Quick, memorise. Got it. Good. Turn around, please. Turn around. I'm removing an item. Increased levels of oxygen heightens powers of concentration and alertness by breaking down glucose in the brain. That then increases the brain's energy levels. Egg, correct. Well done. With this extra thinking food, enriched Brainiac is sharper, faster, and gets a lot less messy than pure air Brainiac. 5 seconds. Fish. Correct. Well done. I don't know. OK, wrong. Thanks, Brainiac. Is that oxygen thing? Time's up, sorry! Oh! Sorry, it's wrong. Think! Well, you're wearing it! Sorry, Brainiac. Right, if you'd like to step back up, please. Memorise them. Turn around, please. Moving object, turn around. 5 seconds begins now. Oh, shame. Yes, it is. That's 3 correct answers. Get a breath of oxygen. While he does that, their next challenge is a straight race on space hoppers. It's around this course and finishing there, simple as that. And Pure Air Brainiac is there first. Go on! Pure Air Brainiac gets a big head start as he's not had a refreshment stop. Yeah!
This is another test of aerobic fitness. The enriched Brainiac has had a valuable short-term energy boost into his muscles, the perfect drug to get him round this course. He passes Pure Air Brainiac and races through to the next challenge. Just look at him go!
Awaiting our Brainiacs is the final challenge. This is a simple test of reactions. There's absolutely no thinking required. Each of the two will be armed with one of these, a paintball gun. And waiting for them, down here, are 4 oil drums, in each of which is a Brainiac. Each of them has a sign that says, don't shoot me or shoot me. They'll pop up at irregular intervals, holding either that side or that side. Pretty simple, really. 5 correct hits, and it's a race to the finish.
Lack of oxygen can result in depression, dizziness, irritability and fatigue. Coincidentally, the same feelings that the target Brainiacs are now experiencing. Extra oxygen, which enriches the blood, also translates into increased speed of reactions, perfect for this challenge. Up with gas and floating on enriched air, it's the oxygen Brainiac who charges to the finish.
So there we go! Oxygen-enriched Brainiac wins!
Final and conclusive proof. If you want to get ahead, get a hit of oxygen. This object has been magnified 360 times. You've probably seen it every day, and depending on what's filling it, admired its shape and form. What do you think it is? Stay tuned for the answer.
This is Brainiac, where we smother science in sausages and set the dogs loose.
Still to come, Pub Science gets Dr. Bunhead barred again. What to do when your office becomes an island. And will our black box flight recorder withstand this special treatment? But first, earlier we showed you this and asked you to identify it. It's an everyday object that's been magnified 360 times. Wrapped around a rear like Kylie's, you'd be forgiven for not noticing the detail. But it's stitching from a pair of jeans. We've got our hands on something a bit special, flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made. And it's yellow. Last week, we used 19th century battlefield technology to try and destroy our black box. But despite its effectiveness during the American Civil War, it had little effect on our target. Incredibly, it even survived a direct hit from a 12-pound cannon. This week, we're using something developed at Harvard University in the 1940s and used by the United States Armed Services to try and destroy our black box. Napalm is a mixture of gasoline, benzene and polystyrene. It burns much slower than petrol and can reach temperatures over 1,000 degrees centigrade. Our box can supposedly withstand up to 1,100 degrees, so it's going to be a close run thing.
Okay, going in 3, 2, 1.
Amazingly, it's still intact. A little dirty, but still in one piece. Yes, the box survives again. Next time, the landed gentry have a go at blasting our black box.
Jolly good chair.
Here's one for you. In a falling lift, could you save yourself by jumping at the very last second?
Pub Science, the Brainiac alternative to speed dating.
Were you really disappointed with that blinking Beagle 2 thing?
Didn't
British
work,
Space?
did it?
I know it's rubbish. You could do a better job with stuff you find in your pub. You need a launch pad, some fuel, if you want to hang on to fuel. That's fizzy indigestion tablets. Washing up liquid with some warm water. Just pop those in here, break them in half, drop them in. Add some hot water. They'll start fizzing. Add a bit of washing up liquid to increase the fizz. And, oh, screw the lid on quick. And then just wait, really. And any minute now, the pressure will build up significantly and it will take off. Go on. Go on. This is real cutting-edge science. I think shaking it might increase the rate of reaction. It's gonna work. You're looking anxious, so I'll just point it slightly that way. Any suggestions? Yes! 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 First rocket into space! Yes! 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 Ow, ow, ow.
Damn scientists.
In 1983, Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, but we here at Brainiac beg to differ. During this experiment, our stereo will be subject to many of the forces of physics, like acceleration. Each time the Brainiac van corners, the stereo is swung wide, creating an increase in G-forces. The tumbling of the unit also means components inside are experiencing centrifugal force. And of course, the dragging of the stereo creates friction between the surface of the player and the rough ground. Which ultimately means Twisted Sister were wrong. You can't stop rock and roll, you can with a van. Scientific research claims that if the world climate increases by 3 degrees Celsius, the Greenland ice sheet would melt, causing the level of the sea to rise by 7 meters. So, in case you're caught unawares by global warming, we thought it would be a wise idea to find out which office product you should grab to help you stay afloat. To do this, we've built a floating office. Last week, our office junior decided to grab the PC monitor, which ultimately floated, but didn't have enough buoyancy to support his weight. This week, when he hears the high water level alarm, he'll grab another office product to test for buoyancy. Okay, he's gone for the bin. I don't know, surely that won't keep him up. But it looks like he's using his head. He's turned it upside down to trap the air inside. This office product looks to have some potential. And yes, quite clearly his head there is well above the water. Our office Brainiac is certainly faring much better with this than with the PC monitor. It's that air pocket in the bin there, more than enough to support his weight and keep him afloat. So, the humble waste paper basket, also an office buoyancy aid. Sport. It used to be just a good, honest duel between two teams or individuals. But as our understanding of science grows, so does the amount of technology involved. I mean, take swimming. That used to be a pure sport where competitors wore nothing more complicated, basically, than a pair of pants. Now they've got those sharkskin-style bodysuits. And what about the England rugby team in their skin-tight numbers? A far cry from the rugby shirts of old. The question is, though, does the aerodynamic design of clothing really make that much difference?
Now, I don't normally like to lose, but on this occasion, I'm happy to hand over the so-called advantage to a Brainiac, because it means I don't have to wear this. Come on, out. Let's have a look at you. Now, the way we'll be testing to see if aerodynamic clothing really works is by using two identical scooters. They'll both be carrying exactly the same weight. The only difference will be the style of clothing the riders are wearing. So if aerodynamic clothes really do work, then the Brainiac should beat me.
So, first things first, the weigh-in. Our aerodynamic Brainiac weighs 68 kilos. I, with my non-aerodynamic clothing, weigh just under 70. So to make this completely fair, 1.25 kilograms is being added to his scooter. Now, for the moment of truth. It's a straight-line drag race. First past the post wins. Dorky-looking Brainiac up against farmer-looking presenter.
Go!
With just meters to go and no Formula One style slipstreaming slingshots to be had, it was obvious. There was just no way I was going to beat this Brainiac. So you can clearly see the large jacket filling up with air and more or less acting like a sail. This causes an enormous amount of drag and seriously affects the top speed of the scooter.
So there you go. If tenths of a second is what matters most to you, then aerodynamic clothing is clearly the way to go. If image is what matters, then I'd give it a miss.
Explosive of the week. We're down at the Big Bang Farm. Our Brainiac babes are at play. They're going to pick an explosive, blow something to smithereens, and then give it marks out of 10. But here's the best bit. You too can rate the explosion and win the chance to join the girls blowing stuff up on the final show of this series. But what explosive will the girls choose this week? After a quick consultation, it looks like a decision has been made. The girls have gone for gunpowder. Great for fireworks and guns. A fine, old-fashioned banger. And why not blow up their own office? 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. But before there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Today's explosive, gunpowder, burns rapidly rather than detonates. But in these small packets, it's sure to go off with a mighty bang. Not though until these girls are well clear. Nora will make sure of that. The judges are ready. So here we go. Let's make it go pop. The girls seem pleased, but how do the judges see it? Only a 3 from Beryl. Surely it was worth more than that. A well-earned 7 from Mavis. Nice scatter there. And a generous 8 out of 10 from Hilda. Well, that's what the judges think, so it's off back down to the Big Bang Farm for some more fun and games.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show that takes science, strips it down and gives it a damn good oiling.
The big science on Brainiac tonight. Can you really smell fear? We put more things we shouldn't inside a microwave oven. We make snooker interesting with the help of Quintin Han, 6 caravans and some propane gas. Can testosterone make a wimp well-ard? Brainiac rookie Charlotte Hudson fires science at you from both barrels. And the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, some fun with electricity. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produce electrical impulses to stimulate specific muscle groups. We're trying to establish what things you can't do whilst being electrocuted. We've already worked out that you can't shave whilst a current is being passed through your arms. And that it's impossible to be a posh wine waiter and pour drinks whilst feeling the effect of the electrical current.
I'm sorry.
This week we're experimenting to see if it's possible to drink a pint of beer out of a soft plastic cup whilst being electrocuted. And already it's looking doubtful. Our Brainiac is sick and tired of being used and abused, so he's having a quiet beer while searching the paper for another job. Because of his slimline physique, when the electrode pads pass electricity into his body, the current seems to reach all the way to his hand, causing it to close rather rapidly. Now, the idea is to get the beer into his mouth, but due to the strength of the electrical impulses, into his face is about all he can manage. Electricity travels at around 186,000 miles per second, and our Brainiac thinks he can beat it. He can't. Drinking beer from a plastic cup, one more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. What would happen to the level of the oceans if all the boats in the world were taken out of the water at the same time?
Can you smell fear? I mean, literally smell it. Well, scientists reckon you can, and we're here to put that to the test. Thing is, though, what can we find around here to scare the living daylights out of someone? Yes. 100-foot crane. That should do it. Now, I'm blindfolding this Brainiac because she's going to be doing the smelling for us. She's going to have 3 bodies put in front of her. These 3. But before we do that, this Brainiac is going to have a nice relaxing time because he's going to sit in this deck chair for half an hour. Well, go on then, sit. This Brainiac is going off on a long run. Well, go on, run. See you in 30 minutes. And this Brainiac, we're going to scare witless because we happen to know he's terrified of heights. Note the big disposable paper trousers. Go on then, in the crane. Go on. Don't worry. You won't fall off. Probably.
In half an hour, at least 2 of them will probably be rather sweaty. But can our Brainiac detect that secret other ingredient in amongst the BO? The smell of naked fear. This other ingredient is known as a pheromone, a chemical message which is relayed between animals of the same species. Pheromones are used to attract members of the opposite sex, to mark trails and territory, and as warnings. The fear pheromone is believed to be one of the strongest.
What he needs is a little encouragement, I think, just to, bolster him through a scary experience. Why don't you look down here, see how small we are? Look, we're like ants. Yeah, you're about maybe halfway there. Actually, I think I can smell the fear from here. Just imagine falling with the ground, rushing up to meet you. This might seem cruel, but remember, this is science, and it's important that he is truly scared for it to work.
Did I
I come down, please?
Oh, he's making noises again.
Animals and insects can detect fear in members of their own species, and certain animals like dogs and giraffes can smell fear in people as well. Now they reckon that we can also smell it in each other, and it's an ability that's stronger in women than in men.
Right, time to check up on relaxing, Brainiac. I don't want to overstress him. You okay? I'm very... Not too much energy, okay? Don't work too hard.
Go on, pick your feet up!
Sorry, I didn't mean to stress you there. You just take it easy. Okay, scared of heights, Brainiac. I want you just to edge towards the edge. That's it, little closer. That's nice. And you can see us all the way down here.
No way!
Worried we might actually scare him to death.
Now, could you just take your left hand off? That's it. Good work. Now, your right hand. Come on. Come on. Take your right hand off the rail. This is science. Take your hand off the rail. Okay, you can put them back on the rail now.
I think that'll probably do it for him. So,
You, stop running. Stop. You bring that one down from up there.
what's left of him. And you, I don't know, stop relaxing. Stand up. That'll probably do it. The question is, can our smelling Brainiac detect which one was the scared one by scent alone? 3 to choose from. Here comes number 1.
He's a Brainiac, so he's sure to smell bad. But what else is there?
That's number 1. We're moving along to number 2. Remember, we're looking for the smell of fear. Here's Brainiac number 2.
Will she spot the sweaty terror?
Well, finally, Brainiac number 3.
Lovely BO.
Okay, if you fix those in your mind, we'll walk back along the line. You're passing number 2. Science. Brainiac number 1. Tell us, on which one did you smell of fear?
I think it's number 2.
You're going for number 2.
Yeah, number
which,
2.
funnily enough, is pretty much what he did in the crane. Because, yes, that was our scared Brainiac, and that proves it works. You can smell fear.
Hi, I'm Frank Rittore, and you're watching Brainiac.
On the last series of Brainiac, using science, we set about the task of turning caravans into an endangered species. This 1970s monstrosity was doused in petrol and the fumes ignited by static electricity created from some nasty dance moves by a cagoule-wearing Brainiac. This vile beast fell victim to Dr. Bunhead and his homemade, highly flammable and extremely volatile liquid oxygen. It's the stuff they use for launching rockets into space. But the best way to destroy a caravan using science? Fill it with some flammable gas, add a splash of oxygen and stand well back. We here at Brainiac thought it would be a good idea to see what kind of damage other gases could do to the lowly caravan. So we decided to combine our love of blowing them up with our love of sport.
Snooker, a game played by 2 people in serene and gentlemanly surroundings. Unless your name is Quintin Han and you're playing snooker against a Brainiac.
Welcome to the conclusion of this special Brainiac match, where we're heading for an explosive finish as Quintin Han closes in on a 147 maximum. Our Brainiac is very frustrated. He hasn't had a chance to play a shot in this deciding frame. Of course, as with all Brainiac snooker matches, there's the science to contend with as well. All 6 pockets are wired to a fuse, 1 pocket per caravan. Each caravan is filled with a different type of gas or explosive. Quintin's now on the yellow. If he pots it, we'll see a propane explosion, or C3H8 as the scientific community like to call it. There, he's potted it nicely and lit the fuse.
122.
Our Brainiac finally gets a chance to get out of his seat, but not to come back to the table. The yellow went in the top left pocket, so keep your eye on the top left caravan. Only a matter of seconds now before the explosion. There it is. As we look at the super slow-mo replay, you can see a nice rich flame blowing out the side of the Caravan. The propane flame is often described as luminous. It's also provided a smoke ring from the air vent on the roof. Propane is obviously flammable, but it's also colourless and can be easily liquefied, which makes it an ideal fuel for portable stoves. These replays are from a high-speed camera that can shoot at 1,000 frames per second. To give you an idea of how fast that is, normal television pictures are only shot at 25 frames per second. The high-speed shots give us the ability to see exactly what happens to our caravans and savour every moment of their destruction. So join us next time for more Brainiac snooker. Quintin Han has 5 balls, 5 caravans and 5 explosions standing in the way of his 147.
Harry Smedley, bouncer, all-round hard man. Sometimes he punches people just for the fun of it. Simon Twigg, weed, never had a girlfriend, probably never will. So can we turn this man into this one in just 2 hours using testosterone? You know, testosterone, the juice that makes a man a man.
Roll up your sleeves, please.
Before we start, a blood test reveals our weedy man has a testosterone level of 198.
Okay, if you just put your finger on there for me, thank you.
While our bruiser comes in with a good, strong 964.
So much. You just feel a little prick.
So, can we turn the tables with a few hours of intensive Brainiac therapy?
Head off that way.
This half of the lab is now officially the man booster side. First, we give our weed some new clothes, leathers and studs. He's bound to feel a bit hard up once he's got this lot on. Meanwhile, over in the ladyboy half, some new gear for our bruiser as well. And a spot of preschool telly to start him off.
Watch that.
We reckon his testosterone levels sapping away already. A rather more enjoyable striptease performance will be our weedy man's first medicine. All men have testosterone, but some more than others. It's the hormone you need to make muscle, sperm, and bits of you grow. We reckon that's already happening to our weedy man. Merely thinking about sex is thought to up the levels of testosterone in the body, and he's certainly thinking hard about it right now. Scientists say that decreased levels of the hormone can lead to depression and irritability in a man. It's not been long, but already our bruiser man is certainly looking a little sadder. We'll leave them both to it and join them later in the show to see how they shape up.
When I do that.
This object has been magnified 400 times. Where it comes from and how it gets where it gets is a bit of a mystery. Some people have even been known to collect it. What do you think it is? Find out in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, where we bundle science into a weighted sack and lob it in the canal.
Still to come, what happens when you put a toothpick in a microwave? We blow more stuff up, only this time it's bubblegum. And status quo put the rock and roll into forced oscillation resonance. Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 400 times. It can be found in a number of places, but most commonly in either your belly button or between your bottom cheeks. Yep, it's 100% pure bum fluff. Stop.
The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
For something so small and simple, this toothpick can provide a spectacular light show. Scientifically speaking, no one is exactly sure what happens, but there are theories. The flame you see is thought to be plasma, the fourth state.
When continuously heated, a solid turns to liquid, which then turns to a gas. And if you heat that gas, you get plasma, the fourth state of matter. As the toothpick burns down, the carbon vapor produced is excited by the microwaves and becomes ionized. The small balls of fire you see are thought to be very similar to the rare and little understood natural occurrence of ball lightning, or as it's sometimes called, St. Elmo's fire.
We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home.
Chocolate! My favourite! A tasty snack packed full of energy. I wonder how much. Some potassium perchlorate to release the energy. Drop it in. Yikes! So that's what 50 calories looks like. Whoa! Whoa! No wonder I'm hyperactive.
Do you weigh a quarter of a pound more after eating a quarter pounder?
Brainiac, scales, quarter pounder. First, weigh the burger. It's called a quarter pounder because that's what it weighs before the meat is cooked. So first we need to get it back up to the full 4 ounces. A squirt or 2 of ketchup should do it. Now, let's weigh our Brainiac.
That's a pre-burger reading of 124 pounds and 8 ounces.
Time for her to put on a few ounces, 4 to be exact. Tasty early morning snack. Every little bit now. Now the second weigh-in. 1 Brainiac, 124 pounds, 8 ounces, plus 1 quarter pounder, 4 ounces, should equal 124 pounds, 12 ounces. So does it?
The post-burger reading is 124 pounds, 11 ounces.
No, it doesn't. Seems like our Brainiac was so hungry, she burned up an ounce as soon as it hit her stomach. Answer, you don't weigh a quarter of a pound more after eating a quarter pounder. Bye-bye, Brainiac. You can get rid of that burger now.
We've all heard the one about an opera singer shattering a wine glass with her singing voice. But is it a load of old rubbish, or can it really be done?
First, the exact note that the glass resonates at must be established. Our opera singer is using a pitch pipe.
G sharp.
Now our singer must sing the very same note and sustain it if there's any chance of the glass breaking. Rubbish! That was pants!
Now, is our theory wrong, or do we need something a little louder and perhaps a bit more Brainiac?
It only takes one note to shatter a glass, so Brainiac approached a band who've become rock gods using just 3. Let's see if legendary rockers status quo still have an appetite for rock and roll destruction. Over the last 4 decades, they've burst the eardrums of band members and fans alike. Today, they're still loud enough to blow their amplifiers. But what about our wine glass? Now that's what I call rock and roll. Bring on the glass. After a quick explanation of the scientific principles involved, the Quo use their classical training to find the correct frequency of our glass. And having discarded E and A, they also settle for the note G sharp. So here we go then. Can they do it? So there we have it. Proof beyond doubt that if it's loud enough, played at the right frequency and sustained for long enough, you can break a glass using music. Rock music, anyway. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, would you put your arm out to one side and put your palm flat on your shoulder?
Men generally can't do this as their muscle tension restricts the movement of their joints. However, women's joints are more flexible, so many women can actually do it. John Tickle, however, is no girly.
I'm sorry, nurse. I can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tickle. Goodbye.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. Get your thinking caps on and your ideas into us. Who knows, we might just pick you. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today it's Maria Gomez. Dear Brainiac, I want to know how many pieces of bubble gum you can get in your mouth and still be able to blow a bubble. The level of scientific endeavour of Brainiac viewers never ceases to amaze me. I always wanted to try this when I was a kid and was never allowed. Now I feel too stupid to do it as a grown-up. Will you do it for me? No, Maria, do it yourself.
The adult human mouth has a surprisingly large capacity. Able to hold 125 millilitres of liquid or 100 grams of bubblegum, this experiment is less a question of volume and more one of her jaw's ability to masticate this gunk. So, how many pieces can she keep in her mouth and still blow bubbles? Hamsters tend to store food in their cheeks. Maybe it's the way forward for humans too. The largest bubble ever produced was almost 2 foot wide. There's little danger of Maria Gomez threatening that record. It's believed to be the first time this experiment has been done under laboratory conditions. Yet again, Brainiac is pushing forward the boundaries of scientific understanding. This is our legacy to world knowledge.
So, 22 pieces of gum, but it's getting tough. How much more can she take?
More gum, please.
For God's sake, do not do this at home. It's a surefire way to choke to death. Fortunately, we have a well-trained team who can step in at the very hint of danger. Everything aches now. Her tongue has never seen such concentrated action. Her teeth work furiously. Her mandibles throb with the exertion. 31 pieces of gum, and she's still blowing. 32 is obviously a struggle. "33 takes all her strength. Then she manages to ease out and bursts number 34. Can she make 35? No, she can't.
Her name is Maria Gomez. She wanted to know how many pieces of bubble gum you could get in your mouth while still being able to blow bubbles? The answer, 34.
I can do science, me. Like it when I...
All men want it, but how do we get it? Yes, testosterone. Down at the lab, we're trying to up the levels in this man and decrease it in this one in a 2-hour Brainiac session. Over in the boosting side, our weedy man really seems to have enjoyed the stripper we laid on. While over on the other side, our bruiser man is continuing his treatment and having just as much fun. High levels of testosterone leads to improved muscle definition as well as driving libido and increased sexual sensation. It can also be related to sporting ability.
Come on, Weedy. You can do it.
Cheating athletes who take steroids make their body produce more testosterone, which improves their performance. However, levels in men usually begin to decline around the age of 23, which can lead to memory loss and mild mental confusion in middle age. We'll leave them to it for a bit. When we come back, we'll be testing to see whether we've managed to make a difference to our 2 guinea pigs.
Dear John, I've seen adverts for stick-on patches that are supposed to increase your mobile phone signal. I'd like to know if they really work and if there's any other way that you can jack up the reception of your phone without spending a fortune on newfangled technology. Love the show, keep up the good work. Craig from Sunderland. I like the way you're thinking, Craig. Bit of tin foil might be handy. There we go. Cake tin. We've also got some coat hangers here. They seem like a good idea. If you're really desperate, you can always use some of this. Some standard TV aerial. Now, first things first. If we're going to be mucking around with our mobile phone's aerial, we need to know what wavelength we're talking about. Luckily, we have a nice, easy scientific formula to use. Lambda, the wavelength of the signal, equals the speed of light divided by the frequency of the signal. Now, we know that the speed of light is always a constant. It's 300 million metres per second. Now, the frequency of your signal depends on the mobile phone network that you're talking about. We're going to use 1800 megahertz. And we come up with a wavelength of 0.167 metres, or 16.7 centimetres. Most mobile phone aerials are a quarter of the wavelength, so that gives us approximately 4.175 centimetres for the length of our additional aerial. First of all, we're going to use some of the materials here to make a ground plane aerial, like you get in most cars. Now, accuracy is very important, so I'm going to measure out here 4.175 centimetres and cut accordingly. Oh. Yes, that's going to be a tougher job than I first thought. One dirty grey hole. I'm going to use this small length of TV aerial cable to connect this setup to the back of my mobile phone. Think of the biscuit tin lid like the roof of your car and this short piece of wire as the aerial. So I'm going to stick the aerial into our blue tack and then attach the outside copper wiring to the biscuit tin lid with some sticky tape. And there we have our aerial and ground plane. The other thing you can try is just unrolling a big sheet of aluminium foil and holding your mobile phone next to it. Now, all of these things should work in theory, but now it's time to put them all to the practical test. Now, don't ask me how I know this, but the only place in this house with poor reception is down here. So at the moment, we've got 3 bars. First of all, I'm going to try common or garden kitchen tin foil. Hopefully with all this around me, we ought to get some kind of result. And actually, do you know, it's working rather well. I can't move it anywhere that I can't get 4 bars. Well, that's fantastic news, but unfortunately it means that you have to carry 5 metres of tin foil around with you everywhere. So, next up, I'm going to try our trusty ground plane aerial. First, we need to put the ground plane in an elevated position. Now, you put the middle bit of the coaxial cable into the aerial hole, and then the ground plane is twisted around this bit of wire. Now, like the other phone, this one never gets a full signal down here, So if it does, we'll consider this a success. And I don't believe it, it's actually working. That's phenomenal. Great stuff. Well, I didn't expect that in the least. Cracking effort. So, Craig, to answer your first question, are those patches that you can buy to improve reception any good? Well, we've got one, so let's stick it in the phone. How that's going to work, I've no idea. Fingers crossed, Craig. Oh dear. Slightly disappointing. 3 bars, exactly the same as we had before. So, Craig, in this instance, the stick-on patch hasn't worked. But if you want a low-tech solution, then biscuit tin lids, tin foil and coat hangers seem to do the job just fine.
Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today she's getting her nice ripe plums out. Will they sink or will they float? We'll give you a few minutes to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that other science shows cross over the road to avoid.
Coming up, you can't stop rock and roll. Do you want to bet? Plus, the Brainiac guide to what you should do if global warming strikes. Professor Mayang Lee and her juicy plums ask the question, do they float? The answer, no. Her plums sink.
Take my hand. I'll lead.
Down at the lab, we've been running a very Brainiac experiment.
Very light on your feet for a big man, aren't you? Now let's do some primal screaming. Scream!
We've been trying to up the levels of testosterone in this man and drop it in this one, with just a few hours of intensive therapy. The experiment's nearly over, and we're finishing off our bruiser with a gentle bedtime story.
And the frog's name was Ribbit. One day, he lost all of his family. Ribbit cried and cried and cried.
So that should do it. The question is, have we managed to beef up our weedy man and diminish our bruiser? Who's the daddy now?
Here are the results. Bruiser, your testosterone level has gone down from 964 to 743. Weedy man, your level has gone up from 198 to 349. Thank you very much.
Well, it's not much, but we do have a result. Well done all round. Let's just hope we haven't overdone it.
Here's one for you. Why is lemon juice made with artificial flavourings and washing up liquid made with real lemons?
Pub Science, the Brainiac alternative to talking to your missus.
If I can turn this piece of metal into ice, you'll give me your phone number. Watch. This is a shape memory metal. There's the I. There's the C. And with a bit more heat, it will go back to the shape memorized in it. And there is ice.
I can't believe this.
Ice, it's brilliant, isn't it? That's a shape memory metal. And every time you heat it up, it goes back to that shape. And you have to give me your phone number now.
I'm not impressed.
Oh, come on. Ow! Ow! Push. Ow!
What do you want, scum? Practice your science on the monkeys, not my pub.
In 1983, Leather and Lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. But we here at Brainiac, using various laws of science, beg to differ. The spinning teeth on the blade of a chainsaw can travel at speeds around 30 metres a second. And of course, they're designed to chop down trees. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a chainsaw. We're a show that likes to help, and Brainiacs like this one will go to any length to provide a scientific answer to a specific problem. Like, what office product should you grab if, whilst working, you suddenly become surrounded by water due to a rapid rise in the oceans brought on by global warming? We've already established that a PC monitor, even though it floats, doesn't have enough buoyancy to support a Brainiac. However, a waste paper basket is far from rubbish when used creatively. Turning it upside down traps the air inside, and it floats superbly. The question is, when the alarm sounds, which product will he go for this time? Well, he's gone top shelf. That's an ambitious call, and I don't think we can hold out much hope for this. Although made from trees, it has none of the flotation properties of wood. The cardboard, in fact, is practically dissolving in the water, offering him no buoyancy at all. So there you have it. One obvious product you should steer well clear of if you find yourself in this situation. We did say we like to help.
In this age of rapid scientific discovery, many questions are being asked as to just how far science should go. Should we allow practices like human cloning and stem cell cultivation to be a normal part of our society? Well, here on Brainiac, we're never ones to shy away from such issues. And today, we're carrying out the ultimate in testing: genetic testing. Yes, we shall be pitting a £4 pair of jeans up against a £150 pair of designer jeans. Each pair should be rigorously tested, and at the end we'll see if anyone knows the difference. First, we'll test the strength of each pair of jeans by simulating the no-holds-barred shopping techniques of the January sales. Take 2 highly charged, no-nonsense Brainiac shoppers and 1 pair of jeans.
What do you think you do? I saw them first. You're having a laugh, mate.
The plan is to put both our brand new denims through 2 years' worth of wear in just 20 minutes.
Hands up them. Let them go. No.
This process is designed to stress the stitching and the fabric. It will also stress the working relationship of these 2 Brainiacs after insults like this.
Don't look fair on me, do they do on you? They wouldn't beat you about, silly.
The treatment was carried out on both pairs of jeans. That's phase 1 out of the way. For phase 2, we step it up a gear.
Stonewash was a big look in the 80s, and so, using our van and these stones, we're going to recreate the fashion, Brainiac style.
Each pair of jeans has been filled with stones and rocks so we can give them a thorough working out. So far, the £4 pair seems to be handling our treatment just as well as the £150 designer pair. But will our punters be able to tell the difference at the end of testing? For the final stonewash touch, we get the van to tread all over them.
Now the jeans have been softened up, it's time to take the edge off.
The sun-blasted look is popular with makers of denim garments, but we're using a belt sander to simulate the years of wear and tear normal jeans succumb to. Time now to move away from man-made treatments and go a bit natural.
This is Ike, and he's very keen to sink his teeth into our experiments.
Ike is trained to bite. It's his job, and he loves it. Being a professional, he shows no bias towards either pair of jeans. And still, the £4 pair are handling the test as well as the designer pair. Last but not least in our series of tests, the shotgun. No explanation needed. So that's the treatment phase of the experiment over. Now all we have to do is put the jeans to the fashion test. This is Camden in London, a centre for alternative fashion, and we've set up a Brainiac boutique. Now, the jeans on the left are the £150 pair, and the ones on the right are the £4 pair. But will our punters be able to tell?
I think the most expensive pair is that one. The material in that blatantly looks cheap.
I think those are the more expensive ones as well because they're less damaged than those ones in a way.
That looks a bit better made than those ones.
That pair is more expensive than that pair.
I believe these ones are the real McCoy, but if I'm wrong, never mind, I will try again.
I think that one's the more expensive just because of the stitching and the cut, really.
I think that's the most expensive pair.
So there we have it, conclusive results from our genetic testing. Most people thought the cheap pair were the designer pair, and the difference in wear and tear is not proportional to the difference in the price you pay. So, next time you're out shopping for jeans, you might want to consider this. £150 minus £4 is £146. Now that's a lot of cans of beer.
Down at the Big Bang Farm, our Brainiac babes are at play. They're going to pick an explosive, blow something to smithereens, and then give it marks out of 10. What explosive will the girls choose this week? The girls have gone for linear cutting charge, a tube of high-powered explosive designed to blow holes in metal, such as stubborn safes and battleships. 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. And today they're going to blow a hole in a sheet of 4-inch thick tempered steel in the exact shape of the lovely Doris. Let's just hope there's enough charge to go around her ample charms. But before there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Linear cutting charge is a favourite of safe blowers the world over. When it explodes, the charge squeezes out of the liner into a narrow jet, travelling at 8,000 metres per second. They've done the work. The judges are ready. Now, let the fun begin. Let's go bang.
3, 2, 1.
The girls seem pleased, but what's the official verdict? A short consultation, and they're ready. And look! A massive 11 out of 10 from Beryl. So stunned by that explosion, she's lost all sense of mathematics. Mavis, however, is defiantly unimpressed. Perhaps she blinked when it went off. Hilda, as reliable as ever, scores 9 for a bang that surely deserves it. Well, that's what the judges think. And the rest of the girls seem happy too. So it's off back down to the Big Bang Farm for some more fun and games.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show where we undress science and have a good laugh at its bits. The big science on Brainiac tonight. We see if a mannequin can fly. We wind up the cheeky girls.
Come on, get on with it. Faster! Faster!
And our Brainiac babes get banging down at the farm. Plus, beware and keep watching. Over the course of the show, you'll be taking part in an experiment, whether you like it or not. But first, let's play with some electricity. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment.
The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. This week, can our Brainiac make a great first impression on a romantic candlelit dinner date whilst being electrocuted? Our Brainiac has 4 electrode pads attached to the right-hand side of his body. 2 on his arms and 2 on his back. When the electrical current flows into his body, it causes his muscles to contract. There's clearly no doubt this dinner date will be remembered, but for all the wrong reasons. And it's about to get a whole lot worse. So, a lack of wine appreciation, conversation, bar a few grunts and groans, and the inability to eat with manners means our Brainiac will have to dine alone. Making a great first impression. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. Do people who can't speak make a sound when they burp?
Now, here's something I can guarantee. I can guarantee that every single bloke watching this show right now, every single one, will, when they were a kid, at some point have taken one of their sister's dollies and tied a handkerchief to its arms, then chucked it out the bedroom window to see if it worked as a parachute. You did. I know you did. I also know that every time it would plummet to earth like a big brick. Well, as you know by now, we here on Brainiac never really did the whole growing up thing. So today, we're going to be doing more of the same. Only this time, we're not going to be using our sister's dollies. Right, before we try out any parachutes, we need to see how long a mannequin takes to fall without anything attached to it. We're going to be lobbing them all off this 100-foot crane and time them as they hurtle or sail gracefully to Earth.
OK, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
OK, what was that?
2 seconds, 48.
It was also fantastic. So, with no parachute and nothing to slow down the inevitable plummeting force of gravity, it's 2.48 seconds from drop to crash. The end result? Well, her legs survived intact, but catastrophic loss of limbs, bisected torso, and quite a nasty scratch on the face. But all in all, she's dead. Now, let's try one with a parachute. We've got a variety of different parachutes to try, but we're going to start with a faithful old friend, the black bin bag. Now, the science behind this is fairly simple. As the mannequin falls, the bin bag will open, like that sort of thing, filling with air and creating drag through the sky, thus slowing the mannequin's descent to the ground. Right, let's lob this baby off something high. OK, I'm not too confident it'll actually fly, but I am hoping it'll take a little bit longer to fall than the no parachute version.
That's quality.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
I don't know if that made it worse.
3.2.
3.2, it worked! Well, it took a moment, but all 3 bags did eventually deploy, which slowed her down a fraction. And the damage, a catastrophic shattering of both wrists. Oh, and a severed foot. Onward and upward. OK, next we're going for the Mary Poppins approach. What we've done here is prepare a kind of main body of the parachute with these 3 big umbrellas, but then here's the really clever bit. This is a kind of reserve chute, just in case there's a problem with the main canopy. Heaven forbid. Oh, and I always had a bit of a soft spot for Mary Poppins. Well, I did. So I'm going to blindfold her because it might be quite scary up there. So we'll put that on. Right, if we collapse all the umbrellas to get it onto the crane, and don't forget to open them. All right, take it up. This might just work. Just a suggestion, we might want to stand a bit further back because I think it might drift.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mary.
OK, here we go.
3, 2, 1, go! Oh, Mary! She's coming half. What was the time?
4.7.
4.7! That's a second and a bit.
Well, a good time, but umbrella number 1 collapsing early on didn't help. Swiftly followed by 2 and 3, only the reserve chute holding firm throughout. The net result? Terrible spinal injuries. Basically, she snapped in half. Mary never really stood a chance.
Well, Mary Poppins was actually pretty good. The bin bags were a bit rubbish, to be honest. This, though, I've got a lot of faith in because we're using a bed sheet. And we've been a bit clever here. What we've done is cut a hole in the centre. And that's because it was discovered after the Second World War that parachutes work better with a hole in the middle to allow some of the air to escape, which means they drop in a straight line rather than swinging crazily around. Done it? Ready? Right. Just for a change, I'm going to lob this one off.
Right, so this should be the closest thing to the Sisters Dolly handkerchief scenario.
Mannequin, parachute. Right. Well, I'm ready. Wish me luck and stand back.
Good luck.
Might work. This is high enough, surely. Oh no, we're still going up. Oh God. Okay. Are we ready?
Yeah, ready.
Here I go. Lifting mannequin up. Discovering how heavy mannequin is. Right. Hold up. Strings are out. I have the chute. I think I'm ready. Go. Hey, that wasn't bad. Yay!
A truly graceful descent. The chute deploys perfectly, and our World War II paratrooper bites the dust in 4.8 seconds. A tenth of a second better than the umbrellas. Well done, Tommy. So, how does he look?
Top marks for style. Look, that's not bad, actually. I mean, he's intact. Well, his hand's come off, but you can grow another one of those, probably. I mean, it would have saved him. And his foot. His foot's a bit broken. And his leg. But other than his hand, his foot, and his other foot, his hand and his leg are on his face. His foot is both feet, his hand, his leg, and his face, and that hand. Other than that, it would have saved his life. Well done.
Dead he may be, but Tommy has taught us some valuable lessons.
Right, we've had a bit of a think about this parachute business, and we've come up with this. We think it's the ultimate parachute. We've combined everything we've done so far. We're using garden refuse bags. They're nearly as light as the bin bags, but a lot stronger. We've cut holes in the top like we did in the bed sheet, and we've fitted an emergency reserve umbrella just because we could, really. Oh, and we're using 2 Brainiacs to launch it, so it should get away cleanly. Right, load it up. Let's do this.
So, have our previous mannequins died in vain? Or have we learned enough in their suicidal flights to have made the ultimate flotation device? Let's lob him off and see.
Stopwatch?
Yep.
OK, you ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Oh! Go on.
4.9.
We did it! Not by a lot, but it worked. Right, let's have a look. Look at that! She's intact. Everything's attached. That's genius. That's good work, Brainiacs. Well done. So, there you go. If ever you find yourself needing to jump off a 100 or foot so cherry picker, what you need is 2 garden refuse sacks, a few bits of string, and a very small umbrella. And you'll be fine.
Hi, I'm Katie from Cora, and I'm not even speaking any different. Hi. Oh my God, sorry. I didn't think I'd done it right then, so.
Hi, I'm Katie from Cora, and you're watching Brainiac. Oh my God. Brainiac?
OK, you've got something to do, a job on, something at work, and you've got to get it done. Now, are you better operating under pressure, on the very edge of your nerves, with all systems go? Or are you at your best when you're more relaxed and you can make cool, calm decisions? So, in a nutshell, which is best, chilled or stressed? Ah, cheeky girls.
The cheeky girls, the closest thing we could get to cloned human beings without the use of a quack scientist and a test tube. Perfect then for our experiment. We've got a few tests to try out on these two, but first we need to get them in the right frame of mind.
Thread the needles.
A session of stressing for cheeky girl Gabriella. Loud music and lots of very small needles to thread. An hour or two of this should wind her up nicely. Meanwhile, cheeky girl 2, Monica, is having an altogether more restful time.
Some deep breathing exercises just to relax your body. So you want to close your eyes, place your palms out. If you breathe in through your nose, your cage expands, let all the stresses of the day melt away.
An hour each in their respective sides of the lab, and they'll be ready for testing. We'll check up on them later in the show.
Faster! Not like that! No!
This object has been magnified 450 times. It's a common household item. You could say you've been caught with your pants down if you get stuck without it. What do you think it is? We'll be giving you the answer shortly.
This is Brainiac, the show that does for science what Anna Nicole Smith does for an old man with a weak heart.
Still to come. Does getting scared make you stronger? On your bike, 12-year-old viewer Sean Hannon-Smith gets speedy on 2 wheels. And the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 450 times. Although it's not a character from Star Trek, it does wipe out Klingons from Uranus. Yep, it's your bog standard roll of toilet paper.
Dear John, I don't know how brave you are, but this is something I certainly wouldn't do. I'm led to believe it is possible to purify your own pee to the point where it's drinkable. If it's true, would you be prepared to show us? Not you peeing, but you drinking it. Much respect if you're up for it, Damien from Liverpool. Damien, you're twisted, mate, but I'm going to give it a go. As you can see, I've got 3 pint glasses in front of me. The first one is filled with a well-known brand of bottled water. The second one, tap water. I quite happily drink either of those two, but the question today is, do I have enough faith in science to drink what's going to go into the third? My own purified pee. First off, I need an unpurified sample. Now, drinking your own pee is nothing new. NASA astronauts do it all the time. But I've got a feeling that their methods might be a bit more high-tech than the ones we're going to be using today. There we go, 1 pint of pee. I've got a fancy little gizmo here. It's called a TDS meter. It measures the total dissolved solids in a sample of water. Anything between 300 and 600 parts per million is considered drinkable tap water. Anything below 10 is considered to be really pure. First up, our sample of bottled water. Now that's coming in at around 350. Next, our tap water, about 440 for that one. Lastly, let's have a look at our pee. Good grief. That's so far off the scale I've got to multiply it by 10. 3,750 parts per million. That's going to take quite a bit of purifying. That's the challenge today then. Can I use a bit of backyard science to turn this sample into something as drinkable as one of these? Here's the backyard bit. I've got an ordinary spray gun that you can pick up at any garden centre. And here's the clever bit. This is a reverse osmosis filter. I'm going to connect up the 2 parts so that the spray gun forces my unpurified pee through the filter, the waste products come out this bottom tube, and hopefully the purified water out of this tube. Hopefully, that is. 95% of your pee is made up of water, about 2% is urea, and the rest is minerals. Building up a nice amount of pressure. The reverse osmosis system we're using is a small-scale version of what yachts use to make seawater drinkable. We're up to maximum pressure now. I can hear the release valve going. What I'm going to do now is release the pressure from the garden thingy through the filter, and hopefully our water will come out nice and pure. The pump that is used needs to be able to create about 2 atmospheres of pressure. That's the maximum amount this one can do. Oh, it's going all over my arm. Oh. Well, there we have it. Oh, Lord, still smells a bit. Well, I'm not drinking that. I think we're going to put it through another couple of times. It still stinks a bit, but now's the moment of truth. Now remember, we had a reading of 3,750 last time, so this time we've got 550. Well, that's supposed to be safe, so I guess I'd better give it a go. Plenty of nose. Ugh. Maybe if you're in the middle of the desert and there's nothing else to drink, then just possibly, but otherwise, no way. So, to answer Damien's question, yes, you can purify your own pee to make it drinkable, but it tastes like shit.
Yummy, yummy, tea time. But, oh no, no matches. Hold on, what's this? Oh, a Van de Graaff generator. Plug it in and switch it on. Yikes! 20,000 volts should do the trick. Hooray! Who needs matches? Cool.
Tina Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to get out her Bunsen burner and blow something up.
That's great, Tina.
Once she arrives at location, our international singing superstar toddles daintily across the uneven ground. She then considers her vehicle of choice and opts for the one on the end because she hates foreign cars. Now it's down to business. She decides to use a track of guttering to carry today's source of ignition to the car of her choice. It's a favourite method for our sweaty chanteuse as she carefully angles the track along the ground, adjusting as she goes and eventually lining it up under the tank of the car. And her fire starter for today, petrol. Being highly combustible, she's careful not to spill a drop and fails miserably. This much petrol contains the equivalent of 15,000 calories, the same as 60 hamburgers. But Tina hasn't got food on her mind right now. Then she's handed the vital tool of her trade.
Your Bunsen burner, Miss Turner.
The petrol lit, she watches with ill-disguised excitement as the flame travels speedily towards its target, the car's bulging tank full of fuel. Job done, Tina bursts forth with the music that has become her theme. Tina Turner, simply the best at science. Alcohol, caffeine, nicotine, all drugs that make your days zip along, make you glad to be alive. But there's a better one. A really good drug, and it comes without any dangerous side effects like bronchitis, hangover, or death. And it's free. Oh! Adrenaline, the stuff your body makes to give you a natural high. But how good a drug is it? We've got ourselves a weedy man. Weighing in at 9 stone 4, he can barely support the weight of his flimsy clothing. But can we make him into a Hulk? The fairground punch ball is always a good place to show off. A mighty wallop, the bell goes off, and you're guaranteed to look dead hard. Always good to impress the ladies. Time for our puny fellow to have a go. One mighty blow, and he gets himself a pitiful score of 100. Yes, he's as weedy as he looks. The question is, can we get him to do better? Our limp-wristed weakling is scared of needles, so it's no adrenaline jab for him. He's also scared of heights, but we're ignoring that little technicality as we send him on the rides of his life. First, a little trip on a roller coaster. This should start the adrenaline coursing through his body.
Oh dear, keep it up.
3.5 minutes tearing around the track at a great height should generate plenty of the stuff. When the fear response is activated, it generates the release of a number of chemicals around the body, designed to help us either fight or run. No chance for our weedy man to take up either of these options while he's trapped up here, which is just as we planned. That adrenaline should stay nicely bottled up inside his flimsy little body. Once he's down, we've got a bit more planned. Yeah, this should do it. A rotating 200-foot high barrel load of fun. So, have we made him any stronger? It's straight back to the punch ball for our flimsy chap. Before the ride, he scored 100. Can he do better now he's pumped full of adrenaline? He certainly can. He's more than doubled his score to 207. Our weed is now a muscle man, punching way above his weight. Well done. Go forth and multiply, weedy boy. Now the girls really love you. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I'd like you to rotate your hand and foot in a clockwise direction. Now change the direction of your foot, keeping your hand the same.
The difficulty in doing this lies in the fact that the brain can't separate the two commands it's been given. So when the commands are reversed, the brain tries to apply one rule to both actions. John Tickle has a huge brain, but not quite big enough.
I'm sorry, nurse. I can't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tickle. Goodbye.
It's one more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. Get your thinking caps on and your ideas into us. Who knows, we might just pick you. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today it's Sean Hannant-Smith. Dear Brainiac, I've got one of those things that make your bicycle sound like a motorbike. I want to know if I go faster when I've got it on. Fair question. A boy and his bike. The closest relationship there is till you buy a dog. Sean's aim, to post the fastest time he can with and without the device on his back wheel.
On your mark, get set.
So why might you go faster if your bicycle sounds like a motorbike?
Well, maybe the powerful added engine noise makes you pedal harder. Let's see. Firstly, without the device, his time is 16.76 seconds.
So that's the time he has to beat. Will Sean go any faster when he has this thing attached to his bike?
Well, the answer depends on which is stronger. His motivation to go faster because of the fancy noise he'll now make, or the slowing down effect of the friction on his back wheel.
On your marks, get set.
Now cycling with the added grunt of an engine, does the bike feel turbo-powered? Are his legs moving faster? Well, on the second run, his time does improve. 16.2 seconds, over half a second faster.
His name is Sean Hannon Smith. He wanted to know if his bike went any faster with one of these attached to it. The answer, yes.
I can do science, me.
Down at the lab, the cheeky girls are helping us find out whether you perform better when you're chilled or when you're stressed. Gabriella is the stressed out cheeky girl. She's been threading very small needles for an hour. Meanwhile, Monica has been getting very mellow. After yoga, it's time for a good rub down.
Are you ready for your massage?
Oh, yes, please.
Massage is known to reduce cortisol in the body, a hormone which is generated when you're anxious. Something a little more stressful for Gabriella, though. We're locking her mobile phone inside this strongbox. We've told her she's got an urgent call. She gets a bunch of keys to open the padlock. The only thing we haven't told her is that none of the keys work.
Quick, quick, come on.
Stress has many effects on the body. Hair loss, premature greying, trembling, sweatiness, wind and indigestion are believed to be just a few of the jolly side effects.
Come on.
Whilst a more mellow outlook is believed to result in a longer life and better all-round physical fitness. Let's now test to see how well they perform in their respective states of mind.
Don't get frustrated.
We start with the dexterity test.
You need to guide the ring around the maze without touching the sides. If you set off the buzzer, you need to start again. 3, 2, 1.
Maximum concentration and a steady hand are what's needed here. If you get tense, blood flow increases by up to 400%. This means your muscles tighten up, which affects your fine motor skills and makes precision tasks more difficult. It certainly seems the case with our stressed cheeky. For Monica, however, being relaxed has lowered the heart rate and blood pressure, and her massage will also have loosened her muscles, so they'll be less prone to twitches. Hence our chilled cheeky's success at this task.
Chilled cheeky wins.
So it's 1-0 to Monica. Before the next challenge, a top-up for our girls. For stressed Gabriella, the nails down the blackboard treatment. While the lovely Monica gets to have a nice sit down with some mellow music.
Do you like some cocoa?
Oh, thank you.
Meanwhile, we set up the next challenge, the clarity of thought test.
OK, cheekies, now we're going to get you to sing the words to your song backwards. Here's a reminder. Boys cheeky, that are you. Boys cheeky, that are you. Girls cheeky, that are we. Girls cheeky, that are
We're not looking for anything particularly tuneful here, fortunately. But the girls will only score if they get the words in the right reverse order. The more words correct, the higher the percentage score.
Come.
First up, Monica.
Chill cheeky. 3, 2, 1.
Cheeky boys, no. So, boys, cheeky, you are. Boys, cheeky.
When you feel relaxed, your brain can process information in a clear and logical way. When thought processes are uncluttered, you can act calmly and methodically. However, you can get too mellow, which means your brain isn't sparking at its full capacity, the way it can when you're under pressure.
Chill cheeky scores 43%. Stress cheeky. 3, 2, 1.
Boys cheeky, the are you? Boys cheeky, the are you? Boys cheeky, the are you? Girls cheeky, the are
A stressed brain has more blood flowing through it and increased oxygen levels. This means that because Gabriella is feeling wound up, her mind works at a faster rate and she motors through the task.
Stress cheeky scores 62%.
She wins the challenge and celebrates in characteristic style. It's now 1 each. The final test to come. First, though, a nice lie down and a warm bubble bath for Monica.
Your bath's ready, Poppy.
Thank you.
While cheeky girl Gabriella has a little child minding to do. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and a big basket of fruit. Today, she's got a juicy little blackberry. So what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? Stay tuned for the answer. This is Brainiac, the show that blindfolds science and takes it for a joyride. And still to come, we see if stereos are flame-proof and the results of the experiment you're doing right now. Which fruit floats? Earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her juicy little blackberry sink or does it float? Yes, blackberries sink.
101 uses for a wee. Hey you, athlete man. Do those feet feel a bit itchy after a run around? Maybe you've got athlete's foot. No problem, Sonny. Fix it with some wee-wee. Urine is packed full of ammonia, making it both antifungal and antibacterial. So good that US Special Forces use it to sterilize wounds after surgery. Yes, so next time you get athlete's foot, get a few mates to wee on you. Relief at last. You know it makes sense.
Here's one for you. Why does mineral water that has trickled through mountains for centuries have a use-by date?
Down at the lab, the cheeky girls are helping us to find out whether you perform better if you're chilled or stressed. Cheeky girl Monica is very mellow as she's just had a lovely lie down. Meanwhile, cheeky girl Gabriella is slightly less chilled. She was already a little tense after her previous activities, and an hour in the company of 3 children hasn't helped. Time for the final test, a real brain burner.
OK, cheeky girls, this is the third and final experiment. I'm going to give you a random selection of numbers. You have to remember the numbers and touch the numbered bottoms in the right order.
And if that isn't hard enough, they're going to have to try and concentrate whilst enduring the nauseating rhythm of their hit single, Touch My Bum.
3, 2, 1. Chill, cheeky. 7, 6, 2, 3, 9.
In theory, you can only remember a maximum sequence of 7 numbers.
7, 6, 2.
But we're expecting the cheeky girls to do better, given the huge brain power at their disposal.
Chill, cheeky. 2, 3, 6, 7, 9, 2, 7.
Chilled Monica has had an easy time of it so far today. However, her relaxed schedule seems to have affected her ability to think clearly, in as much as she ever had it. Too much chilling has made her just a little spaced out.
Stress cheeky, 9.
Stress causes the release of adrenaline into the blood, which makes the heart beat faster and increases the blood flow to the larger muscles and the brain. This aids both concentration, remembering the numbers, and muscular ability, slapping of the bottoms. So we are expecting our stress cheeky to perform better at this task.
Chill cheeky scored 12 out of 15. Stress cheeky scored 14 out of 15.
So it's a victory for stressed Gabriella.
The overall results are: chilled Monica performed better on the buzzer test.
Oh, thank you.
Stressed Gabriella performed better on the lyrics test.
Thank you.
And stressed Gabriella performed better on the numbers test.
Yes, I won! Woohoo!
And there you go. By the conclusive margin of 2-1, in our cheeky test, stressed is best.
Cheeky, cheeky.
In 1983, Leather and Lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." Well, we here at Brainiac like to rise to a challenge, and with the help of a Brainiac favourite, the flamethrower, we think we stand a good chance. This flamethrower is burning propane, and the flame produced can burn at temperatures over 1,900 degrees Celsius. The stereo and cassette are made of plastic, and they just can't handle the heat. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a flamethrower. We've created this special Brainiac workstation to simulate what would happen to your average office if there was a sudden rise in ocean levels due to a rapid increase in global warming. We've already established that the PC monitor isn't one of the better items to grab, and neither are cardboard storage boxes. However, a waste paper basket turned upside down worked a treat. This week, when the high water level alarm goes off, what office product will our Brainiac grab? And it looks like he's going for the notice board. This might be a great call by our office junior. He's into the water like a surfer diving off rocks, but will he float? Every cubic centimetre of cork consists of between 30 and 42 million cells, all of which are filled with air. It's been used for centuries because of its ability to float, and even this thin layer on the notice board is proving to be worthwhile. It looks like those millions of air-filled cells have done the trick for our office Brainiac. The cork board, also an office buoyancy aid. OK, here's a test for you. I want you to watch this next film. It shows a group of people passing lunch boxes from one to another. What you've got to do is count the number of times this lunchbox is passed from person to person. Now, it moves quite quickly, so you'll have to watch closely. So, all you have to do is keep an eye on that black lunchbox as it goes from hand to hand, counting the number of passes that are made between the Brainiacs. OK, how many times was it passed around? If you said 12, then well done. But did you notice anything else in the film? Watch it again, only this time don't bother counting the passes. A film like this was recently shown to a group of 400 people. When they were told just to watch this sequence, not to count the passes, most people easily spot the, yes, Brainiac in a bee suit. She was on screen for a full 6 seconds, but did you spot her? In the test group, less than 10% of people noticed her first time round. Scientists call this inattentive blindness. It happens because we have a limited ability to absorb and remember detail when our brain is overloaded with information. But we've done another experiment as part of this show, and we want you to tell us if it's worked. Throughout the programme, we've included a number of deliberate visual errors. Did you spot any of them? Well, here they are.
In 101 uses for a Wii, Athlete Man's socks kept changing colour. First white, then blue, then red, and then back to blue again. At home, Dr. Bunhead started cooking a pan of baked beans for tea. By the end, he's having carrots. And in the adrenaline experiment, our guinea pig was riding in a pink roller coaster, which changed to a blue one, then yellow, before turning back to pink again.
Oh, and yeah, you're right. My clothes did change 3 times in that last bit.
Explosive of the week. We're down at Big Bang Farm. Our Brainiac babes are doing their laundry. They're going to pick an explosive, blow something to smithereens, and then give it marks out of 10. But before we get down to the fun part, the girls must do some serious preparation. And when it comes to big bangs, this lot are true pros. But what explosive will the girls choose this week? After a quick consultation, it looks like a decision has been made. The girls' choice this week? Dynamite. This nitroglycerin-based banger is very powerful, perfect for breaking up the hardest rock. It remains a firm favourite with the old school of shot firer. And today, they're going to make a mess of 2 water-filled wheelie bins. 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. Today's explosive, dynamite, will be fired with a charge through a detonator cord embedded in the core of the explosive. It has the advantage of being waterproof, but one major disadvantage. If you spend too long handling nitroglycerin, it can cause a rapid drop in blood pressure, bringing on a headache, known in the industry as banghead. No headache for our girls, though. They love nothing better than handling something that's gonna go pop. But no explosions till they've got back to a safe area, of course. The girls are ready. The 3 judges are set. Let's go! Well, the girls like it, but what's the official verdict? Only a miserable 2 from Beryl. Massive water plumes not to her liking, obviously. Mavis, though, a lot more impressed. A big fat 8 from her. Whilst Hilda, going for the middle ground as always, scores it 4. The girls are happy enough, so it's back to the laundry.
Welcome to Brainiac, the science show that comes home at 4 in the morning, smelling of whiskey and covered in lipstick.
The big science on Brainiac tonight. Which is faster, my bike, a golf ball, or a firework? John Tickle plays around with X-ray specs and reveals all. We prove that vacuum cleaning really does suck. Brainiacs go out and get smashed as we check out hangover cures, and the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, some truly shocking television. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produce electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. This week, we're going to see if it's possible to seduce a beautiful woman with some smooth, slow dancing, whilst being electrocuted.
I'm terribly sorry. 2 left feet.
Normally, your brain sends an electrical impulse to your muscles telling them when to move, which is important for things that require coordination, like dancing. With this experiment, though, we're providing the muscles with electrical impulses overriding our subject's brain. The dance style is supposed to be slow and romantic, but the muscle contractions make our Brainiac look like a bad breakdancer from the 1980s. Slow dancing. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. If you could dig a tunnel straight through the earth, would you come out feet first?
There are times on Brainiac when we try and answer the really big questions of life. We set up elaborate experiments to try and unlock the big mysteries that beset mankind. This is not such a time, because today I'm going firework racing. This is a rocket. I got it from a very big box of fireworks. This is my bike. Top speed, 190 miles an hour. And over here, this is golfing Brainiac. He likes to hit golf balls all day, every day. And here is his golf ball. Now, I'm standing on the start line, and over there is the finish line. All three of us will be leaving this line at the same time. The question is, which one of us will cross that one first? The golfer. The ball weighs 45 grams. The bat has a graphite shaft and a titanium head. His longest hit is 228 yards, but that was downhill and off a small cliff. His biggest challenge will be to keep the ball in a straight line. He may well knock me off my bike. The rocket. Maximum height travelled 250 foot, all usually upwards. Today, though, it's going to travel along this fishing wire to keep it on the straight and narrow. Me, usually 30 miles an hour residential, up to 70 on the motorway, but today I'm going for it, because I don't want to arrive behind a jumped up banger and a pimpled ball. Right, the deal is that I get a 50-yard run-up. Then, on my approach, the golfer takes his backswing, then when I cross the line, he hits the ball and they fire the rocket off. That way, we all get to cross the start line at the same time. We're off. Place your bets then for the big race. Here we go. And there it is. At 190 miles an hour-ish, I win by the smallest of margins. I'm pretty sure I nicked it. We all got a solid start. All set off at exactly the same time. At nearly top speed, I held the lead at halfway, but the rocket was accelerating and gaining on me. And at the end, well, the high-speed camera there tells the story, and I was wrong. It's the rocket that won it, by a nose. Final official timings, the firework, 6.16 seconds. Me and the bike, a fraction later at 6.18 seconds. And the golf ball, well, the clock's still running on that one. Far from hitting me, he couldn't hit a barn door.
Anybody see where that went? Anybody?
So there you go. Remember, if you're late for work, keep the bike at home, just shove a rocket up your arse.
And you're watching Brainiac.
Thank you very much. Now,
We all like a pint. Nothing wrong with that. In moderation, the odd evening's gentle drinking is probably quite good for us. But what if, say, by accident, one Saturday night, we have 5 or 6 pints too many? What can you do about it the morning after?
This may look like a bit of a kneeser, but it's not. It is, in fact, a controlled scientific experiment. These brainiacs are undergoing a rigorous night's drinking so that we can uncover the answer to one of life's most long-standing questions. Which is the best hangover cure? So, of course, first, they've got to work on their hangovers.
Our brainiacs worked pretty hard in the name of science to complete the first stage of the experiment. They all got completely hammered. Last night's drinking finished at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's now 6:30 a.m. So when they do eventually wake up, there should be some pretty good hangovers. Well, I say eventually. Actually, I mean now.
Good morning, Brainiac. Good morning. Let's have you up. Time to wake up, please. Come on. Morning. Good morning, Brainiac. It's time to get up. Bring your hangover downstairs. Come on. Time to get up. Good morning, Brainiac. Good morning, Brainiac. Time to get up. Time to get up. Oh, Brainiac, please, it's time to get up. Brainiac, time to wake up. Good morning. Good morning, Brainiac.
Yeah. Good morning, hungover brainiacs. Right, if you'd like to make your way down to the end of the room there, divide yourselves, oh dear, into 3 groups of 3 on these tables, if you can. That's pathetic. 3, 3, 3. OK, on each table in front of you, you'll find a notepad and pen. What I want you to do is score your hangover, 1 to 10, in 3 categories. Dryness of the mouth, gut rot, and the headache. You know, shrieking agony or a dull throb. Go on, then. Do it.
Dehydration is the major cause of a hangover. As you drink alcohol, your body is actually losing fluids because it needs more water than usual to process the toxins you've shoved down your neck. Alcohol is also a diuretic. All that weeing gets you even drier. The next morning, the dehydration causes dryness of the mouth and shrinkage of brain cells, the famous morning after head throb. Gut rot also kicks in as you've peed away all those vitamins and minerals your body needs. Lack of quality sleep and remembering all those embarrassing things you did the night before don't help either.
OK, so now we try the various cures. First of all, for this lot, I've got a selection of the kind of stuff you can get from your chemist. We've got a vitamin tablet, paracetamol, a couple of those there, and we've got a sports drink. One of those each, please. Then for this second group, we've got a more traditional remedy and probably a more enjoyable one, the good old full English breakfast. So we've got loads of grease, bacon, sausages, black pudding, mushroom, eggs. See how they get on with that. And finally, for this lot, I'll just go and get it over here, the good old hair of the dog. So, who was on wine last night? I was the wine. That's you. Right. Who was beer? Right. And who was G&T? That was yours. Good. Now, I don't want you just to neck this, OK? I want you just to drink some, a bit, and see how it makes you feel. All right? Well, if everybody's ready, Brainiacs, please begin your cures.
Pills and potions are what people usually reach for the morning after. Painkillers for the headache and isotonic drinks to replace missing vitamins and minerals. Obvious cures, but boy, how well will they do? And what about a traditional English breakfast? Eating food will boost your metabolism, increasing the speed you can process that alcohol. Eggs are particularly good, containing amino acids which help mop up the poisonous chemicals. But too much grease will surely not help that gut rot. The science to support the hair of the dog theory is a little thin, but scientists have come up with one idea. Alcohol consists of ethanol, which the body deals with fairly easily, and methanol, which is harder to process. By the morning, your body has already dealt with the easy stuff and is now onto the tricky methanol. If you drink more alcohol, your liver just goes back to tackling the easy stuff again, making you feel so much better. Until later.
Going down nicely now.
Of course, it might just be that you feel better going back to what you know best, boozing. We'll leave all that medicine to go down and see how they feel shortly. This object has been magnified 60 times. If it's not a girl you take home after a Friday night clubbing, it'll probably be one of these. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments.
This is Brainiac, the science show that tells its girlfriend not to wait up.
Also coming up, we do more bad things with a microwave oven. And Tina Turner and her Bunsen burner are back with another big bang. But first, Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 60 times. You may have woken up on a Saturday morning with a sore head to find some of this on your best clobber. It's kebab meat, but it doesn't look quite as good in the cold light of day.
Stop. The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This is an egg from a chicken, the kind you can buy in supermarkets all over the country. It is, at the moment, uncooked. Microwaved eggs can reach temperatures much higher than if they were simply boiled in water. As it spends time cooped up in the microwave oven, the inside of the egg cooks and expands, eventually forcing the shell apart. Now, it's not, as you can see, the shell that explodes, but the albumin, or egg white.
We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home.
We've all wanted to have X-ray vision like Superman, or X-ray specs like James Bond. And why? Is it so that we can find hidden treasure on the beach? Is it so that we can find lost 2p pieces down the backs of sofas? No, here's why. Anyone who's ever broken a limb or swallowed a metal object they shouldn't have knows that X-ray vision does exist. Take Charlie here. If I had X-ray vision, she'd look something like this. That's because the bone and soft tissue in our body absorb X-rays at different rates. Therefore, if we put a photographic plate behind Charlie when we X-ray her, we can quite easily see where all the bones are. Now, we on Brainiac have endeavoured to find out whether X-ray vision is actually possible. And by that I mean, is it possible to see through people's clothes using science and technology? I really hope it is. Well, don't you three look super? The Brainiacs have been hard at it trying to work out how to see through clothing. They've come up with a theory that says if you use the infrared function on some video cameras, clothing becomes transparent. Now, one of these three lovelies has a message hidden under her dress just for me. I'm going to see whether I can find it. Now then. Right. Nothing obvious there. Or over there. So I guess I'd better try round the back. Right. Oh, hang on. I think I can see a G-string. Right, let's investigate further. And yes, there's definitely something there. It says, get lost. Right, well, thanks very much. I guess I've been told. Brainiac. At some film premieres and gala openings, certain paparazzi photographers have worked out that clothing becomes transparent under flashlight photography. Now, we don't have a paparazzi photographer or a fancy gala opening, but we do have a load of Brainiacs with disposable cameras. Take it away, guys. Most clothing is impervious to light under normal conditions, but under the extreme intensity of flash photography, light passes through the garment, illuminating and reflecting off the white underwear. As the flash lasts for only 1,000th of a second, the human eye doesn't get to see it. Until, that is, the pictures are processed. And there we have it. Under certain circumstances, you can have X-ray vision.
Brainiac's got a new motor, a fresh set of wheels. Comes with all the mod cons, tyres, engine, even windscreen wipers. One lady driver, guaranteed a great runner. But suddenly it doesn't look quite so good when it's put next to a sporty convertible. Only one answer to this, some instant mechanical surgery, courtesy of a diamond-bladed angle grinder. Like a hot knife through butter, it's perfect for removing wheel clamps or surplus to requirements car roofs. At 6,000 revolutions a minute, and with the power to cut through solid steel, it makes short work of the job in hand. Job done. But not quite. We'll still need a helping hand to get the top off. 100 tons of lifting power should do it. Power on, pull up, roof off. Looking good. And now it's perfect for some hot summer cruising down at the beach. Turning your car into a convertible, the lazy man's way.
Bored of all your toys? Don't worry, make your own fun. How about some slime? A bit of corn flour, bit of water, bit of colouring, mix it up. Yikes! Bob's your uncle. Slime. Hours of fun for all the family. It turns into a ball, which turns into a liquid. Cool!
Tina Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to get out her Bunsen burner and blow something up. Once she arrives at location, our superstar's powerful legs carry her across the loose gravel. Tina uses her ample brain to decide which car to explode. This time, it's the hatchback, because she hates family cars. And today, Tina has plumped for a big stick of TNT, a high-velocity explosive which combusts at great speed. Our star is in a bit of a hurry today. She knows that a concert stadium full of adoring fans is awaiting her arrival, so she has to move fast if she's going to get this big bang done before her stage appearance. She puts her chosen explosive in position and departs the scene with equal speed, keen to remove herself from the area of detonation. Tina has a very cunning plan today. She's going to use a remote-controlled car to carry the detonator to the explosive. And the detonating device? It's a sparkler she saved from last year's fireworks night. An adoring Brainiac hands Tina her treasured gold-plated Bunsen burner.
Bunsen burner, Miss Tina.
Sparkler lit, all she has to do now is guide it to its target. Working with the practiced skill of a keen amateur scientist, Tina's nimble fingers send the little toy remote control car to the big white bomb-primed one. One slip of the finger would mean disappointment all round, but Tina has never failed to deliver yet, as the toy car unerringly finds its target. Job done, Tina gives vent to her theme tune. Tina Turner, simply the best at science. Now, back to our boozing brainiacs. This lot all got well and truly hammered, and all in the name of science. The next morning, they're all suffering the consequences with the mother of all hangovers. They've taken 3 cures to try and feel better. The question now is, which has worked best?
OK, it's now been 2 hours since the Brainiacs took their hangover cures. And remember, we have the chemist group, here the fry-up group, and here the hair of the dog group. Since they took their cures, we've told them to just lounge around, relax, put their feet up and take it easy. No physical exercise allowed. Though, to be honest, I don't really think it was ever on the cards for most of them. OK, listen up. It's time to find out how you're feeling now, having taken your cures, all right? So, you'll find in front of you a pad and pen, just as there was before, and it's the same routine. I want you to score yourselves how you're feeling. Dryness of the mouth, gut rot, and for your headache. So if you'd like to do that, please. Kind of now.
Of course, people do swear by other hangover cures. A cold shower, vomiting before bedtime, eating burnt toast, or, less popularly, not necking a shed load of alcohol in the first place.
The mouth is still very dry. I definitely feel more lively. Yep. Oh, yes.
I just feel sick. Gut rot.
About the same, really.
Dryness, Matt. Is that any better, Matt?
Look. Barely.
But how did our various remedies fare in this test?
I think it's a laxative as well. Go 7, have
Yeah, 7.
And the fried bread rehydrates me.
Yeah.
Time for the result.
OK, Brainiacs, if you've finished your scoring, everybody finished, good, it's time to conclude this experiment. I'd like to take your pads off you, fried breakfast group, thank you, hair of the dog, and over here, the medicine group. Right, you all scored yourselves for how rough you felt before you took the cure. You scored yourselves again afterwards. Obviously, the lower the score, the better you're feeling. So, medicines group first. Before you took your medicine, you scored yourself at 22. You felt pretty bad. After your medicine, 17. So that's not bad. That is quite an improvement. That's good. Hair of the dog group here. Now, before you took your cure, 20. Feeling poorly, OK? Afterwards, 18. It's not brilliant, really. Hair of the dog, not desperately good then. And finally over here, the fried breakfast group. Before your breakfast, 20. Feeling poorly. After your breakfast, 10. 10. That's a really big improvement, which means it's now official. We can announce that the world's best hangover cure, scientifically proven, is the fried breakfast.
Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I'd like you to close your eyes and hold out your hand. Now, I would like you to tell me if this is hot or cold.
When a very hot or cold stimulus is applied to the skin, the brain at first only registers that there is an extreme temperature.
That's hot.
No, Mr. Tickle, I'm afraid it's not.
If you can't see the cause, it takes a while for the brain to work it out. One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. Get your thinking caps on and your ideas into us. Who knows, we might just pick you. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Steve Clark. Dear Brainiac, I've heard that eggshells are actually really strong and that you can stand on one without it breaking if you do it the right way. I want to do that. Well, Steve, you can.
Eggshells are designed to be fragile, designed so that baby beaks can easily peck their way out. End-to-end, eggs are at their strongest, where the shape is as important as the material. In architecture, a domed roof is the strongest of designs, as it can hold the weight evenly, so that no single point supports the whole load. Stand on an egg right at the top, and it can also support a huge weight.
No.
Well, in theory.
Well, a lot of eggs have been broken today in the name of science. A lot of baby chicks now will never be born, all because he wanted an answer to his very important question. I hope he's happy. Shaping up now for one more go with the egg shoes.
A dozen shells under each foot, they share the load equally. And if he's lowered straight onto the ends, he's also lowered onto their toughest part. Standing on eggs, an egg walk on egg shoes. He's cracked it.
His name is Steve Clark. He wanted to know if you could walk on eggs without breaking them. The answer, yes.
Thank you. I can do science, mate.
Big John is 7'3" and Little John is 3'11". This is Tall v Small, where we ask the question, which is it better to be? Previously, we established that it was better to be big when trying to negotiate your way down the busiest street in the world, London's Oxford Street. The larger stride and unobscured line of sight gave our big guy the advantage. Today, we're finding out if it's better to be taller or smaller when taking part in a step aerobics class.
Up and down, here we go. Up, down.
Step aerobics not only requires good cardio fitness, it also requires good coordination.
Get the arms going as well.
Generally speaking, tall people have a reputation for being clumsy and uncoordinated, mainly because their limbs have to travel greater distances and at more speed to stay in time.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Being 3'11", however, means the length of your inside leg limits the height you can lift your feet, and therefore the distance you can step up.
Okay, Little John, let's give you a helping hand.
The beauty of step aerobics is that the steps are adjustable.
We don't need that. There you go. Right, okay, Little John, ready? Stretch, step, fly, stretch.
To the untrained eye, it might look like they're both doing well, but in fact, Big John is stepping off with the wrong foot.
Woo! Let's go, let's go!
A lack of oxygen in your body can cause a loss of orientation, and the higher you go, the thinner the air. Think climbing Mount Everest. However, CO2 is heavier than the air we breathe, so being lower to the ground could also deprive you of the much-needed oxygen. Whatever the excuse, both our guys are struggling.
3 more. 2 more. Little John, you're not joining us. Just up and down.
Ultimately, though, it's the gym instructor who makes the decision about whether or not you're better off being taller or smaller in a step aerobics class.
Big John, excellent job, Little John. Come on over. Fantastic. You did a great job, both of you. And I think we have a definite winner, and the winner is Big John!
Next time, we find out if it's better to be taller or smaller when playing hide and seek.
Coming ready or not?
Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Myang Lee and her big basket of fruit.
Today, she's got her hands on a nice, firm banana. So, what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment.
This
is Brainiac, the science show that farts in the jacuzzi of human knowledge.
Also to come, tally-ho, it's time for some toffs to take on our black box. And can CO2 stop rock and roll? But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her nice big banana sink or float? Yes, bananas float.
Brainiac Joe here has a theory, all of his very own. He believes that if you tap the top of a can of fizzy drink after it's been shaken, that'll stop it spraying the contents all over the place. Well, frankly, we're a bit sick and bored of Joe and his theory, so we've devised a cunning little experiment to put his theory to the test. This is simple but effective. We're giving this can a really, really thoroughly good shake. Then we're going to give it to Joe here. He's going to tap the top, according to his theory, and open it in his face. There you go.
Go on, Joe.
Here we go. Come on, Joe, test your theory.
Shaking fizzy drink creates millions of little bubbles. Does tapping the top make them disappear? Where would they go? So, if you're one of those people who does tap the top of their fizzy drink, like Brainiac Joe, you now know not to bother.
Excellent. There you go, Joe. I hope that set your mind at rest once and for all. Your theory is rubbish. Now you can stop going on about it.
1, 2, 3, bring it back.
Here's one for you. Would the ocean be any deeper if it didn't contain any sponges?
Here on Brainiac, we've got our hands on something a bit special, flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made, and it's yellow. So, can anyone destroy it? Our first contenders used 100 single-shot muskets and had little effect. So they called in the big guns. Incredibly, it survived a direct hit from a 12-pound cannon. And then, borrowing a technique pioneered in the Vietnam War, we blew it up with napalm. But the damage, merely cosmetic. This week, we're giving it both barrels as the landed gentry have a crack at it. These shotguns fire hundreds of lead shot from plastic cartridges at 1,250 feet per second. That's 850 miles an hour. They make short work of clay pigeons, but what damage can they do to our box? This man is one of the best shots in Britain, Nick Foster, an Olympic silver medalist who seldom misses. And just in case he does, he's brought his friend Jonty. The 12 balls are loaded and the box is primed to go.
Oh.
Launched into range, the marksmen get it in their sights and let rip. They give it all they've got with both barrels and hit it repeatedly. But having once more taken a hammering from several direct hits, our black box has suffered only light scratches. Leaving our toffs to return to eating quail's eggs and quaffing champagne, while Nick and Jonty leave with their tails between their legs. Next time, can it survive when our black box is lifted to a great height and dropped in a vat of burning acid? In 1983, Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll, but we here at Brainiac know better. A fire extinguisher, aptly named because it puts out fires, but can it extinguish the ear-shattering sound of rock and roll? The carbon dioxide is stored in the cylinder as a compressed liquid at a pressure of around 56 bar. When the CO2 is released, it expands and cools the surrounding air, often to a point where it freezes. That's why it looks like it's been snowing. It's not the force of the blast that does the damage, but the unexpected cold snap. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a fire extinguisher. This is a situation you may well find yourself in, should you be caught unawares by global warming. If it does happen to you, then this experiment is designed to show you which office products you should and should not grab in such an emergency. We've already established some should grabs. They are a waste paper basket turned upside down and the cork notice board. Both had sufficient buoyancy to keep our Office Junior afloat. The same, however, cannot be said for the PC monitor or the cardboard storage boxes. So, when the high water level alarm sounds, our Brainiac will grab one item. Which will it be?
So I couldn't get it to you in time. No, my computer kept crashing. I've got to go. Right.
Well, this is a superb choice. If you were working in an office full of people and survival was foremost on your mind, this would be the obvious one. The empty water bottle is providing an enormous amount of buoyancy, and you can quite clearly see our Brainiac's head there, well and truly above water. The water bottle, also an office buoyancy aid.
Brainiacs, love them. They vibrate, they suck, and they do the cleaning. Vacuum cleaners, probably one of the 20th century's greatest inventions, and I'm sure they're very good at doing all the jobs and stuff they're supposed to do. But we at Brainiac are less interested in the household chores these can achieve, and more interested in questions like, how many of these things would you need to pick someone up?
First things first, to see what kind of suck we can get out of these things. The Brainiac Research and Development Department spent many hours investigating airflow and powers of adhesion. The conclusion, lifting a Brainiac should indeed be possible, with the right machines in the right hands. Not these. So the next stage, to get these babies into the hands of some experts. Bournemouth, a busy hotel. 4 well-worn vacuum cleaners. 4 well-worn cleaning ladies. Their usual stomping ground is the vast corridors and rooms that make up their place of work. But what kind of suck can these ladies generate with the tools of their trade? Only one way to find out.
OK, ladies, we're going to attempt to lift our Brainiac here with your 4 vacuum cleaners. So if Brainiac, you'd like to lie down on the floor, and ladies, if you get your machines charged up and ready for action. Excellent. OK, we're going to start with this arm. Try and find a bit on the arm, and 3, 2, 1, suck. And lift.
Initial tests proved promising. An arm weighs about 15 pounds, and they can do it easily.
Fantastic. Very good. Now we're going to go for the head. So if you can have 2 people on the cheeks, 1 on the forehead, and then 1 sucking the hair. And 3, 2, 1, suck.
The head weighs about 10 pounds, so no problem there.
Keep lifting. Keep lifting. Fantastic. Excellent. OK, great. Let's see if we can do something a little bit harder. We'll go for his left leg and get in there and get a really good tight suction point. 3, 2, 1, suck.
A leg weighs in at 25 to 30 pounds. A little too much for these 4 machines.
Not happening. OK, I don't think we're going to win that one. OK, well, thank you very much, ladies.
The trick, then, to get the right size Brainiac and the right number of cleaners. She'll do. Brainiac Moira, 8 stone, 4 foot 11. 25 brand new, fresh out of the box vacuum cleaners. Positioning is vital to allow each machine good access to a good portion of the available body. 30,000 watts of power. 100 meters of tubing. Juiced up on full suck, ready to apply.
Lie down.
We know that every machine can lift 16 pounds, so the numbers should add up. They should be able to do it with some to spare. But they would all have to get a tight grip, all pull their weight, all pick up together. It needs an even spread of the nozzles and no wasted suction. Each machine must do its bit to get the full effect. All together now. She's up and floating, clear of the ground. She's gripped and hovers. Answer, it takes 25 vacuum cleaners to pick up a Brainiac, a small one. So now you know. Explosive of the week. We're down at Big Bang Farm. Our Brainiac babes are washing their car. They're going to pick an explosive, blow something to smithereens, and then give it marks out of 10. The girls have opted for plastic explosive, a mouldable sausage of high-velocity bomb material, often used by the armed forces. And today, our girls are going to make an explosive mess of their old fridge. 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. But before we get down to the fun part, the girls must do some serious preparation. And when it comes to big bangs, this lot are true pros. Plastic explosive is particularly effective against hard materials such as steel. When it's fired, a compression wave is sent through the target, and then bouncing back, it tears the object apart. So it looks like goodbye to the girls' stash of beer. Wired up and ready. Let's do it then.
3, 2, 1.
The girls delighted as always, but what about the judges? Well, Beryl liked it, a very positive 8 from her. Mavis, not so sure, a middle-of-the-road 5. And Hilda tends to agree, a 6. She never did like that fridge. Well done, girls, you can take the rest of the day off.
Welcome to Brainiac, the science show that Albert Einstein would have invented if he hadn't been so thick.
The big science on Brainiac tonight. CO2, the sequel, racing with fire extinguishers. We use science to turn this softie into a fully fledged heart man.
I'm really angry! No, you're a wuss! Let's say it again! Really angry!
Quiet please, we sneak onto a golf course with bells and whistles.
Yes, you're rubbish!
We get drunk, Brainiac style. And the Brainiac babes will be blowing things up on Explosive of the Week. But first, something really shocking. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produce electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Today, we're going to find out if it's possible to wrap a present whilst being electrocuted. Our Brainiac has the 4 electrode pads placed around his wrists and biceps. Wrapping a present requires a certain level of manual dexterity. Using electrical impulses, the brain tells the fingers what to do and when. However, our equipment overrides those signals, and this causes uncontrollable muscle contractions in the Brainiac's arms. Why the electrical shocks make him produce such strange noises is a mystery. as is the reason behind his impersonations of Shrek. Gift wrapping, one more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. If you try to fail and succeed, which one have you done?
If you're an avid Brainiac fan, you might well remember this wheelchair. I know I do. Yep, that little disaster was all in the name of science, as we experimented with CO2 as an alternative form of transport. We did, in fact, manage to move ourselves on a number of different devices. Some were more successful than others. However, when we decided to take on the sky, it wasn't exactly a success. Maybe what we needed was more power. Meet my new Brainiac craft. It's a beauty. It's based at heart on a child's recumbent trike. Not a most exciting start, perhaps, but from there on, it's all good stuff. 2 canisters of CO2, a familiar form of propulsion now on Brainiac. And most importantly, the addition of this at the back, a Venturi. It works like this. The CO2 leaves the canisters along these pipes. It all comes together at this T-piece here and then down this pipe through this electronically operated valve that's triggered by the fire switch, which I really do like, and then into the Venturi casing itself. Now, there are 16 2mm holes around the circumference of this inside. The CO2 jets out of there, and as it does so and fires up the Venturi, it actually pulls in more air from the atmosphere around and jets the whole lot out the back. It actually increases the airflow 12 times over. All of which means 2 things. Number 1, much more power. Number 2, probably a very big crash.
Time now for the inaugural run. And yes, we're about to go where no man has gone before. I'm sure this is the first time a green recumbent tricycle has ever been rigged and powered like this.
Here we go. This could get messy. 3, 2, 1, fire. We have movement. It's fast. This feels good. Well, it's good. The problem is it dumps all the CO2 very, very quickly, so it's more of a short sprint machine. But I have a feeling it's got what it takes. It might be able to challenge last series winner, the wheelchair. Oh yeah, this'll be a race.
Now, I know from experience that the wheelchair has plenty of power, but it also has plenty of control issues. Those next stretches might not be a bad idea.
3, 2, 1, fire!
Now that's what I call a clear victory, but I will give him one more go to see if he can actually stay on the track. And it looks like he's stupid enough to ignore the handling issues and try.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, fire!
The wheelchair, as usual, off to a flyer, but already it's looking twitchy. There's an old racing adage that says to finish first you must finish. So, a comprehensive victory. We can safely confine the wheelchair to the annals of Brainiac prototypes. CO2 Canisters Mark I has served its purpose. It just isn't quite the right design.
And that really was proper science. The months of research and development since the last series paid off because we started with the wheelchair. But what was power without control? So we honed, developed and refined our techniques and emerged with this magnificent creature. Another spectacular Brainiac triumph. It makes me proud.
And you're watching Brainiac.
Hi, I'm Alan Davis, and you're watching Brainiac.
Tiger Woods loses his rag if he hears the shutter click of a camera while he's lining up his shot. And the crucible can come to a complete standstill just because somebody is unwrapping sweets. And at Wimbledon, how many times have you heard the words, "Quiet, please"? So why in other sports like rugby, football, etc., the crowd's allowed to make as much noise as they want? Why doesn't it put them off? And if it doesn't put them off, maybe it doesn't really put the others off. We thought it was important to investigate.
This is Warren. He's a professional golfer, and like any good professional, he hits the green on a par 3 hole at least 9 times out of 10. That is, of course, when he plays with only the sound of the wind gently blowing through the trees, carrying the calls of the birds who nest in them. So, what happens to his game when he has to deal with this? This noise is provided by the Brainiac Sports Distraction Team, specially trained in the art of distraction. Their job is to be as noisy and as off-putting as is humanly possible. We've made sure that at least one of the team has Tiger Woods' favourite noise, the shutter. And in the early stages of this experiment, it looks like the Brainiac Sports Distraction Team is doing their job well, as Warren looks a little rattled. Ball after ball after ball, he fails to hit the green. And it becomes increasingly clear what the result of this experiment will be. When it comes to golf, crowd noise definitely makes a difference. Warren without distraction was 9 out of 10, but with, he's 5 out of 10. With their job done here, the Brainiac Sports Distraction Team set their sights on some other sports. Join us later in the show as tennis gets the treatment, and we see if we can put some life into lawn green bowls. This object has been magnified 50 times. Although it doesn't look it, it's edible. In fact, they're eaten in their millions every day and are famous for the effects after being digested. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments.
This is Brainiac, the show where we flog science senseless with a knotted rope.
Also to come, from sissy to hardman, the science of violence. And viewer Jade Hudson uses hamster power to fire up her telly.
Good boy, good boy.
Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 50 times. It's very edible and produces gas after consumption. It is the humble baked bean, just as famous for its fibre as it is for its flatulence.
Think of hard men, and you think of the likes of Vinnie Jones, Mike Tyson, and Steve McFadden. Well, maybe not Steve, he's scared of his mother. Anyway, a real hard man is somebody who can just walk into a bar and command instant respect. And we on Brainiac got to thinking about the science behind being hard. For instance, can you turn somebody who is, quite frankly, a bit of a sissy into a hard man in just a few hours?
Every
This is Dominic. He's a softie who wants to be a Hollywood tough guy, just like his hero, the film actor and macho man, Arnold Schwarzenegger. To help him look tough are these three lads. In the middle is Dave. He's into fitness and fighting and has trained for 25 years. To his left and right are Glenn and Chris. Both have been National Open Combat champs. All three take part in demonstration fighting. These boys are hard. The challenge to turn Dominic from a softie into Arnie under the guidance of a trained professional. To find out just how hard Dominic is, or is not, we've designed a test. In true Hollywood style, we've recreated a dodgy bar where dodgy geezers hang out. Dominic's job is to walk into this bar and make himself known. He then needs to demonstrate his athletic prowess by smashing watermelons. And he has to knock over this punch bag. Once that's done, he needs to confront this subject before he wrestles him to the ground. That should be interesting. With him out of the way, Dominic's job is to kick this locked door in, then forcibly remove this geezer from the bar. But first up, this is how it should be done.
I'm angry! And I'm son of a...
Being in the right mental state and projecting an air of self-belief can give you the edge over your opponents. Sports psychology makes up a large part of any athlete's success.
See, the trouble with you don't listen!
Although it may not look it, Dave is actually a nice guy, but that's not the impression he's giving here. For the past 6 years, he's been coaching and practicing mixed martial arts, the sort of thing you can see in most Quentin Tarantino films.
Come on!
A lot of what Dave is doing is not just about strength or size, it's timing and technique. Now, the final hurdle. This is where their skills as stunt fighters really come into play.
I'll throw you out! Had enough of you!
You'll be pleased to know Chris is wearing protection.
When I tell you you're out, you're out! You don't listen to me, do you?
Remember, these guys are trained professionals, so please don't try this at home or at your local. So that's the demonstration over. Time now for our wannabe to show us what he's got.
I'm angry and I'm a son of a...
Well, he's not exactly projecting an air of invincibility. At this stage, his only weapon would be incapacitating his opponent due to laughter. He doesn't handle the bat with any athletic grace either, and looks more Hugh Grant than Grant Mitchell. And this is a classic example of poor technique. That is not a punch. He's supposed to knock it so it stays down, and if he can't handle that, how's he going to handle this? I don't think I can watch. So things not going quite to plan. And no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get the door to open. And right about now, it goes from bad to worse.
I thought I told you to leave.
You talking to me, mate?
Yes, I am.
As well as having the tables turned on him, our softie also gets a free dental examination.
You hear me?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, he ain't. Dave and the boys have got some work to do.
Dominic, wrap it up, wrap it up. We're going to have to make you look just a little bit harder. I'm going to get you into these and give you a little bit of training, and let's get through this system a little bit better. Come on, son, with us.
You all right?
Yeah.
Are you testing it, mate?
Join us later in the show as our softie goes through some intensive training. Can the boys turn him into a movie hero?
I'm really angry! That's it! That's what I want!
Can you fail a drink-drive breath test without actually having a drink? Down at the lab, 3 Brainiac guinea pigs have 3 portions of booze-laden food. None of them have had a drop for 2 days. But will this lot be enough to make one of them fail a drink-drive test?
3, 2, 1.
And they're off.
On the left, Liqueur Chocolate's Brainiac has a stash of the finest Christmas treats packed full of concentrated spirits, brandy, whiskey and rum. But is there enough alcohol inside to fail the test? In the centre, Caravan Brainiac is guzzling chicken in a red wine sauce. Now, the gravy is laced with the finest claret, but there's plenty of filling meat to consume alongside. But how much would he have to scoff before the cops flag him down? And on the right, Sherry Trifle Brainiac is making her way through several pots of her mum's favourite pud. She'll need to get a lot of sherry down to win this race, but also a lot of synthetic cream. She's probably going to throw up first. Once they think they've got enough alcohol on board, they get breathalyzed. And remember, it's the first to fail the test who wins. Now, this is the machine that's set at the legal limit for driving. 2.5 pints or 3 pub measures of spirits should set it off. But how much food will that require? Quick sluice of water to clear the excess alcohol from his mouth, and it looks like Chocky Chomping Brainiac is ready to have a go first. He's had 30 liqueur chocolates so far, and remember, you've got to fail the test to win the race.
Pass.
No, not yet. He needs to munch his way through far more sweets than that to cross the finish line. Cocky Cockovan Brainiac knew that the other guy went off too fast, and he's packed away a good few plates of wine-laced chicken in the meantime. And now, it looks like, yes it is, he's ready to try his luck too.
Blow for 5 seconds.
The drink drive limit is 0.8.
You've passed.
And he's also fallen short. It's going to take a lot more concentrated binging. That food looks a lot less appetizing now. Sherry Trifle Brainiac looks as if she's biding her time. She's obviously decided to put in some steady laps before she troubles the scorer. Oh, and here goes Liqueur Boy again. He's had 4 full boxes now. That's 64 chocolates, and he's feeling pretty damn hopeful. Slightly tipsy he may be. But no, once again, short of the line. Chicken Boy, well, he's not far behind. 2 whole birds, about half a litre of Bordeaux lace gravy.
You passed.
No siree. Back to the dinner table, you gimp. And here she comes at last, Trifle Brainiac. She's held off till now, but she's ready to throw her hat into the ring. And she looks pretty confident.
You passed.
Too confident. 0.8 is the mark, and she's a trifle down. Down to the last lap now, they sprint for the line. Desperate shoveling of mountains of food is the only way they're going to do it. They've got to get it in, and they've got to keep it down. So who's next to try their hand? And it's Liqueur Chocolate Brainiac. He's ready to go again. Now, this could be his last bid, because I'm sure he's not going to keep that lot inside him for very much longer. He's trained hard for this day. He's eaten 108 Sweeties crammed full of fortified spirit. It's been a long, hard slog, but has he done it? Oh, yes, he has. He's over 0.8. It's a taxi ride home for this Brainiac as he takes home the gold medal as Alcoholympics champion. So just remember this, don't eat chocolates and drive.
Late for work? In a hurry at breakfast? Here's a tip. Don't make toast with white bread. Use brown instead. Whoa! Brown bread cooks faster than white because it absorbs more heat and reflects less radiation from the toaster. Try it!
This is an experiment to see if crowd noise really is distracting. We want to know why the crowd has to be quiet in some sports, but not in others. Earlier, our golfer, who normally hits the green 9 out of 10 times, only managed to hit it 5 out of 10 with the presence of the Brainiac Sports Distraction Team. Now it's time to turn our attention to the highly strung. This is Marcus, and he's a tennis pro. He lives, eats, sleeps, and breathes tennis, and in between all of that, he coaches. Now, a world-class player will get his first serve in around 74% of the time. Our Marcus isn't quite up to that, but he does manage to put his first serve in our designated area 62% of the time. That's without any kind of distraction. So what happens to his game when we let the Brainiac Sports Distraction Team loose? With no umpire to utter the words "quiet please," Marcus now has to contend with the childish antics of a bunch of brainless brainiacs. Our flag-waving brainiac is trying to get him to commit the cardinal sin of sport, taking your eye off the ball. All the while, Marcus is attempting to knock ball after ball in so we can establish if the noise is having a detrimental effect. After numerous serves, we have the information we need. Before the distraction, Marcus nailed 62% of his first serves. With the distraction, his accuracy actually increased to 71%. So there it is, irrefutable proof that there is no real reason for the umpires to say, "Quiet, please." Roll on, Wimbledon. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, would you please hold your nose? And now hum for me.
When you hum, the nasal passage opens and the soft palate is lifted. If you block the airflow, it prevents the hum, as the sound is dependent on a steady passage of air.
Sorry, nurse, I can't do that.
Goodbye.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down. I can do science, babe. If you've written into Brainiac, we will find you.
Where's the hamster?
What?
Where's the hamster?
Today we're in Todmorden, grabbing amateur dramatics fan Jade Hudson and Ipswich the hamster. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Jade Hudson. Dear Brainiac, my electricity bill is killing me. I want to know, my hamster loves running on his wheel. Can I harness his energy to power my telly? Suppose so.
First, let's get the generator built. Well, not us, it's her stupid idea after all. Hamsters run on average for 6 hours a day. Actually, usually at night, being nocturnal animals, but we're hoping Ipswich is going to make a bit of an exception, just for us. Don't worry, little fella, you're in safe hands. A Brainiac who spent yesterday blowing up microwaves. In order to produce electricity, he's going to have to power up a small generator attached to his wheel. Being plastic, it's non-conductive. We don't want him getting electrocuted on the job. Our first concern is his safety. Actually, scrub that. Our first concern is getting some power out of him. We won't start him off with a telly, though. We don't want to scare the little tyke. Let's see if he can power up a light bulb first. In one revolution, a hamster will usually travel 1 foot in 1 second. At that speed, it would only take it 374 years to run to the moon.
Come on, Ipswich, run.
We're not asking Ipswich to do that. Yet.
Go on, Ipswich. Go on.
But at least he has managed to run fast enough to get the light bulb going.
Go on, Ipswich, go on. Good boy. Come on, good boy, go.
So, Ipswich the hamster is generating electricity, but just exactly how much power does he have in his little legs? Bring on the telly.
This is a bit of a tougher proposition. A television needs 80 watts of electricity to get it going. That's a lot of running for a small rodent.
Go on, Ipswich, go on. Go on.
Go for it, Ipswich. Get those little legs working.
Good boy. Good boy.
Surely this kind of work rate should be enough to power up a few minutes of telly. Nothing. Not even the Home Shopping Channel. Poor old Ipswich, he's trying his best, but frankly, it just isn't good enough. The little mite's exhausted.
Her name is Jade Hudson. She wanted to know if her hamster could power her television by running on his wheel. The answer? No.
I can do science, me.
I'm very angry.
Earlier in the show, we established that this guy is truly soft by running him through a specially designed course that replicates a dodgy boozer. Our mission is to see if we can turn this wuss into his Hollywood hero, Arnold Schwarzenegger, in just a couple of hours by arming him with the necessary skills.
Respect, mate.
The first change to be made was the colour of his clothing. Black is the colour of choice for hard men, or skin-tight yellow if appearing on Kill Bill 3 is your ambition. It might not make much of a difference, but our softie needs all the help he can get. First up, an attitude adjustment.
Just stare, harder. Don't smile, harder. Get really angry. Now just say that before you hit that bag. I'm really angry.
I'm really angry.
I ain't angry, really angry.
I'm really angry.
Really angry.
I'm really...
That's it. That's what I want. Getting all that bag.
The next step was to work on his technique. Getting power into a punch means using the whole body.
Not that, because you won't feel nothing. Your body weight behind the elbow, it feels it all. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. Come on, Dominic, and again.
And this principle can be applied to other areas in the physiology of fighting. Force equals mass times acceleration. So by using the whole body, you increase the mass and therefore the force of the blow. This science can also be applied to the physics of kicking doors in.
Generating power is all about going through. So when you're there, you must make sure your foot can actually go through the door and your body weight behind it. That's it, keep it lower. Remember, the lock is there. You've got to bust that. Excellent! Excellent!
Ever wondered how small guys manage to successfully manhandle big guys? Again, it's all down to technique, using balance and leverage.
You're going to get right underneath him, so when I'm here, my head is going to do all the lifting work.
Back muscles are one of the biggest muscle groups in the human body, and harnessing their power makes moving a bigger object easier.
Look how easy that was. You've done that exercise perfect.
And just when we thought he was getting used to it, he finds himself a little shaken at the prospect of actually having to hit this guy.
This arm's going to slip right up his back. If you have to throw a few knees in just to shock him, throw a few knees in, just to keep him stunned up in case he starts struggling. But that groin shot should just give him enough to realise you meant business. Don't be shocked. He was going to do ya. Let's go. Oh, that's better. That's better, Dominic. That's it. Enjoy it.
It's been a steep learning curve as he's come to terms with the harsh reality of trying to be like Arnold. So with one intensive training course under his belt, can our softie elevate himself into the realm of the hard?
I'm angry and I'm a son of a...
Well, that's a much better entrance than his first attempt. So far, so good. That took him 3 attempts pre-training. The coaching has helped, and he's getting all of his weight into the swing. He might even be able to hit a home run.
I told you!
Now remember, the aim is to look tough without actually causing any harm. Not that he looks like he would. Here comes the first big challenge. And just look at his body language. He's starting to believe he's hard. Pre-training, he couldn't get the door to move, but now he's a one-hit wonder. This is the big test, though. Will he be the intimidator or the intimidated?
Thought I told you to leave.
You talking to me? Yes, I am.
While the practice has paid off, he's quickly applied the arm lock and done it with confidence. Well, his execution of the various techniques hasn't been too bad. He started off soft, and while he's nowhere near becoming Arnold Schwarzenegger, he has taken a step in the right direction. And that, in the world of science, is called progress. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today, she's holding her plump and juicy mango. So what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that pulls down the trousers of science and spanks it with a slipper.
Also to come, Dr. Bunhead peddles more unwanted science tricks down at his local. Spoil sports, the Brainiacs are let loose on lawn bowls. But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her plump and juicy mango sink or float? Yes, mangoes sink. All the way to the bottom of the pool. And then again, mangoes float. Depending on the mango. Nice one, Prof.
Here's one for you. If someone told you that they were a pathological liar, would you believe them?
Earlier in the show, we established, using our Brainiac Sports distraction team, that a noisy gallery in golf has a detrimental effect on the game. Well, it did for our Warren anyway. But when it came to tennis, ignoring the umpire's call for quiet please actually made our tennis pro, Marcus, a much better player. He improved his first serve ratio by 9%. Now, we here at Brainiac take no prisoners. So now we turn our attention to lawn bowls. This is Maurice Zollo. He's a bowling champion and even has his name on the trophy to prove it. Like any good bowling champion, he can place his wood within a 2-foot radius of the jack 85% of the time. That's what makes him a champion. Normally, the only kind of distraction he has to put up with is the, well, nothing, really. Except maybe the odd admiring glance from the gallery. Of course, the ultimate question is how will he perform under the watchful eyes of the Brainiac Sports distraction team? Now, you may be thinking Maurice is deaf. Not true. He could hear a pin drop in any old room. Even when our Brainiac team pulls out the close quarter techniques, he remains completely unflustered. Maurice is the Iceman. So far, we've established that the silence on the tennis court serves no great purpose, and it looks as if we're about to turn the game of lawn bowls on its head. Nothing the Brainiac team seems to do puts Maurice off his game. It's as if they weren't even there. His percentage without distraction was 85, but now he's getting within 2 foot of the jack a remarkable 94% of the time. Can athletes perform under the pressure of a noisy crowd? They most certainly can. Unless, of course, your game is golf. In 1983, leather and lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." But we here at Brainiac are prepared to have a crack at anything. Of course, it's easier to do it with one of Brainiac's favourite things, TNT. It's an explosive that needs to be fired from a safe distance. TNT produces a powerful blast pressure due to the high velocity at which energy is released. Typically, 1 gram of TNT produces about 1 litre of gas, which is a 1,000-fold increase in volume. At speed, that's what does the damage. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with trinitrotoluene.
Dribble, spittle, slobber. Apparently, the juices that flow in your mouth can tell an awful lot about you. The theory goes that the more shy and retiring you are, the more saliva you produce. Sounds like one to tackle in the Brainiac lab, I think.
Here we go, then. This is Darren. Darren is an introvert.
Oh, good afternoon, Darren. Welcome to the Brainiac Lab.
Hello. Hi. This is Simon. Simon is an extrovert. Two perfect candidates then. So, Darren, he's a bit of a quiet chap, one of life's shy, retiring types. For him, a typical Saturday night entertainment usually involves a takeaway, a crossword, and looking at pictures on the internet. Simon, on the other hand, is what you might call a bit of a lad. The first to get up when the karaoke machine starts. He's got a joke for every occasion and confidently regards himself as the life and soul of any party. So, does Darren produce more saliva than Simon? Let's find out. In preparation for this experiment, these two haven't been allowed to eat anything for a whole day. So we're hoping that watching others enjoying some tasty snacks will start the juices flowing in their mouths. People salivate to lubricate the mouth in preparation for eating. Unfortunately for our hungry guinea pigs, they're not actually going to get any of this tasty food, as we're only interested in their spittle. The part of your brain which makes you salivate is the same bit which makes you respond to social contact. It's called the reticular activating system. In introverts, it's especially active. These people apparently react more strongly to meeting others than more outgoing types, and also produce more saliva. Every drop counts. We've told them no swallowing of their spit is allowed. We're hoping a hot fish supper also proves to be a mouth-watering prospect. The smell helps too. Spittle flowing nicely. The final treatment, some lemon licking. This should drain the last drops from their glands. Okay, time's up. The unenviable task of measuring the gob. Now remember, it's the quantity of the spittle that counts, not the quality.
The results. Simon produced 1.5 cubic centimetres of saliva, and Darren produced 2.5 cubic centimetres.
So, what have we learned? Well, the meek may inherit the earth, but watch out for their sloppy kisses. This could happen to you. You suddenly find yourself surrounded by water whilst working in your office. You've been caught completely unawares by global warming. What do you do? Well, we've already established that cardboard storage boxes are one of the worst things you can grab. But on the other hand, an empty water cooler bottle provided excellent buoyancy. This is a process of elimination, designed to help you decide what you should and should not grab in this situation. So, what will our Brainiac grab this time? Well, he's heard the alarm, and he's gone for the corner storage boxes, and look, he's turned them upside down to try and trap the air inside. It's not a bad attempt by our Brainiac, but as you can see, the trapped air quickly escapes. Again, the cardboard compound providing no buoyancy for our Brainiac. He really is struggling to keep himself afloat. So, corner storage boxes, another office product you should avoid if you're looking for buoyancy. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to pie and mash.
I tell you what, mate, this will really impress you. I bet you I could turn that pint upside down and not spill it at all.
You can do it yourself.
Go on, then.
Okay.
Yeah, right, OK. Yeah, but without the card. With this. A super polymer which absorbs up to 40 times its volume in moisture. And now you will see I have made beer jelly.
Blue.
And this I can turn upside down and not spill a drop. Now, if you keep the camera running, I'll hit... Oh, hang on. Oh, come on. There's a chance.
Explosive of the week. We're down at Big Bang Farm. Our girls are having a friendly kick around. After the game, they're going to pick an explosive, blow something into little pieces, and then give it marks out of 10. But what explosive will the girls choose this week? After a quick consultation, it looks like a decision has been made. And their chosen explosive today, flash powder. So called because it burns so fast, it's gone in a flash. It's mainly used in pyrotechnic displays, but today they're going to blow up their grandma's old dresser, full of their favourite childhood toys. 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10. But before there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Only the slightest spark is needed to unleash the lethal potential of flash powder, and it's also extremely sensitive to impact and friction. Should be safe tucked into these soft toys, though. And the girls are careful not to drop any. Handle with care is their motto today. It looks like the girls have done the deed. The judges are set. Go on then, Olive. Let's make shrapnel.
3, 2, 1.
Yes, that's a good one. Bang over, the judges compare notes and give their verdicts. And oh dear, Beryl must be in a terrible mood. Only 2 from her. Mavis not impressed either. Only 4? At least Hilda enjoyed it. A joyful 7 is her score. Well, that's what the judges think, and the rest of the girls seem happy too. So it's off back down to the Big Bang Farm.
Welcome to Brainiac, the science show that's a bit like GCSE physics, but with more girls in bikinis and less physics.
The big science tonight. Can we make this Brainiac give up smoking by stabbing him with a compass? Fill her up, love. We check out petrol power. John Tickle uses science to pick a date for the evening. And Tina Turner, some gunpowder and her Bunsen burner. Stand well back. But first, let's get shocking. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produce electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. This week, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to paint whilst being electrocuted. The object for our Brainiac is to recreate the skull and crossbones logo. Both of his arms have electrode pads attached to them. When there's no current flowing, he has total control over his limbs. At this stage of the experiment, there's more paint on the floor and the Brainiac than there is on the canvas. With each 2-second burst of electricity, our Brainiac experiences strong muscle contractions. Painting. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. Do fish get thirsty?
We've all done it. Played petrol station roulette. You know how it goes. You're running low on petrol and you put it off and you put it off and then you just don't know if you'll make the next station. Well, have you ever stopped to wonder what's the best thing to do? Should you drive really, really slowly? Or maybe try and coast as much as possible? Or maybe just get it over with, go for it and drive as fast as you can to get to the station before you run out? Well, today on Brainiac, using this Brainiac mobile, we're going to find out. For this experiment, the Brainiac mobile will no longer get its fuel from the standard fuel tank. It'll now get it from his specially designed visible tank. This enables us to monitor the effectiveness of each method. OK, so for my first attempt, I shall be using the slowly approach and resisting my natural inclination to just boot it and see how far an almost pedestrian pace will get me. It works. OK, here we go. Right, we're accelerating gently. Let's get up to 30 miles an hour. The idea is to drive around this 500-metre course as many times as possible until the fuel runs out. We'll record the number of laps completed and compare our results at the end.
Actually, this is quite boring.
All this tarmac and I'm only allowed to go 30. It's a crime. Slowly but surely the fuel is going down. Sooner the better, I say. Get this over and done with, and then let me give it some proper foot-down welly.
Any slower and I might as well be towing a caravan. This is torture.
The object of this experiment is to determine the best way to get to point B with very little fuel. Now, while this method seems to be efficient, it's not without its hazards.
The other danger of this technique, of course, is that you actually do die of boredom, crash. Then you've got more worries than just running out of petrol.
Still, this is science, and we can't let boredom stand in the way of discovery. I'm sure Ernest Rutherford even had a few dull moments before splitting the atom. Eventually, with 13 laps under the belt, the fuel is almost gone. And believe it or not, it's starting to get exciting.
Oh, I've nearly got through all of the petrol in the bottle, which means I'm going to be down to just whatever is in the lines and the carburettor itself. In fact, that's it. The last bit's gone.
Amazingly, this method is so efficient that I managed to complete another 2.5 laps.
Oh.
Thankfully, method 1, after 15.5 laps, is finally over.
Rescue, please. OK, so the going slowly technique took me for 15.5 laps. Join us later on Brainiac when we try method number 2, the accelerate and coast technique. See if that takes me any further. Come on, then. Come on, press on. Brainiacs are getting weaker.
Hello, I'm Paul Ross, and you're watching Brainiac. You lucky people. Oh, yes, 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 bring it on!
Tina Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to get out her Bunsen burner and blow something up.
Step this way, Tina.
On arrival at the scene, our voluptuous chanteuse hobbles gracefully into place. Having just stepped from the stage of a mediocre concert, she's keen for something to lift her spirits. And what better than another car wreck? Pondering the vehicles, she opts for a blue one to match her mood. Today, her plan is to lay out a long length of guttering, which will then carry her source of ignition to the car of her choice. This is how Tina loves to spend her spare time. After all, even an international superstar needs a hobby. It's warm work for our singer, but it's going to get even warmer when the fireball goes up. Gutter laid all the way up to the petrol tank of the car, Tina receives the igniting charge of the day. Gunpowder. A trail of it all the way along the path, and there's a little in the car itself just to help the bang along. Then our star receives the vital tool of her explosive trade.
Your Bunsen burner, Miss Turner.
It takes a moment to start up, but when it goes, the carbon and sulfur burn rapidly in the oxygen released by the potassium nitrate. Fizzling along its chosen path, Tina's devious plan nears its inevitable conclusion. A tense moment, waiting for the charge to arrive. Then up she goes. And up goes Tina, launching into her thing. Tina Turner, simply the best at science.
The truth can sometimes be difficult to get to the bottom of. That's why over the years, millions of pounds have been spent on developing lie detectors. But do they really work? Well, to find out, we're going to be putting John Tickle to the test. He'll be using various forms of lie detection to try and determine which of two girls is telling the truth about what they're wearing.
This is Shelley. She's not wearing very much at all, and she will be telling the truth. Her description about what little she is wearing will be 100% truthful. And this is Kelly. She's wearing the latest in hair curling products, pure polyester, and she smokes 40 fags a day. She's going to be utterly and completely lying about what she's wearing.
Tickle's challenge is to choose his date.
If he can spot the liar, he'll be fed whipped cream and strawberries by this beauty. But if he guesses wrong, he'll be fed a cold, greasy breakfast by our other stunner. So, first things first, Tickle has to be led blindfolded into the room and placed in position. At no stage has he seen Kelly or Shelley because, quite frankly, we'd like to see him get it wrong. With the girls in place, it's time to put Tickle to the test with the first of 3 devices.
Right, the first device I'm going to try is this little gizmo, created from plans downloaded from the internet. It has 2 metal handles connected by these wires to this box. The theory is that when you lie, you become stressed. When you become stressed, you sweat, and the sweatier your hands are, the more current will pass between them. That's the theory anyway. Brainiac?
Now, hopefully, this rubbish bit of kit will steer him completely in the wrong direction.
Hi, Shelley speaking.
Hello, Shelley, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, I'm just going to ask you a few questions. Are you holding the handles?
I am holding handles, yes.
I'll just center the device then. Right, could you tell me what colour underwear you're wearing, please?
I'm wearing black underwear with white pinstripes and black lacy patches.
And could you tell me your cup size, please?
34B.
And could you tell me, do you prefer tanga briefs or thongs?
I would say thong.
You prefer a thong, right. Well, I can't tell very much from that at all. It's not moving very much. Never mind, I'll speak to you later, Kelly.
OK, goodbye.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye.
Inconclusive.
Right, that's good for us. He has no clues at this stage.
Hello there.
Hello, Kelly, how are you?
Oh, you know my name.
Yes, I do, yes.
Good, I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent. Could you tell me what colour underwear you're wearing, please?
Well, I have black underwear. Anything else to know?
Yes, I'd like you to tell me your cup size, please.
38D.
Good. And could you tell me whether you prefer a tanga brief or a thong, please?
Oh, thong every time.
2 for 2 on the thongs. Bit of a pattern emerging. Thank you very much, Kelly.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Absolutely no movement there either. I think this thing's rubbish. Next experiment, please.
Will John Tickle's faith in technology be his undoing? Join us later in the show to find out which of our lovely ladies he thinks is telling porkies. Will he get it wrong? We certainly hope so.
You're a feisty little thing, aren't you?
This object has been magnified 20 times. In this state, it can be found in a number of unexpected places, and while it can be put in your mouth, it's not exactly edible. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments.
This is Brainiac, the science show that orders an extra hot vindaloo and then demands more chilies.
Also to come, we catch up with ketchup down at the lab. And John Tickle chooses his girl. But first... Earlier, we showed you this. It's an object that's been magnified 20 times. Stick your hand under any seat or table in a public place, and you'll probably find a piece. Yep, it's chewing gum that's been well and truly chewed. Stop!
The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This is a grape which has all but been sliced in half. When energy is added to an object, it turns from a solid to a liquid and finally to a gas. When energy is added to a gas, it turns into plasma. The two halves of the grape act as a kind of antenna, attracting the microwave's radiation to the intact skin in between. The small explosions you can see is plasma, formed as the gas from the burning skin is ionized.
We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. Now, we're in the process of testing to see which method is best to use if you're about to run out of fuel and the nearest petrol station is miles away. Earlier in the show, I tried method 1, the slowly approach.
While this approach might be the most prudent, it's also the most boring. Oh yes, there are definitely lots more ways you can have fun in a vehicle. When the fuel ran out, I completed 15.5 laps. That's now the benchmark to beat.
I shall now try method 2, the accelerate and coast technique. Basically, I'll accelerate to 40 miles an hour and then put the car into neutral and let it coast. Once my speed drops to 20, I'll accelerate again to 40 and then coast again and then so on, until I run out of fuel. See if this gets me any further. Strangely, I don't think it will.
The success of this theory depends on whether or not the distance I travel while coasting is going to be more beneficial than the amount of fuel I use getting myself back up to speed.
Now we're slowing, now we're slowing, now we're slowing. Now we're slowing. OK, now I'm accelerating.
Of course, this method also has its challenges.
Oh no, I'm at full speed into the corner. I've got to coast. That's very difficult. It doesn't like it. I'm slowing. The engine's stalled. Start it again.
The Brainiac Mobile really isn't the most highly tuned vehicle, so this method is also using extra fuel restarting the engine.
I have to brake. Oh no, stall again. Keep it idling. Go! There we go. Now accelerate. Come on.
After 8 laps, it looks like this is going to be close. The fuel consumption appears to be about the same. Have we found a more fuel-efficient way of travelling?
Got to brake a little bit.
For this method to be a success, we have to beat 15.5 laps.
OK, I've nearly used up all the fuel in my bottom. So then I'm going to be back on whatever's in the lines in the carburetor.
With method 1, I managed to get 2.5 more laps out of the petrol remaining in the fuel line. I don't know if this method will go the distance.
Oh, I think it might have gone. I don't know. Oh.
And that's it. Close, but not close enough. Just 1 3/4 laps short.
Well, so much for the accelerate and coast method. 13 3/4 laps. Didn't do so well. Join us later when I'll try method 3, the bat out of hell. Will a mad dash for it get me any further? Come on.
The appliance of science. Today, it's centrifugal force. And it's a day at the library for Dad and his lad. Dad knows that centrifugal force occurs when an object is spinning very fast.
Stop it now, Dad. Yeah, please.
When you spin, everything is pushed to the outside of the circle. So remember, kids, don't mess with centrifugal force.
In 1983, leather and lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." But we here at Brainiac are pretty confident we can. All you need is a keen eye, a steady hand, and a double-barreled shotgun. Shotguns fire hundreds of lead shot at 850 miles an hour. It's no contest. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a double-barreled shotgun. This is John Tickle using technology to try and detect the truth. In the rooms behind him are two lovely ladies that he's not seen. Using various forms of lie detection, he's trying to spot the fraud. Shelley here is being completely truthful, whereas Kelly is blatantly lying.
I have black underwear.
If Tickle can tell who's lying, he'll be fed strawberries and champagne by Shelley. If he can't, it's a day-old greasy fry-up from our other looker. This is device number 2.
Ah, thanks very much. This little device costs about 50 quid, and it's supposed to work by analysing the frequencies of your voice and detecting stress levels. Let's hope it works a bit better than my last device.
Now, with any device that analyses your voice, it first needs to know how you sound when you're not lying. To calibrate it, basic questions are asked. Once that's done, the lie detection can begin. The less you see of the apple, the more stress the person is under. Now remember, Kelly is our liar.
Tell me a bit more about your underwear preferences. Are you a lacy person or a frilly girl?
Frilly.
I'd say I like a bit of both, actually.
When it comes to bras, are you underwire or those little silicone gel fellas?
Definitely underwired. No silicone gel for me, thank you.
Well, at 38D, I don't need either.
Right, interesting response. Excellent, thank you very much. I'm getting a bit of a clue about Kelly. Right, next test, please.
Well, it looks like he might have detected a bit of a lie, but I suspect it's more Tickle than technology. We're upping the kit for device number 3, and who knows, he could still swing either way.
This piece of computer software should give a more accurate result. It's similar to the software that some insurance companies use to help detect fraud.
Hello.
Hello, Shelley, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Excellent. Now, could you tell me a bit about the room that you're in, please?
Well, I'm surrounded with long red crushed velvet curtains.
Yeah, I'm in my bedroom at the moment. I'm lying in a king-size bed.
I'm lying on a long sofa with a red satin sheet.
A tiger rug on the floor, and the lighting's soft.
Excellent, that sounds very nice. And what do you like wearing in bed?
Usually nothing, actually.
Perfume?
Just perfume and nothing else?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, interesting. And last question. Do you prefer your man to wear briefs or shorts?
Oh, boxer shorts, definitely. No briefs for me, thank you.
Well, I'd like him to be stalkers like me.
Oh, interesting. You are a feisty little thing, aren't you? Thanks very much, Kelly. I'll be back to you shortly. Some very interesting results there. I've got a funny feeling that Shelley is telling the truth. You can see here she was slightly excited and slightly confused, but all in all, only some inaccuracies were detected.
That's Shelley's results, but what about Kelly?
No lies or inaccuracies were detected. Rubbish. Well, that's our experiments over. If I'm going to go with the machines, apparently I've got to go for Kelly. But if I trust my own intuition, Shelley's going to pick it, I think. So, on balance, Shelley's winning it. Door number 1, please.
Oh, what a disappointment.
Oh, actually, I'm just going to check what I could have had.
If only he'd believed the machines, it would have been so much more fun for us.
Lucky escape. I must have picked right.
So, lie detectors. Well, in this case, Tickle's sixth sense proved to be more accurate than our technology. How very annoying. Brainiac Joe wants to give up smoking. He spends many hours lurking outside buildings in the cold. He's on 20 a day and has been for the last 5 years. He's been offered a course of acupuncture to help him give up, but it would cost 100 quid. We think that's a bit of a rip-off. 100 quid just to have someone stick a few pins in you. So we're stepping in with our very own Brainiac acupuncture kit. Meet Ken Wan Ho. He's going to be our acupuncturist. Strictly speaking, he's not an expert in the field. Strictly speaking, he cooks our weekly takeaways at the Chinese canteen, a regular Brainiac Friday night favourite. We decided we needed a Chinese person to do our version of acupuncture, as it is an ancient Chinese treatment. After all, anyone can call themselves an acupuncturist without any qualifications, so we reckon Ken should be allowed to have a go. The big question is, can he get Joe to stop smoking by stabbing him with bits from a geometry set? First things first, to give him a crash course training session in his new line of work, and a little cash for his time.
What we talked about?
Yes, he looks happy with
I'm
that.
just going to run through a few of the basics of acupuncture with you, because we're
The theory behind acupuncture is that the insertion of needles into the body unblocks invisible qi energy.
Upper lung here and the lower lung here.
This then balances the opposing forces of yin and yang. Now, our Ken wouldn't recognise qi if it reared up and kicked him, but he is willing to give this acupuncture thing a go. Joe has to have complete faith in the treatment for it to work, so we're keeping Ken's whole lack of medical training thing a bit of a secret. And he's started a video diary.
I'm not sure how effective it's going to be. I'm fairly cynical and sceptical about the whole thing, but, you know, I really want to give it a good go, and with a bit of willpower and self-belief, I think I can do it.
Time then for his first course of treatment.
Hello, my name is Dr. Li Tai, and I'm going to help you cure your smoking with acupuncture. Let's go and do something.
Well, Joe doesn't look too sure about all this, but he is going along with it. First, Kenny gives Joe his checkup.
Now, are you allergic to any sort of drugs or anything like that?
Not the ones I've taken, no.
Okay. We better test your reflexes and see.
Without medical training, he's taking a bit of a wild stab at this part of the process. It's not the only bit of wild stabbing he'll be doing today.
Down to your smoking as well.
What, because...
Yeah.
Fortunately, Joe isn't the brightest bulb in the Brainiac box, so he hasn't sussed Ken's real identity.
Okay.
Last one.
Yeah. Joe, can you take out your top and then lie on the couch for me?
If acupuncture does work, some doctors believe it may be more to do with the desire of the patient to give up rather than any stuff about invisible lines of energy. Will that be enough for Joe?
Are you taking any medication?
No.
I think he's about to give him an internal.
Eyes shut. You mustn't...
No, he's just preparing where to poke.
Not going to hurt, is it?
Just
out comes the compass then.
Just feel a little prick. It doesn't hurt, does it? Do another position. I'm vibrating it a bit.
Acupuncturists like to cure smoking by sticking needles around specific parts of the body, mostly the region around the ear.
I don't want you to move here, because I might poke something else.
Despite Ken's training session being based around this area, it looks like he's decided to take a more random approach.
I need to do a bit on the shoulder, because the meridian runs along there.
A course of Brainiac acupuncture is, of course, not a pain-free option. Stabbing with a compass rarely is. But we always bear in mind the ancient mantra: if it don't hurt, it don't work.
Put on your clothes and then you can go.
So that's one full treatment, is it?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Take care. If you have any problem, come back.
So, the first course of treatment is over. How will Joe get on? We'll catch up with him later in the show.
Champion.
Try this. Shout out the colour the following words are written in. That's the colour of the words, not the words themselves. Ready? This is hard. Because, like trying to simultaneously pat your head and rub your stomach, the brain is trying to do two conflicting activities and tries to apply one rule to both. And it's even harder when you try to listen to me as well. If you've been watching the series, you'll know that we've been looking at which products in the office make the best buoyancy aids. Why? Well, it's claimed that if the global climate rises by just 3 degrees centigrade, it'll result in sea levels rising by 7 meters. And we here at Brainiac think you should be prepared for that. We've already established some office products you should definitely grab if you find yourself in this situation. An upside-down waste paper basket works a treat, as does an empty office water cooler bottle and the office corkboard. The products you should avoid, however, are PC monitors and cardboard boxes of any shape or size. As always, the question is, which product will he go for when he hears the high water level alarm? Well, for a couple of reasons, this looks like a great choice. For one, the cups are in a sealed bag which has air trapped inside it. And two, the cups are made from polystyrene. Believe it or not, 95% of polystyrene foam is actually air, and the other 5% is, you guessed it, polystyrene. With so much of the cups being made up of trapped air, it makes an ideal flotation device. One day it just might pay to remember this. Bags of polystyrene cups, also an office buoyancy aid. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to binge drinking.
Bet you a tenner, I can turn that tea bag into a floating hot air balloon. Okay, I've got one I prepared earlier. Just empty the tea baggy stuff out of it and hold still. Don't breathe or you blow it over. It'll burn the paper, leaving a residue which has a density lower than air, which will cause it to rise up in the air, glowing like a hot air balloon. Any minute now, it will go into... It did! It did! It worked! Yes! 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 It actually worked! It worked! It's never worked before. Come on. Oh, hang on. No, I'll be back next week. I'll see you next... No.
Mr. Science Boy, I've told you!
Not a lab.
Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, would you please tickle yourself?
If you try to tickle yourself, your brain anticipates the contact and prepares itself. By taking away the feeling of unease and panic, your body no longer responds to the stimulus.
I'm sorry, nurse, I can't do that.
Goodbye.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Myang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today, she's got a luscious little lemon. So, what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment. This is Brainiac, the show that does for science what Wayne Rooney does for the England football team, until he stubs his toe. Also to come, the bat out of hell approach. Can I go further by putting my foot down? And kindness with cruelty, more painful treatment for our Brainiac. But first, Earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her luscious little lemon sink or float? Yes, lemons float.
Here's one for you. If you get your heart pumping with caffeine, is that considered good aerobic exercise?
Welcome to the third and final part of our mission to find out just what is the best thing to do if you're so low on fuel you don't think you'll make the next petrol station. Earlier in the show, I tried two very different approaches.
Method 1 was the slowly approach. Painful as it was, I wasn't allowed to go over 30, and the end result, apart from boredom, was 15.5 laps. Method 2 was a bit more fun, the accelerate and coast method. I would accelerate to 40, then put the Brainiac mobile into neutral and coast, hopefully conserving fuel as I freewheeled, and so on, until the fuel was completely drained from our specially designed transparent fuel tank. It was close, but method 2 was not as good as the first, falling short by 1 3/4 laps.
Now, though, I shall try a third method. Basically, I'm going to go as fast as I can, as far as I can, before my petrol runs out. So will this bat out of hell approach get me and my strange friend any further?
No doubt about it, this method is definitely going to be the most enjoyable. It is well documented that having a heavy right foot isn't the most economical way to drive, but it would be irresponsible of us to tell you that without actually proving it to you, wouldn't it? Yes, this is much better than crawling along at 30. With my foot flat to the floor, I'm able to get up to 55. However, because of the Brainiac mobile's handling, I am probably travelling some extra distance through the corners. Method 1's 15.5 laps is the best distance so far, and after 4 laps I can actually see the fuel disappear before my very eyes. At this stage I've used loads more fuel, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to finish well short. Still, it is a hell of a lot more fun. After 7 laps, that's it. No more petrol in the tank. All that's left is what remains in the fuel line. How far will it carry me? Not very far at all. This method was fast and furious, but not very effective, completing a grand total of 9 laps.
So, more highly scientific proof, as always on Brainiac, that if you are going to run out of petrol, driving like your granny will make what fuel you've got left last almost 30% longer than going like a bat out of hell. Of course, it is also more than 100% more boring, but hey, you can't argue with science. I can't start the car, I've got no petrol. Stay here. Pie and ketchup. Together, a tasty snack. But what's the best way to get this stuff out?
Three Brainiacs and 3 bottles of tomato sauce. Their mission? To empty their bottle of ketchup first and win the race. This Brainiac is going to bang the top of the bottle. This one will slap the sides, and this one will shake it like mad. Which will be the best method? These 3 haven't had anything to eat today, so they're all mad keen to win the prize, meat pies. And they've each got a teammate to encourage them, and who more than likely is going to get covered in ketchup.
Please remove your lids.
But they'll get pies as well.
Prepare to pour.
As long as their team finishes first.
Do it.
The science behind ketchup pouring, and yes, there is science to it, is viscosity, the flow of sticky liquids. Many people like to hit the bottom of the bottle. This has the advantage of providing a single violent jolt, good for shifting particularly sticky bits of the liquid. However, hitting the top can also mean that the inertia of the sauce sends it in the opposite direction to the one you want it to go. Getting the ketchup out by slapping the side of the bottle is really a minority view. Good for releasing some stubborn blobs, it really doesn't have the heavy impact of a good downward thump. Shaking the bottle is a good plan though. Ketchup is a thixotropic liquid, which means that at rest it has a jelly-like consistency. If you shake it, it becomes runnier and so comes out of the bottle quicker. And Shaky Bottle Brainiac reckons he's finished. But no, the judge rules he hasn't got it all out. A well-known leading manufacturer of tomato ketchup, whoever that might be, claims that their ketchup flows at 0.04 miles an hour. But that's without assistance. This ketchup's moving a lot faster than that with the added help it's getting. Slap on the side, Brainiac, the next to call? Nope, the judge sends him back as well, not finished yet. And now it's belt the top, Brainiac, and yes, he's done it! And they reward all the tasty pies with ketchup as well, of course. An empty bottle of ketchup means 2 Brainiacs full of pies. The best way to get the ketchup out of the bottle? Belt it on the top.
Bored of spaghetti? Don't be. It's amazingly weird stuff. Did you know if you snap a piece of spaghetti, it always breaks into 3 bits? Try it! Cool.
Brainiac Joe has been trying to give up smoking, and we've been helping him with a course of acupuncture, Brainiac style.
Okay.
His acupuncturist calls himself Dr. Li Tai, but his real name is Ken Huan Po, and he usually works at our favourite Chinese takeaway. We haven't told Joe that, of course, because we want to find out whether acupuncture really can cure smoking, or whether it's all in the mind. And with Joe, we don't have a lot of mind to work with. But for 7 days, he has managed to stay off the fags.
I never thought I'd last a week. I mean, I think when you've got your first week out of the way, that's a big hurdle. I'm seeing the acupuncturist on Monday.
Well, he's clear of the fags so far, but one nasty side effect.
Cooking with gas.
It's turned him into a bit of a prat. After 1 week, Joe goes back for a top-up session to keep him going. This time, though, Ken's decided to opt for a bit of a prod with a set square. To be honest, Joe seems so convinced anything would do at this point.
Is that exactly injecting stuff into?
No injection of stuff.
And Ken gives him something else to help him when times get tough.
Now you got to follow up at home. These are backup, the Shelly needles. Yeah. Whenever you feel the crave, just take one of these sticks out and stimulate the lobe of the ear. Yeah.
Lovely. Thanks very much.
Okay, bye-bye. Good luck.
They're not really Shaolin acupuncture needles, of course, just a box of toothpicks from Ken's takeaway. But who knows, they may help. And amazingly, almost 3 weeks later, it looks like our brainy acupuncture really has worked.
I don't know whether it's psychological or not, but, you know, it generally has helped me. So, you know, keep rolling on the old Shaolin and, yeah, see if we can aim for a month. But, you know, let's have it.
And several months later, yes, Joe is still off the fags. And Ken, well, he's back to his day job. But if you want to give up smoking, don't worry. He's waiting for your call. Explosive of the week, where down at Big Bang Farm, the girls are getting in a spot of DIY. They're going to pick an explosive, blow it to little pieces, and then give it marks out of 10. But what explosive will the girls choose this week? Well, they're taking their time over it. There's a lot to choose from.
Spaghetti. Nitrocellulose. Really?
Yes, nitrocellulose. These thin sticks of explosive are the propellant of choice for virtually all projectile weapons. And this week, the girls plan to blow up a full-size model of Audrey's ex-boyfriend, Tim. 3 of their friends will judge the explosion, giving it marks out of 10.
there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Today's explosive nitrocellulose is a clean-burning double-base propellant containing cellulose and nitroglycerin as the two active ingredients. In an unconfined state, it burns in a slow and sedate manner. However, when enclosed, the entire charge is consumed in milliseconds. That should see off Tim nicely then. The girls always like to ensure that they are a safe distance away when the bang goes off, especially this time as Tim is going into orbit. Judges set. We're ready for liftoff.
Okay, count us in. 3, 2, 1.
Wow! See Timmy fly! And what a fine pop he makes when he lands. How happy they are. But the judges? Oh, Beryl, that's a miserable score. Only 3? Mavis doesn't agree at all. She awards it a 7. And the lovely Hilda agrees with a big fat 8. Ah well, goodbye, Timmy. And it's sayonara also from our man-hating lovelies. Welcome to Brainiac, the show that winds up science till the veins throb in its neck. The big science on Brainiac tonight. Battle of the Bats, as we ask which is Britain's best sport. Does time really fly when you're having fun? Thank God for science as we say cheerio to another caravan. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a black box flight recorder. And Brainiac boffin John Tickle goes ballistic. Oh, great! But first, let's crank up the voltage. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. This week, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to conquer the flat pack assembly of a coffee table whilst being electrocuted. Our Brainiac has the 4 electrode pads placed on his arms, and he has no control over when the electric shocks are administered. Flat pack assembly can be a challenge at the best of times. And like all good men, our Brainiac is ignoring the instructions. Ignoring the voltage, however, is not so easy. A lot of hand-eye coordination is required during the assembly. It's the brain that tells the muscles in the arms and hands what to do. The electrical charge that enters his body overrides those signals and causes his muscles to contract. It's not uncommon in flat pack assembly to have a piece or 2 left over. But judging by the amount of material still on the floor, this is one job that will never be completed. Flat pack assembly. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. Why is there a light in the fridge, but not in the freezer?
Which is Britain's best sport? It's a tricky one, this. I guess it could be a matter of personal taste. Whether you think a friendly Sunday afternoon game of cricket is somehow better than a 2-hour workout on a tennis court, or a morning spent whacking a golf ball. But this is a science show, and we don't decide things according to personal taste. We at Brainiac have decided that the only way to determine which is Britain's best sport is to find out which one has the best bat. So, we have a Brainiac here with a golf bat. We have another Brainiac here with a cricket bat. And we have a third Brainiac here with a tennis bat. Now, they each have 3 balls. They've got a golf ball, a tennis ball and a cricket ball. And they're going to belt all 3 as far as they can. Then the one with the furthest combined distance is the best bat, and therefore, officially, Britain's best sport. OK then, Brainiacs, I think tennis balls first. OK, you ready? Go. These hard-hatted Brainiacs have to mark where the ball lands, and that's where the next hit is made from. Well, that looked surprisingly close, but I reckon tennis was ahead. OK, move on. You now take your next shot from where your first shot landed, OK? See how far they get. So, guess what? A tennis racket, the best bat with which to hit a tennis ball. Onward and up. OK, if you each find your mark, and then Brainiacs, if you move off and get ready for the next shot, really as fast as you can, disappear. Try not to get hit. Like I care at all. If you prepare for your shots, golf balls this time, all right? I can't believe how close they were after the first shot. That's amazing. Right, everybody's ready to take your shot. In your own time, go. Golf balls travel the fastest of these 3 at 170 miles an hour in the hands of a professional. And after that belt, tennis is last and the golfer is now well in the lead. But is it enough? Now, the cricket ball. Right, well, bit of a gap opening up there, so let's move up and take your final shot. Bit of a specialised thing, the cricket ball, just the weight and the size of the thing. I'm worried it might just go through the tennis bat, but we'll find out on the last one. So, here we go. The final hit, the decider. Gentlemen, the prestige of being Britain's best sport rests on your performance now. The golfer is 15 yards up on the field. The club's titanium head should send this ball flying. The tennis man is seemingly out of it. With strings made of synthetic nylon gut, a dislocated shoulder seems the most likely outcome. The cricketer, willow on leather. He's on home ground now. Your own time, go. 3 wild swings. The cricket ball, the heaviest of them all at 160 grams. And it's the cricketer's hit which goes the furthest, by 25 yards. And that's it. Cricket is the winner. Question answered, no more argument. Cricket has the best bat, and therefore cricket is now Britain's best sport. Well done. And that's what Brainiac is all about, answering the really big questions in life.
And you're watching Brainiac. Sound like a loon.
Welcome back to a remarkable frame of snooker. Quintin Hand's on 122. He's got to pot 5 more colours to complete a 147 maximum. Of course, Brainiac snooker combines our loathing of caravans with our love of explosions. This was Quintin on the yellow earlier. Each pocket of the table has a fuse which is lit as the ball drops down. Each fuse is attached to a caravan filled with a different explosive substance. This caravan was filled with propane and produced an explosion with a nice rich flame. So this is the green for the top right pocket. The caravan, also top right, is filled with butane. Ooh, it wobbled, but it's gone down and the fuse is lit.
125.
Our Brainiac is once again up on his feet quickly. And there it goes. It's a rapid explosion and you can see the force of the blast throwing the air vent high into the sky. Butane, or C4H10, is pretty similar to propane. It's not hugely explosive, but does provide a spectacular fireball. Next, it's a mixture of acetylene and oxygen. 4 balls and 4 bangs remain.
Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I'd like you to pinch your nose and shut your eyes. I now want you to open your mouth and tell me if this is apple or potato.
Most of our ability to taste depends on smell. If that sense is blocked, only the texture of the food indicates which it is.
Apple?
I'm afraid it isn't Mr. Tickle, it's Potato. Goodbye.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. Well, that's what they say. But is it true? We've brought 2 volunteers into the Brainiac lab.
How you doing, all right?
They've been told they're going to take part in an experiment, but we haven't told them what it's going to be about. First, their watches come off. We want them to have no measure of how long the experiment runs.
Go off that way.
Now we take them off to separate rooms. Gavin will be staying in this half of the lab. He'll be here for 30 minutes. And we've got him some potatoes to peel.
Peel them.
Meanwhile, Norman will be staying in this half of the lab. He'll also be here for 30 minutes, but he'll be doing lots of much nicer things. Starting with a tasty steak dinner from Tasty Loretta.
Steak and chips, sir.
At the end of the experiment, we're going to ask them how long they think it took. That way, we'll be able to see if time really does fly when you're having fun.
German, Dutch or Italian lager, sir?
Italian, please.
Join us later in the show for the results. In 1983, Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. But we here at Brainiac reckon you can. Hammer throwers are normally big, burly, eat a horse for breakfast type men, but we've had to settle for this. Now, physics tells us that the longer the rope, the further the tape deck has to travel in a single revolution, which therefore means a greater potential for speed. Our Brainiac will never win a gold medal for a performance like that, but it has done the job. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a hammer throw. This object has been magnified 50 times. It can be eaten sweet or savoury and is often consumed well after last orders. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments. This is Brainiac, the science show that laughs in the face of danger. Still to come, Alan Titchmarsh stand well back as Brainiacs go gardening. And they're going head-to-head. The return of Tall v Small. But first... Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 50 times. It can be eaten as a dessert, but most often you'll find it alongside your favourite curry. Yes, it's rice.
101 uses for a Wii! Feeling thirsty? Try the good old-fashioned taste of a glass of Wii. Yes, that's right. There's no more natural product on the market. It's packed full of vitamins and minerals. Your body gets rid of excess amounts in your urine. So why not keep some in the fridge for when you're running light? If it was good enough for Gandhi and Jim Morrison, it's got to be good enough for you.
Cheers.
Drink a pint of Wii a day. You know it makes sense.
Brainiacs, as a rule, don't have much time for gardening. All that hoeing and sowing and weeding seems a bit like too much hard work. However, we do quite fancy having somewhere nice to drink our beer on long summer evenings. No garden is complete without a garden gnome, and we've got our own full-sized version. Complete with fishing rod. Now all he needs is a water feature. What about digging a pond? Well, digging's not really up our street. Blasting a hole with a stick of dynamite is much more our thing. Stand well back, of course. Safety at all times is our motto. Now that's what I call ground force. A bin bag will do nicely as a liner, but before we fill it, our garden still needs a bit more of the designer look. Flowers would be good. The trouble with flowers, though, are the grotty old weeds you get round them. Pulling out thistles and nettles is a bit of a bore. Our solution? Setting in a few little bombs, one under each weed, big enough to blast them out, small enough to leave the flowers in place. Weeding with some welly. Those garden makeover programs could do the job in half the time. Now we can fill our pond. Some water and something for our fishermen to catch. Cheers, a perfect drinking garden. The Lazy Man's Guide to Gardening.
Ever wondered why your voice goes deeper the day after an evening's drinking?
This is me enjoying a few pints.
And this is me the next morning with my rotten hangover, but a very sexy baritone voice.
Before the drink, I'm a soprano.
After the drink, a definite baritone.
Me with my soprano voice?
Me with my baritone voice.
The reason for this is that when you wake up after having had a few beers, your vocal cords are relaxed. Like a violin string, the longer and more relaxed they are, the lower the note that is produced. Before the booze and a good night's sleep, my vocal cords are tense, and so my voice is high.
The next morning, they're relaxed, and my voice is deep and sexy.
Also, if you spend a night shouting to make yourself heard in a loud pub or club,
your vocal cords can be swollen the next morning, which means they vibrate more slowly, which means it lowers the pitch.
And then after a few hours, the vocal cords have sprung back into shape. And hey presto, the normal voice is back again. Until I get tanked up again. Cheers.
Tina Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to get out her Bunsen burner and blow something up.
Step this way, Tina.
Arriving once more at the battered car lot, Tina struggles across the debris-littered ground in her high heels. Pondering the vehicles, she chooses the silver grey one to match her natural hair colour. Tina's cunning plan this time is to use a long line of detonator cord to set off her bomb. And today she's assisted by the youngest member of her fan club, who's just found out he hasn't won Explosive of the Week. Det cord is usually ignited with a flame. Lucky that, because once again, Tina's brought her Bunsen burner. And the explosive itself, TNT, well, it is her favourite, named as it is using her own initials, the N being for Nelly. Once it's in place, Tina gets away sharpish. She's always been a bit nervous of det cord, ever since a nasty incident with her old gas cooker.
Your Bunsen burner, Miss Turner.
A young fan watches anxiously as Tina, with well-practiced deftness, sets her burner on fire. Then she introduces the ignition cord to the flame. Once it catches, Tina nervously hops out of its fizzling path. Det cord is made from cooled molten TNT in a plastic sheath. It's a slow burner, however, once lit, it won't go out, even underwater. Slowly but surely, it creeps along towards its target, and when it finds its mark, everyone knows about it. As ever, as the car bursts into flames, so Tina bursts into song. Tina Turner, simply the best at science. Every day in the Brainiac
Brainiac Lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
If you've written into Brainiac, we will find you. Today we're in Aberystwyth, grabbing motorbike saleswoman Mackenzie Nicol. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today it's Mackenzie Nicol. Dear Brainiac, I want to know, what is the longest straw you can drink with? Well, Mackenzie, you've come to the right place to find out. So let's get on with it then. One straw measures 29 centimetres. Mackenzie Nicol gets cherryade for this experiment. There was some left over from the Brainiac Christmas party. Sorry, but all the vodka got drunk. This experiment truly sucks. So Mackenzie Nicol can suck up cherryade using a straw measuring 29 centimetres. More straws. 29 centimetres. Big deal, let's face it. Kids are doing that at parties every day of the week. For some reason, you can't buy really long straws. So Mackenzie's going to have to create a custom-made sucker. This experiment's all down to lung power and the strength of the vacuum she can hold in her mouth. The average person has a lung capacity of 6 litres. The vital capacity, the amount you can inhale after a full breath out, a bit less. But how much less in terms of cherryade? Experiments. You name them, we'll provide the kit. No expense spared. Fizzy drink, straws, whatever. 5 straws, 145 centimetres. Can she do it? Yep, she gets it all up. Quite easily, in fact. More straws, more cherryade. We're over 2 metres now. Time to raise the stakes. A ladder. Now she's getting ambitious. Either the straw's too long or she's too short. Of course, if you put your tongue on the end of the straw between sucks, you can inhale any amount of liquid, but we're only interested in what she can do with one long suck. But to be honest, not that interested, but we are trying to show Billy. 9 straws, she's done it, but that was a lot harder. Now she's going for 10. That would be 2 metres 90. Will it be the last straw? A deep breath and a lung full of suck. There's a lot of air in the system now. Too much to keep the liquid travelling. It's not going to happen. 9 straws, the limit then. Her name is Mackenzie Nicol. She wanted to know what is the longest straw you can drink with. The answer, 261 centimetres.
I can do science, me.
What's this? Beer. I love it. But I get so fed up with it frothing up when I pour it. Here's a tip. Try wetting the glass first. When water coats the inside, it prevents bubbles forming in the rough surfaces of the glass. So, no frothing. Try it! Cool.
This is a trebuchet, and in the Middle Ages, this was as good as back garden ballistics used to get. It's fairly basic technology. I've got a string here which has been wound round fairly tightly, and the energy that's stored in there is going to be released when I pull on this firing trigger. let's retire to a safe distance.
Clear the range! Yeah, well, clearly that's pants. But there have been developments in science and technology since the Middle Ages, and this is Brainiac. We're going to make back garden ballistics a lot more fun. Our first device is relatively simple. It's made from 3 well-known crisp tubes. We're using lighter fluid as the propellant, tennis balls as projectiles, and a range of household fruit and veg. Only about a capful of lighter fluid is needed, otherwise the thing won't go off. So simply pour that down the barrel. Now here's the serious stuff. Please don't try this at home. We're under supervised conditions here and we've got professionals helping us. If you want to try this, wait until you get a job on Brainiac. Right, stick in that tennis ball. And just to be careful, we're going to be firing the gun electrically from a safe distance. Ready to rock and roll? Thank you. Range is clear. Firing in. 3, 2, 1. Fire! Oh, good Lord. Attempt number 1, no good. What we need to do is experiment with the amount of propellant we're using. For this attempt, we're going to put a lot less lighter fluid in. The fluid itself doesn't combust, it's the vapour. We've got to get the right mixture of vapour and air, otherwise the thing just won't go off. Firing in! 3, 2, 1, fire! Wow! Oh my Lord, that's brilliant. Nice one, fellas. Oh, I can't wait for the fruit and veg. The tennis ball achieves a distance of 52.37 metres, and because we know our launch angle is 45 degrees, using basic physics, we can work out the peak height, which was 13 metres. And now that we have established the right amount of propellant to use, we need to find the best projectile. First up, the orange. Range is clear! 3, 2, 1, fire! Oh, great! Excellent effort. Not a bad effort by the orange, but it did lack a little juice, reaching a distance of only 50.56 and a peak height of 12.6 metres. So far in our experiment, the fruit has fared fairly well. But is the aerodynamically challenged potato up to the task? Possibly not. Firing in 3, 2, 1! Didn't see it. Where'd it go? We couldn't see where it went. Our cameramen couldn't see where it went. And that's because on closer inspection, we discovered that it never went anywhere. The air just rushes past it rather than forcing it out. So our potato registers some big fat zeros. Not what you would call the most crisp performance. For our final attempt, it's more fruit. This time, it's the Granny Smith. Range is clear! Firing in! 3, 2, 1, fire! Excellent. This is what science is all about. Trial and error until you find the right result. In this case, the perfect partner for our mini mortar is the Granny Smith. Humble by name, but not by nature, as it clocks up a massive distance of 57.4 metres, and at the top of its trajectory, it was 14.34 metres high. Later in the series, we'll revisit the back garden ballistics range to see if bigger really is better. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh!
Back at the lab, our 2 volunteers are testing out whether time really does fly when you're having fun. They don't know what the experiment is about, but they do know one of them is having a nice time.
Bacon chips, sir.
Thank you.
While the other is having rather less fun. At the end, we're going to ask how long they think the experiment lasted. On this side of the room, Gavin has finished peeling his bag of potatoes. So here's a few more for him.
Here, Len.
Meanwhile, over in the other side, we've racked up the balls lined up for Norman and brought on a hand-picked opponent.
Your break, big boy.
Albert Einstein, in his theory of relativity, said, "An hour in the company of a pretty girl seems like a minute. A minute before a hot stove seems like an hour." That sounds a bit like guesswork to us, so unlike Einstein, we're doing a proper scientific study.
Well done.
Psychologists believe that if we're involved in, for instance, a boring activity, then we think more about the time that is passing by. And hence, it seems as though the clock is ticking more slowly.
Lie down, please.
On the other hand, when we're involved in fun activities, our mind is in a state of arousal, and the part of the brain which views the passage of time gets distracted. That's why your holidays seem to pass quickly.
The experiment is over. Please stand up.
OK, their 30 minutes is up. Now, the crucial question. How long do they think the experiment took? If time really does fly when you're having fun, then Norman, who had a great time, should estimate the whole thing took less than half an hour.
Around 20 minutes. You're free to go.
Thank you. Gavin, who had less fun, should guess it took more.
40 minutes. Thanks.
So there you are. Conclusive proof. Time really does fly when you're having fun. By 33%.
The appliance of science. Today, it's impulse. And it's a day out in the park for Dad and his lad. Dad knows that impulse is the force acting on an object multiplied by the time it acts. 1, 2, 3. The same impulse can be achieved by applying a large force for a short time. So remember, kids, don't mess with impulse.
Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today she's got a plump, firm avocado. So what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? We'll give you a few minutes to argue about it and give you the answer in a few moments. This is Brainiac, the show where we flog science senseless with a knotted rope. Also to come, it's bath time for the black box, Brainiac style. And slip sliding away, we test out slithery surfaces. But first, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her plump and firm avocado sink or float? Yes, avocados sink. Here on Brainiac, we've got our hands on something a bit special. Flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made, and it's yellow. In an attempt to see just how tough a black box really is, we've already attacked it with heavy artillery from the days of old. That was a walk in the park for our so-called indestructible object, so we decided to turn up the heat to high, over 1,000 degrees Celsius in fact. This is a napalm explosion, and amazingly our black box was still in one piece. The next approach was a little more refined, as the landed gentry had the odd pot shot or two at it. But again, our black box was unharmed. And so this time we thought we'd have a go ourselves. Using special Brainiac sauces, we've managed to get our hands on a recipe for disaster. It's a concoction of volatile acids that for legal reasons we won't name. They are, however, like our Brainiacs, highly unstable. Now, the good bit. We're going to drop the black box into the acids from a great height using a bungee cord. Why? Well, two reasons really. One, just because we can, and two, we'd like to inspect the damage afterwards without having to stick our hands in the acid to get it out.
Now, the critical part. We need to be absolutely certain that we're lined up right. If the black box hits the side of the drum, we'd have acid everywhere. Nothing short of a direct hit will do. OK, looks like he's in place and is happy with the flight path. Here we go. The plan working to perfection so far as we score a direct dunk into the acid bath. Time now to see what damage has been done. And amazingly, all that appears to have happened is that some of the dirt has been loosened and it looks a little cleaner. Another story of survival for our black box. Next time, we sink the boot in with one big foot. If the global temperature rises by just 3 degrees, sea levels will rise by 7 meters, and your office could look like this.
Hello.
If this catches you by surprise whilst you're beavering away, which office product should you grab to help you keep your head above water? So far, we've established that it's best to steer clear of PC monitors and anything made of cardboard. But get your hands on any product that has trapped air in it, and it's all plain sailing. Well, that's the high water level alarm, and our office junior knows the drill. Which office product is he going to go for? He's gone to the storage cupboard. And this could be a stroke of genius, because these aren't just ordinary brown envelopes, they're lined with bubble wrap. He's obviously learned a lesson from the previous experiments. The big question is, though, will it support his weight? And he's in. Judging by the way he bobbed up there, I'd say these will be quite successful. And yes, they're providing excellent buoyancy for our 11.5 stone junior. So, padded envelopes, also an office buoyancy aid.
Here's one for you. Why can't women put their mascara on with their mouths closed?
Big John is 7'3" and Little John is 3'11". This is Tall v Small, where we ask the question, which is best? We already know that it's better to be tall when trying to negotiate your way down London's Oxford Street, the busiest street in the world. And when it comes to step aerobics, it was the tall guy once again that put his best foot forward.
Fly!
Today it's hide and seek, and our boys are once again going head to head. Well, they are with the help of a ladder. I'm sure you all know the rules. We've marked out an area in these woods where they're allowed to hide and brought in our very own hide and seek specialist. His name is Matthew Knight. Matthew's job is to count to 100, which should be ample time for our tall guy and small guy to find a hiding position.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Camouflage is blending in with your surroundings, and most species of animals have developed some sense of it to help them find food and avoid attack. In these surroundings, the tall, timber-like structure of Big John might just give him the edge. Our small guy is using his height to advantage as well, though, keeping low to the ground, hiding in this small hollow.
71, 72, 73.
But our tall guy seems to be struggling to find a spot, and with the pressure growing, he opts for something else tall and skinny, a tree. It might not be the best choice, but from the right angle, he is hard to spot.
98, 99, 100, coming ready or not?
Right, Matthew is now on the hunt, and the clock is running. He's just walked right past our small guy's hiding spot. That's a good sign for him. They say some people can't see the wood for the trees, but Matthew isn't one of them, because fairly easily he's found our tall guy, in pretty quick time too.
Got him.
We'll now be able to find our small guy. The answer? Yes, but over 1 minute later. Which all goes to show when it comes to hide and seek, it is most definitely better to be small.
Yes!
Pub Science, the Brainiac alternative to Alco Pops.
I bet you that fiver I can make water magnetic. No, serious. I've got the bits here already. I've already brought them with me. I prepared a bit earlier. All you need is a bottle and a pin to make a little hole down the bottom. Just poke a little hole like that. And then a balloon. So you need a bit of electrostatics here. And there's our stream of water going in here. And watch, I can move it. It's not really magnetic, it's electrostatic attraction. Can you see? Oh, sorry, mate. Oh. Sorry, mate.
What's going on here?
Sorry.
I missed the science, boy, I've told you!
In the first series of Brainiac, we converted a sloping field into a non-vertical X-axis laboratory in order to test which household oil is the slipperiest.
We tested 3 oils: baby oil, cod liver oil and cooking oil. The baby oil wasn't bad, although it was a little slow. Cod liver oil, on the other hand, was pants. But cooking oil was by far and away the most slippery.
So, continuing our theme of safety in the home, we've decided to put socks under controlled scientific testing conditions.
This time we're converting this warehouse into a highly scientific testing area. This black rubber will be used as a runway for our sock-wearing Brainiac. As a test surface, we're using vinyl flooring, 2 millimeters thick, 2 meters wide and 20 meters long. In its current state, it's not very slippery, so we acquired the use of a couple of industrial floor polishers and went to work on it. It's not recommended practice to use furniture polish on floors because, and this is the reason we're using it, it makes the floor very slippery. Today, we're testing 3 different types of sock: polyester, cotton and wool. Our mission is to find out which one of the 3 pairs is the slipperiest. First up, it's the 1970s favourite fibre, polyester. Each pair will be tested 5 times. We're timing and measuring the runs to calculate the average distance and speed. Taking our lead from curling, we've also got a couple of sweepers to try and get the maximum possible distance from each slide. Polyester is a much maligned fabric, thanks mostly to the use of it in leisure suits during the 1970s. That aside, it's strong, can stretch and recover, and doesn't shrink or wrinkle. The polyester managed an average distance of 11.32 metres and an average speed of 3.06 metres per second. The second pair to be put to the test is, bless 'em, the cotton socks. Our Brainiac is wearing more than 1 pair of socks to eliminate the possibility of any skin touching the floor and increasing drag.
3, 2, 1, go!
In ancient Egypt, only the high priests were allowed to wear cotton, but we here at Brainiac aren't so fussy. After 5 runs, the results for our cotton socks show they are more slippery than polyester, with an average distance of 11.85 metres and an average speed of 3.10 metres per second. Our third and final pair are the woolen ones. It's a thicker fibre well known for its ability to keep you warm. It can in fact absorb up to 30% of its weight in water without feeling damp. In this case, it's lots of Brainiac foot sweat being soaked up. And after 5 test runs, the results are pretty conclusive. With an average distance of 13.32 metres and an average speed of 3.21 metres per second, we here at Brainiac can answer yet another highly scientific question. By far the slipperiest are woolen. Explosive of the week. We're down at Big Bang Farm. The girls are having a jolly egg and spoon race. Enough of breaking eggs, though. These girls want to make a mess of something much bigger. So they're going to pick an explosive and then blow something up. Today, they've decided to pick a brand new explosive, emulsion, a banger which explodes with a high degree of scatter. And today they've opted to blow up all their seaside toys. 3 of their closest friends will be watching the bang go off and then give marks out of 10. But before there are any explosions, there must be first some preparation. The Brainiac babes are ultimate pros when it comes to big bangs, so they get straight down to the nitty-gritty. Emulsion produces a huge amount of gas when it goes up. A very stable explosive, it needs a good charge to set it off. Fortunately, our girls have got that one covered. The judges watch on as Olive stands by with the plunger.
3, 2, 1.
Well, that made a good mess, but what did the judges reckon? Yep, Beryl was keen. She gives it a very commendable 8. Mavis, not such a fan of airborne sambo, just a 5 from her. And Hilda agrees, a mealy-mouthed 6. Well, that's what the judges think, and the rest of the girls seem happy too. So it's off back down to the Big Bang Farm.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show that's a bit like a school science lesson, without the teacher, the classroom, or the science.
The mad, bad and dangerous on Brainiac tonight. We investigate Britain's most dangerous products. We test DIY spud guns with Brainiac boffin John Tickle. It's all downhill as Brainiacs take to the ski slopes. And down at the bar, we test old wives' tales about drinking. And hurrah! Another Caravan bites the dust. But first, some stimulation thanks to electricity. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Today, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to juggle raw eggs whilst being electrocuted. Juggling is said to stimulate the brain and body and increase your powers of concentration. Our Brainiac has the 4 electrode pads attached to his arms. The coordinated use of the arms is essential to juggling successfully. Juggling tends to develop the right side of the brain, which is thought to contribute to awareness, mental agility and creativity. It's claimed that whilst juggling, you can't think about worrying problems or complexities, and therefore you relax. The introduction of an electrical current upsets this Brainiac's ability to control his limbs, and also his ability to relax. Juggling, one more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. How can you tell when sour cream goes bad?
Firearms, fast cars and explosives. These are things that are obviously dangerous. But what about products that at first glance seem completely harmless, like hair care products, underwear and cooking oil? Just how dangerous are they, really? We're going to dress these mannequins with these underpants to find out just which is Britain's most dangerous. OK, Brainiacs, get the kecks on. This is a pair of Grandad's 100% cotton Y-fronts. No self-respecting man under the age of 55 should be seen wearing anything like this. The second type is a pair of satin boxer shorts, normally found on a man who thinks he's as sexy as he was 10 years ago. This third pair is a pair of pure polyester briefs, for some appealing because they come in packs of 6, but actually pack no sex appeal at all. And finally, the classic, novelty underpants. The less said about these, the better, and yes, you know who you are. The way this experiment will work is by attaching this slow-burning ignition cord to the underpants. The cord will then be lit, and we'll see which pair is the first to go up in smoke. OK, is everybody clear? Stand back. 3, 2,
1, ignition.
Man-made fibres such as nylon and polyester are created from petroleum-based molecules. They tend to burn more easily than natural fibres, which is bad news for our monkey. The cotton is surviving well, and it's only the mannequin that is actually burning. It's much the same with the silk boxers. The polyester pants, however, have performed poorly. But our monkey and his nuts have been well and truly roasted.
So there you have it. Britain's most dangerous pair of underpants is the monkey. And just remember, next time you're out shopping for briefs, the old barbecue rule. A burnt sausage is no good to anyone. Join us later in the show when we'll be finding out which is Britain's most dangerous hair care product and which is the most dangerous cooking oil.
And you're watching Brainiac.
Some say you get more drunk if you mix your drinks, or you get more drunk if you drink on an empty stomach, or you get more drunk if you drink through a straw. It's a free bar on Brainiac, as tonight we put boozing to the test. Being a Brainiac is not always a joyful experience. You can find yourself being humiliated, tormented, abused, shot at, electrocuted, or even hit with a wet fish. However, for every downside, there is an upside. And tonight, Brainiacs get to drink beer. Now, we've hand-picked our subjects, and in true scientific fashion, we're measuring out our drinks very carefully to ensure we get accurate results. There's a bit too much in the one on the right. Sorry, I just thought there was. OK, here's what we're going to do. For this evening, our subjects will be ingesting their alcohol in the usual fashion. It's the controlled evening of drinking. Lager only, 1 pint glasses on a full stomach. They get 4 pints each, and then afterwards they'll be given various drink drive tests. OK, so you have your drinks, Brainiacs. Raise your glasses, please. Let the experiment begin. That means drink.
So, first we need to see how they get on when they have this controlled amount of drink. 4 pints is the kind of amount one might have in a moderate long evening's drinking. This is not about getting completely wrecked. We're testing to see if the old wives' tales about drinking are actually true. After their drinks, we're going to be testing them using the American Drink Drive Challenge, also known as the Diana Ross test, after her famous staggering performance at the side of an American highway.
OK, it's time for the sobriety test. Here's our first Brainiac to do this. Now, listen to me. This is what I want you to do. You take 9 steps, heel to toe, along this white line. After 9 steps, you turn round on 1 foot and you come back, heel to toe. Got that? OK, in your own time, off you go.
You fail this test if you do the following things. The more of them you fail, the more likely it is you're too drunk to drive.
I think he stopped while he was walking there, so that's... Lost his balance while he was turning, so that's a cross in there. He's using his arms to balance as well, so...
So this Brainiac failed 3 of the 7 tests.
OK, that's number 1. OK, bring on the second Brainiac. Who's next? Right, in your own time, off you go.
As everyone knows, girls tend to get more drunk than boys.
Didn't touch heel to toe there, you see.
On the same amount of drink.
Lost her balance whilst turning.
She also used her arms to balance and took the wrong number of steps. 4 tests failed in all.
OK, next Brainiac, please. In your own time, begin. Started early. He didn't even listen to the instructions, so he's failed already.
This one looks a bit weak-headed to me.
He's using his arms to balance as well, so that's gone. Didn't touch heel to toe either. This is pathetic.
As I thought, he's the worst for wear, failing 5 of the 7 tests. So that's the first part completed. We've got drunkenness scores for all 3 Brainiacs. The question is, will they feel more hammered tomorrow when they mix their drinks, drink through straws, or booze on an empty stomach? Find out later in the show. This object has been magnified 100 times. Believe it or not, it's entirely edible, although for most it is an acquired taste, as it smells a lot like a bad fart. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments.
This is Brainiac, the science show which, if you invited it round for Sunday lunch, would play footsie with your mum.
Still to come. Deep breaths, everybody. We're down at the lab checking out big lungs. And do you really sneeze at 100 miles an hour? But first, Earlier, we showed you this. It's been magnified 100 times. Often eaten with a glass of wine by people with no sense of taste, this is Stilton, otherwise known as mouldy cheese.
We're here at the Brainiac firing range, but before we put our two spud guns head to head, let's have a look at how our back garden ballistics fruit and veg challenge went. Using a few tubular-shaped crisp packets and a small amount of lighter fluid, we managed to create our very own mini mortar. But what's a launcher without a missile? We fired a tennis ball, an orange. We tried to fire a spud, but it was rubbish. The best performer, though, was the mighty Granny Smith. It blitzed the opposition by a good 7 metres. We're here today at the battle of the two biggest spud guns you're ever likely to see. They use different forms of propulsion. This one uses hairspray. It's actually the butane in the hairspray that gives all the power to the explosion. This gun uses compressed air as its power source. When I turn this valve, 40 pounds per square inch will come shooting up this barrel. Will it be compressed air or hairspray that wins the day? First up, the hairdresser's friend. We're going to put a little spray of hairspray in the end, and then put the cap on tight. You can see the fuse wire in there ready to go. Next on it, stand, and we're retiring to a safe distance again. Range is clear, firing in 3, 2, 1, go! Oh! Oh, chips for tea. I'm taking this one home. Now, because we know how far the spud went, 77.23 metres, and we know that our launch angle is 45 degrees, using some basic physics, we can work out some cool stuff like launch velocity and how high it went. Our spud left the barrel at 27.5 metres per second, or just over 60 miles per hour. The physics also tell us that it reached a height of 19.29 metres. Yes, physics can be fun. Now let's see how well gun number 2 goes. Here's our compressed air gun. In goes the potato. It's a very snug fit. Now, our record so far is 77.2 metres. That's a big ask. Can we crank it up to about 50 pounds per square inch?
Try, yeah.
Excellent. Clear the range! Firing in 3, 2, 1. Oh, not bad. Not bad, but not good enough to beat the propellant provided by the hairspray. The launch velocity was much slower at 20.8 metres per second, which means our spud only went 44.16 metres and reached a peak height of just over 11. So there we have it. In the battle of the spud guns, wimpy compressed air loses out every time to the raw power of butane. Go hairspray! Next time, we up the ante and take a step back in time with this cardboard cannon and a bowling ball.
You join us on day 2 of the Great British Brainiac Alcohol Test, a public service that we willingly undertake on behalf of the nation. Last night, each of these 3 Brainiacs consumed 8 units of alcohol. That's 4 pints of lager to you and me. They each then underwent an American sobriety test to see how drunk they were, and I have the results of those tests here. You all right, Brainiacs? Recovered from last night? Yeah. Good? I don't really care, because it's time to do it all over again. Here's what's going to happen. Tonight, each Brainiac will consume exactly the same number of units of alcohol as they drank last night. But, and here's where the science comes in, this time, this Brainiac will be drinking on an empty stomach. This one will be drinking through a straw. And this one will be mixing her drinks. Brandy, rum, whiskey, cocktails, the lot. The question is, will these three feel more drunk than they felt last night? OK then, Brainiacs, if you're ready for the second time, please let the drinking begin.
Drinking through a straw means the alcohol is absorbed in your bloodstream quicker. Because you inhale some of it while swallowing, it comes through your lungs and mucous membranes, where it's absorbed more easily. But it does take longer to drink, which also means your body gets longer to process it, so you may get less drunk, not more. When you drink, 20% of the alcohol is usually absorbed in the stomach, and the remainder in the intestines. If you haven't eaten anything, the percentage absorbed in the stomach increases, so you get drunk quicker. When you mix drinks, it's not the combination which has the effect, but the type of alcohol. The stronger a drink is, the higher the alcohol concentration, and the more quickly it's absorbed. Time now for their second go at the test.
Right, Brainiac number 1, step forward, please. This is your walk and turn test. I want you to take 9 steps, heel to toe along this white line, turn on one foot and come back again. Are you ready? You feeling okay? Good. Right, in your own time.
Come on, then.
Last night on 4 pints of lager, this Brainiac failed 3 of the tests.
Very good. Apart from using his arms to balance. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Very good.
This time, after drinking through a straw, he only fails 1 of them. He's actually less drunk this time around.
Brainiac number 2, please. Empty stomach. Let's have you next. Back again, heel to toe. OK.
Thrash one out, boy. Go on, let's go.
Started early. His feet are together. And he stopped. This is rubbish. The man's in his state.
This Brainiac failed 5 of the 7 tests yesterday when he had a full stomach.
Arms to balance.
With the same amount of lager on an empty stomach, he fails all 7.
OK. That was rubbish. Brainiac number 3, if you'd like to step forward, please. Off you go.
This Brainiac failed 4 of the tests when she drank just lager.
She stopped while she was walking there. That's a fail. Nope, lost her balance. And she's used her arms to balance. It's all gone wrong. She didn't take the right number of steps.
Now she's mixed her drinks, but amazingly she fails the same number of tests, 4 in all.
OK, and that concludes our experiment. And I have the results here, scientifically analysed, and I can tell you that they prove this. That mixing your drinks doesn't necessarily make you more drunk. That drinking through a straw, apparently, makes you less drunk. And that drinking on an empty stomach makes you more drunk. But above all else, we have proven one thing. Drinking alcohol makes you drunk. And that alone makes the whole exercise worthwhile. So thank you, Brainiacs. Mine's a pint. Where is it?
Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
No science, mate.
If you've written into Brainiac, we will find you. Today, we're in Mile End, grabbing fish salesman Tony Kenny and his fiancée, Steph. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Tony Kenny. Dear Brainiac, I want to find out, do you really sneeze at 100 miles an hour? Well, I don't know.
Bit of a story behind this one. Apparently, a tragic childhood accident means that this Tony Kenny fellow only has 1 functioning nostril, so he can't actually sneeze. By all accounts, some high school incident involving a classroom door and his nose. Anyway, hence the love of his life being here to help. Apparently she's big in the sneezing department. A track, 1 foot in length. He's going to see how long it takes for a ping pong ball, propelled by Steph's sneeze, to travel the distance. Then it's all down to the maths.
The equipment is set. Tony Kenny's fiancée is in position. Now, the sneeze.
This should be the easy bit. Apparently this Steph gets hay fever. A brush on the nose from this pollen-stacked lily should do it then. Come on, come on. Nothing. Maybe she's not hay feverish after all. Or maybe she's just not trying. A feather then. That should tickle the nostrils into an involuntary explosion. OK, you know, I'm not sure she's the right person for this. A face full of pepper, that should do it. It always works in cartoons. Oh, come on, woman. Snuff is designed for the purpose. That must have the desired effect. Ugh, why do we bother? Right, last chance. Sneezing powder. No sneeze, no trophy. At last, a real-life sneeze.
Well done.
Yeah, well done, love. So, let's see then. 1 sneeze and the ball travels the 1 foot in 0.4 of a second. Scaling that up, that's only 1.7 miles per hour.
His name is Tony Kenny. He wanted to know if you really do sneeze at 100 miles an hour. The answer? No.
I can do science, me.
Yeah, she can do science, her.
Throughout this series of Brainiac, we've asked some pretty important scientific questions. We've talked about physics, chemistry, and even biology. Yes, biology. We've asked whether it's better to be small or tall. And at this stage of the game, the tall guy has the edge.
Big John is 7'3" and Little John is 3'11". This is Tall v Small, where we ask the question, which is best? We've already established that it's better to be tall when trying to negotiate your way down the busiest street in the world. And when taking part in a vigorous step aerobics class. However, if hide and seek is your game, then it's most definitely better to be small. Today's experiment involves 2 buckets of water and 2 identical, extremely dirty 4x4s. Yes, we're asking the question, is it better to be tall or small when washing your car? Our small guy has the advantage of being able to get to the lower sections of the car more easily than our tall guy. But will that be counteracted by the height of these vehicles? Big John has to bend those long legs to get down around the wheel arches, but Little John really has to stretch to get to the higher bit. The 7'3" stature of our tall guy now clearly helping him out with this task, as he's all over the vehicle. He's not even at full stretch, and he's cleaning up easily. Our small guy is giving it 100%, and there's no faulting the job he's doing. The lower half of the vehicle is starting to look good. Making sure his job is to the same standard, our tall guy is leaving nothing to chance. Little John taking a step back to admire his work. No, looks like he's conceded. He's thrown in the towel, or sponge in this case. So we have a result. When it comes to washing cars, it's better to be tall. A diver, an opera singer, a page 3 stunner. Who's got the largest lungs? Down at the lab, we mean to find out as these 3 girls go up against each other in a blow-by-blow challenge. We're using the internationally approved blow-up-the-balloon test to work this one out. The longer the balloon, the bigger the lungs.
3, 2, 1, suck.
Holding her breath for long periods of time are a necessary prerequisite for Susan Moore's line of work. Expect a strong showing. Phoebe Rudamino is used to drawing in lungfuls of air to hit the long high notes favoured by Wagner. In any other race, she'd be the favourite. while Lindsay Dawn Mackenzie has been modelling for 10 years. The question is, will big breaths mean big breaths?
3, 2, 1, blow. And hold. Last little bit, just hold that for me. And we've got a great 8 inches there. And we have a 7-inch blow here. Oh, a nice handful over here. We've got 7.5 inches. And the results, the person with the biggest lungs is deep sea diver.
So there it is, official confirmation. Deep sea divers have the largest lungs.
Earlier on in the show, we established that the monkey is Britain's most dangerous pair of pants.
Ignition. 4 pairs of underpants were wired up to ignition cord and set alight. Cotton and silk, the natural fibres, fared much better in the flames than our man-made fabrics. But it was the cheeky monkey who ultimately failed to handle the heat.
Now we're going to determine which hair care product should strike fear into the hearts of consumers. We've kitted out these fine Brainiac mannequins with state-of-the-art mid-80s mullets, and to each mullet we'll be applying a different hair care product. This one, gel. This one, hairspray. And this one, mousse. Once the applications have been made, we will then be exposing the mullets to a naked flame to see just which product is Britain's most dangerous. Okay, everything's in place. Burn.
So, after our special treatment, the moused mullet now looks more like a mod. The mannequin with the gel shows no sign of damage at all, while the long flowing hairsprayed locks are now more matte than mullet.
Well, the evidence is pretty conclusive. If you value your mullet, avoid hairspray. Later on in the show, we'll be finding out which cooking oil is Britain's most dangerous.
Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I'd like you to do this. Okay, and now I would like you to wiggle this finger.
When you cross hands, the brain is unable to distinguish between the fingers because its sense of spatial awareness has been disabled by their interlocking position. It's unable to determine which hand is which.
Sorry, Naz, I can't do that.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. What happens when it snows and you haven't got a sledge? Well, black bin liners, school anoraks, grandma's favourite tea tray, we've tried them all. But just what is Britain's best DIY sledge? Look at these, top-of-the-range designer sledges. And yes, they go fast all right. But at over £100 each and designed by top car engineers, they should. We haven't got £100, and even if we did, we wouldn't waste it on a slidey thing. Because we've got our own toys. The question is, can any of them go faster than this lot? 14.6 seconds to beat then. First up, the ironing board. Cost £8. The stand, surplus to requirements, of course, and the foam cover would just mean unwanted drag. However, despite its sledge-like shape, the ironing board failed to live up to expectations. This paddling method the only way to get it down the slope. The front blade digging into the snow all the way. It came in at 20.8 seconds. Bit crap, really. Tea trays, £3 each, might stand more of a chance. We're going to try 3 types. plastic, steel and wood. Though clearly not designed for the purpose, trays make a good showing early on. Plastic an early faller, leaving metal and wood to battle it out. Wood struggles halfway down, but is in luck as metal comes a cropper, so he comes through unexpectedly to take the load. A slow run though, 17.7 seconds. Bit late for that, mate, the race is over. Join us later in the show to see whether we can beat that time with some of the more unusual household items. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today she's got a small but firm lychee. So what's your guess? Will it sink or will it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the science show that still gets its mum to wash its underpants.
Still to come, more pub science as Dr. Bunhead nips out for a swift half. And John Tickle goes off in search of ghosts. But first, earlier, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her small but firm lychee sink or float? Yes, lychees sink like a stone.
Here's one for you. What shape would chairs be if our knees bent the other way?
Welcome back to the Brainiac testing site as we go in search of Britain's most dangerous. Already, we've discovered using this ignition cord that these are Britain's most dangerous pants. And by using a flamethrower, we've discovered that hairspray is a lethal combination with a mullet. Now it's time to find out which cooking oil is Britain's most dangerous. Every year in Britain, cooking oils cause an enormous amount of house fires, most often when people come home from the pub with the munchies and fancy a fry-up. We have 3 different types of cooking oil which we're placing in pots on these gas burners. We're going to turn up the heat and see what happens.
The humble chip or fat pan causes more fires than any other method of cooking. The 3 oils we're testing are vegetable, olive and sunflower oil. Left unattended, the oil overheats. The first sign of it being too hot is smoke. If the temperature continues to increase, the vapour eventually bursts into flame. This can happen in a matter of minutes.
So you can clearly see that sunflower oil is Britain's most dangerous cooking oil. It's reached flash point, which means that the gas coming off the oil is able to be ignited. Now, one of the worst things you can do to put out this type of fire is to throw water on it. In fact, you could say that it's Britain's most dangerous way of extinguishing this type of fire.
Water is bad because as soon as it hits the oil, it turns to steam, which expands. This also causes the vapour to expand. And because it's the vapour that burns, it becomes a massive fireball.
So even though the sunflower oil burst into flames first, all cooking oils should be treated with respect, unlike novelty underpants and mid-80s mullets.
Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to real ale.
I bet you, and you'll really like this, I can balance all this cutlery on your body with just a cork and 2 matchsticks. Seriously, look, watch. Yeah, no, all I do is clip those 2 together like that, and 1 matchstick in here. Give us your first hand, hold it up like that, finger up. There's the first one, balancing. Tell you I'm pressed already. Here's the other one. The other hand. Well, ignore that and wait there.
Supposed to fall?
No, it's not supposed to fall. Still. Keep still. That's it. We're nearly there. You're doing brilliant. Here we go. Oh, go on, go on. Yes! It worked! I am a genius. It's good, isn't it?
Have a cup, please.
I've told you once. I've told you twice.
I've had once and
Let me back, you pig! I'm coming back! Let me back!
Back to the piste. The question we're asking is, can we beat these top-of-the-range designer sledges down a slope by using some cheap household bits and pieces as homemade sledges? So far, no luck. The ironing board, 20.8 seconds. And the fastest tea tray we could find only managed 17.7 seconds. Before the next run, some of those homemade sledges that didn't make the grade. This two-man operation, towing a Brainiac in a wetsuit, was quick, but with only one of them actually crossing the line, it doesn't score. The boiler insulating cover started promisingly, but then went into a bit of a spin halfway down. Sideways rotation, not the best way of descending a hill. The suitcase and the office packing case, in truth, never really got going. None finishes both. So, last up, a large inflatable armchair, the inner tube from a lorry tyre, and a blow-up girl. On your rubber, get set, go! And well, that's it for the girl. Her chances vanish with an undignified pop. But the tyre's off like a rocket, and while the armchair suffers a spectacular fall, the inner tube keeps going. 14.6, the sledge's time to beat, and yes, he's done it! A magnificent 13.9 seconds. So if it's speed you want and you don't mind looking a prat, steer clear of ironing boards, tea trays, cases and covers. Pack a lorry inner tube for the slopes on your winter holiday. In 1983, leather and lace glam rockers Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." But we here at Brainiac don't like to be told anything. Nunchuckers can spin well over 2,000 times a minute. At that speed, they should make short work of stopping the glam rockers. Respecting your opponent is important in martial arts, but you shouldn't let that stop you from doing the job at hand. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with some nunchuckers. How many black spots can you count in the following diagram? How about a helping hand? Let's change the background colour. The answer? There are no black spots. The reason you think there are, to be honest, scientists don't know, and neither do we. What should you do if you're so busy working 9 to 5 that you fail to realise global warming has your office looking like this?
Hello.
Before long, you know you'll be in over your head and you need to grab something to keep you afloat. This experiment aims to tell you what you should and should not grab. So far, the things to avoid list looks like this. PC monitors are no good, nor are storage boxes made of cardboard. However, anything that has air trapped in it works a treat, like padded envelopes. As the office supplies dwindle, so too does our Brainiac's choice. Well, there's the alarm that signals the office evacuation procedure. Which object will he go for? And he's gone for 2 reams of paper. I'm not sure about this. Paper is made of wood, and wood does float, but I don't think he'll have much success here. Now look at that, quite clearly he's struggling to keep his head above water. Reams of paper, another office product you should avoid if caught out by global warming.
For years, we've been fascinated by the question, are there ghosts? With me, I have my special Brainiac ghost detecting kit. A sleeping bag, extra powerful torch, night vision camera, divining rods, and this special gizmo. Apparently ghosts give off an electromagnetic field, so if it goes off, either I'm beneath a power line or we've got company. The kit's in the back. All we need now is a haunted house. I'm not the kind of chap to believe in ghosts and ghouls and all that nonsense. But when it's way past the witching hour and you're wandering the corridors of one of the most spook-filled buildings in Britain, even a hard-bitten cynic like me gets a chill down the spine. If there are ghosts lurking around in this old dump, then it's my job to find them. I don't believe in ghosts. 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 According to legend, the daughter of the head of this Masonic school was killed horrifically in this very corridor, and she stalks the students to the present day. OK, let's start ghost busting. Now, these divining rods are meant to detect the electromagnetic presence of the ghost. They're also used for detecting water, so I don't hold much truck with them. The rods are meant to point in the direction of the energy they detect. So if you come across a ghost, they're meant to react. Ooh. And look what happens when I walk down the corridor. Was this just a reaction to the muscles in my hand? Could it be the water pipes? Well, they're moving. Or have I really come across a ghost? OK, the jury's out on the divining rods. Time to try something a bit more high-tech. And where better to try than the abandoned classroom? Apparently this is the very desk at which that poor girl sat. But I'm not reading any activity on my fancy electromagnetic ghost detector. Again, have I detected something? These devices are meant to detect electromagnetic emissions given off by ghosts. Or maybe it's just reacting to my mobile phone trying to pick up a signal. That's enough ghost busting for one night. I'm going to get my head down and see if anything comes to visit. I still don't believe in ghosts, but as I prepare for bed, something doesn't feel quite right. Oh, what was that? Oh, I've had enough. There's far too many strange things going around here. Even a rationally minded person like me is prone to leaps of the imagination. I don't think I've proved anything either way.
Welcome back to what's proving to be a very exciting finish to this special Brainiac snooker match. Quintin Hahn is looking at a 147. He just has 4 balls to pot and 4 bangs to endure. Of course, there's more to this table than meets the eye. We don't like caravans, but we do like blowing them up. In Brainiac snooker, the last 6 balls trigger an explosion. Each pocket is wired to a caravan filled with some sort of explosive gas or substance. In this frame, we've already seen a propane explosion with the yellow. Quintin nearly missed the green, but it did drop and set off a butane bang. He doesn't seem to have been fazed by the explosions, but it's fair to say that our Brainiac is not so relaxed. He should be, though, because all he's done in this match is sit there and watch. So, to move on to 129, Quintin needs to pop the brown into a middle pocket. The caravan is filled with acetylene and oxygen, so it should be a bigger bang than we've seen so far.
129.
That was massive. These brilliant images are from a special high-speed camera that shoots at 1,000 frames per second. That's 975 more frames than normal, so that gives us the chance to enjoy the caravan's destruction to the full. Acetylene gas is used in applications such as welding. It's a gaseous hydrocarbon. It's colourless and has a strong garlic odour. It's unstable, highly combustible and produces a very hot flame when combined with oxygen. You can clearly see the destruction it's caused.
It also gives the referee a little work to do, clearing up the table. There are now only 3 balls, 3 pockets and 3 explosions standing in the way of Quinton's 147.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show that meets science on a darkened street corner and blows raspberries right in its face.
The silly science on Brainiac tonight. All the fun of the fair as we check out Dodge and car physics. See you later. We say goodbye to another Caravan. Do fast music and distracting passengers make you drive badly? We get fruity down at the lab and bone idle bog cleaning with the Lazy Man's Guide. But first, let's start by putting the plug in the socket. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Today, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to neatly complete a child's dot-to-dot drawing whilst being electrocuted. Our Brainiac, as usual, has 2 electrode pads attached to each of his arms. What constitutes good art is a highly debatable topic, but with dot-to-dots, you can't go wrong. Dot-to-dot utilises both sides of the brain, the left side for the numbers and the right side for creative visualisation. However, the electrical impulses we're providing override any signal the brain sends. They cause uncontrollable contractions in the arms of our Brainiac, vastly hampering his artistic attempt. Neatly completing a dot-to-dot. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. Why do you never see any baby pigeons?
Unblocking toilets is a full-time occupational hazard for us, what with the vast quantity of fast food and lager that makes up the average Brainiac diet. It's a job we could get done by someone else, with a £100 call-out charge and an emergency plumber. But paying anyone over £100 to do anything is not really the Brainiac way. We'll have a go, of course, with our own tools, but they're never going to be able to fix this one. So, what do we do? Well, we've got bombs at our disposal. Light the fuse, chuck it in, stand well back. It's a slow burner, but when it goes, it really goes. That should do it. You have to watch out for bits of flying plumbing, but it's definitely a quicker way of going about things. A few bits to reassemble, of course, but a bit of glue and duct tape, and this Kazi will be as good as ever. Give us £100 and we'll come round to your house. Unblocking the bomb, Brainiac style.
OK, now I'm about to describe a nightmare situation, and I don't want you to be scared. But imagine, it's a long road trip ahead of you. You've got your car, you've got your petrol, you've got your sunglasses. You've forgotten your favourite tunes. I know, it's horrendous. Get it right, though, and, well, what could be better? Cruising through the countryside with your favourite sounds to keep you occupied. But research shows that really loud music can turn you into a bad driver. So today we're going to run some tests to find out, firstly, if this is true, and if so, which types of music are the worst offenders.
These are our 3 guinea pigs. Each one will be listening to a different type of music to see if style, as well as volume, makes a difference. This is Gary, and he's driving a well-worked BMW with a banging sound system, listening to some pounding drum and bass, courtesy of Ronnie Size. This is Phil. He's rather posh, and he'll be driving this sleek-looking Jag, listening to the sounds of Elgar. It's Pomp and Circumstance March #1. And finally, this is Tony. He's our middle-of-the-road man, driving a Rover. His choice of music is also very middle of the road. Jennifer Rush and the Power of Love. Nice.
Now, our first test is designed to see if the volume of the music affects a driver's perception of speed. And we're going to do it like this. We'll cover up the speedo in each of these 3 cars. And we'll then get our drivers to see if they can drive at what they think is 30 miles an hour without the music. Then we're going to crank up the volume and see if their perception of 30 miles an hour has been altered.
Posh Phil was first away, and his guess was a good one. Only 2 miles an hour out with 32. Tony wasn't quite as accurate. His estimate, 4 miles an hour too fast at 34. It's probably what we'd expect from a Rover driver. But Gary, our boy racer, did provide us with a surprise. His estimate of 30 was actually slower by 1 mile an hour, with 29. Boy racers around the country will no doubt be ashamed.
OK, now none of our guinea pigs know how close they were, or weren't, to the 30 mile an hour mark. So now we're going to repeat the test, only this time they'll each have their own choice of music on. Loud.
What we've asked them to do is beep their horn when they think they're at 30 miles an hour.
15, aggressive start there. 20, 22. This is weird, he's going slow. 20. OK, that was... We're now doing 26 miles an hour. It's gone wrong. Phil's actually driving slower.
So, Posh Phil's perception of speed is definitely affected. He's driving 6 miles an hour slower than without the music. Next up, Tony, accompanied by Jennifer Rush. Without music, he guessed 34.
Nice. Nice. How about it? OK, we're accelerating away. 10, 15, 22, 20, 25. Oh, he honked at 25. He's now cruising at 35. Tony's rubbish. It's Rover, man. Hopeless.
Well, what can we say? Tony was all over the place. At times, he was 9 miles an hour slower than his first run. Must be the power of Jennifer Rush.
OK, well, I think, yep, Gary's got his music on. In your own time.
For Gary's no music run, his estimate was 29.
OK, we're at 30, 34, 35. OK, he hit that at 33. He's dropped to 29. Dropped 27. We're slowing down. We're 26. He's all over this.
Although Gary was the closest on the run with no music, his run with some banging tunes was, like Tony's, inconsistent and, embarrassingly for a boy racer, sometimes as slow as 24.
OK, so we've shown that loud music really leaves you clueless about how fast you're actually going. Join us later to discover just how distracting decibels really are as we put our guinea pigs through a skills test. And we'll find out which back seat activities are the most disturbing for drivers.
Hi, I'm Kate Lawler, and you're watching Brainiac. John Tickle, I love you! Mwah!
Peeling some fruit is just not worth the effort for what's inside. So, just which is the most pain-in-the-arse fruit?
Yum, yum.
We've brought the 5 most irritating fruits in the world into the lab. Their job is to eat the fruit in front of them in the fastest time possible. They've all got the same amount of fruit pound for pound. They're all hard work to peel, but which is the worst?
OK, stand by. On her command, please start peeling and eating your fruit. Start.
For the purposes of this experiment, these Brainiacs have to eat all the edible part of the fruit. That means all the flesh and juice, but no skin, pips and core. Hand hands, teeth, brute force and sharp nails are all they can use. The last one to be eaten will officially be the most pain-in-the-arse fruit. Some fruits come naturally hard to peel, so that when animals try to get into the flesh, they're forced to distribute the seeds over a wider area, and hence more fruit grows. It's nature's little way of being a pain in the arse. And it looks as if lychee Brainiac, big stone and damn old fruit, is well on the way to finishing. Just a matter of searching for the last few. Watermelon Boy's not been too held up by the huge number of irritating pips lurking in the fruity flesh. And Kiwi Man seems to have gone around the rather tedious business of skin stripping by simply sucking the flesh out. And there goes Watermelon Boy, spent, sticky and finished. Orange Boy trying the wild animal approach of just plunging his jaws in. He won't be too long either.
Finish.
And there goes Mr. Kiwi, who looks well stuffed.
Finish.
And he's closely followed by Lychee Girl. Just Mr. Mango and the orange animal left. Mango Muncher facing the nightmare of tight skin, huge nut and large quantities of fibrous flesh. And was that the orange finishing? Hard to spot through the pip and rind in his mouth. But yes, the judges give him the all clear. So that means the winner or loser, and now officially the most pain-in-the-arse fruit in the world, is the mango. This object has been magnified 100 times. It's from a food that some claim is the most perfect food known to man. And no, it's not fish and chips. What do you think it is? Find out in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that rings the doorbell of science and then runs away.
Also to come, Brainiac's in the supermarket getting lost and found, and grubs up, microwave meals Brainiac style. Earlier we showed you this. It's been magnified 100 times. Packed full of potassium, some claim you could live off this food alone. Yes, it's a pip from the centre of a banana.
I've had another letter. It reads, Dear John, I've heard that water in a sink goes down the plug hole in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere than it does in Britain. Is this true? That's from Brian in Sunderland. Well, Brian from Sunderland, here on Brainiac, we like to spare no expense in getting the answers to our viewers' scientific questions. So I'm going to get in contact with the Australian branch of the Brainiac organisation and see if we can find out the truth on this one once and for all. First, though, I'm going to have to pay a visit to my bathroom. Welcome to my bathroom. As you can see, I filled up the basin with water. Now, the theory goes that the direction of the water flows out of the basin is affected by the Coriolis effect. This states that the rotation of the Earth determines the direction of the flow of air, and that direction should be different depending on which side of the Earth that you're on. The flow of air, so they say, determines the direction of the flow of water. Now let's pull out the plug and see what happens. OK, well I'm in England and that water is flowing out in a clockwise direction. I'll just add a little bit of pepper so you can see that more clearly. Now, if the theory is correct, then in an Australian sink, say, it should be going out anti-clockwise. So is it? Hello Marco, can you hear me?
Yeah, hello John, yeah I can hear you, loud and clear.
And where are you now?
I'm in the heart of the burbs in Sydney, Australia.
OK, would you go to your bathroom for me, please?
Yep, sure, I'll head down there now.
Will you please pull out the plug and tell me which way the water goes?
OK, let's test it out. OK, and as you can see, it runs clockwise.
Thank you, Marco. Well, there you go, Brian from Sunderland. I think we put that one to bed. And the reason? Well, it goes like this. Yes, the Coriolis effect does exert some small influence on the direction of the flow of water, but it's the shape of the sink and the plug hole and the speed of the flow which are far bigger factors. It's these which ultimately determine which way the water drains out. And just to prove it, why don't you settle back and enjoy my home movie? I call it Sinks Around the World.
stop. The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
Baked beans in a tin. Harmless enough until, that is, you introduce some microwave radiation. With the microwave running, the baked beans heat up, and because the tin is completely sealed, there's nowhere for the gas created to escape. And we all know about escaping gases and baked beans. The longer the tin stays in there, the hotter it gets, and the more the contents expand, until the pressure inside becomes too much for the tin to take, and it explodes. It's a sizable bang from our beans, the force of it blowing the door off, sending scorching hot beans all over the place, and leaving the oven in a right mess. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. Crystal balls, tarot cards, star signs. When it comes to predicting the future, should you rely on the spirit world to help you pick the winner of the 230? Or would you be better relying on a small, furry primate? Yes, it's psychic versus monkey here on Brainiac, as we put the predictions of a psychic up against those of a 5-year-old rhesus monkey. 4 tests. Who will get the most right?
Pick a crystals, whichever.
First, they both warm up with a general reading.
Okay, as I link into your energy field, I'm more sort of linked to the emotional side at the moment. And that's just showing me you're kind of very fickle when it comes to relationships. I just feel like you're being pulled in 2 directions. So it's kind of 2 women or 2 girls that you're interested in, but you're not a man that can be faithful.
So, 2 women interested in this Brainiac. Bit unlikely, I think. Mary the monkey also spends some time getting to know him.
Girlfriend's the main concern, really. What do you think, I should be doing? Brush up on my people skills?
Mary, frankly, couldn't give a monkey's. Right, first test. 5 different symbols. One is chosen at random, the picture of a dog. It's copied onto a blank card and hidden in the envelope. We then give it to Psychic Jane. Can she guess which of the symbols we chose? She has only the vibrations to guide her. No vibrations for Mary. She'll probably pick the one that looks most like a banana. Psychic Jane calls on guidance from above and chooses the lightning bolt. Oh dear, bad choice, Jane. Mary tries to cheat by opening the envelope and having a peek, but we soon put a stop to that. Then she's torn between 2 cards, the lightning symbol and the dog. Discarding one, which has she chosen? Yes, it's the dog. The monkey goes 1-0 up. Next, we want to know which is the best day to play the lottery. Jane runs her hands over a calendar, looking for spiritual guidance. But Mary is confused. She can't eat it or mate with it. What is this calendar for? Jane uses psychic intuition and picks the 22nd. Mary's not good with a pen, so she uses her own unique method, chewing a sweetie and placing it on her favourite day. She's plumped for the 8th. We've taken their advice and put all our holiday money on those 2 dates. If they win, we're off to the Caribbean. If not, it's Frinton again. Find out how they got on with this and who wins the overall challenge later in the show.
Thinking of going into space? Oh no! Spacesuits at the cleaners! Should I go without? No way! Not after last time. Going into space without a spacesuit causes explosive decompression. Your brains come out of your ears and your nose. Think I'll go to Morecambe instead.
Welcome back to the Brainiac test track. Now, research shows that playing loud music in your car makes your driving worse. And even the up-tempo music can double your chances of having an accident. Well, earlier in the show, we put 3 guinea pigs to the test to see if music played at volume affected their perception of speed.
In fact, all three of our drivers' perception of speed was affected by the music. We covered up their speedometers and then asked them to drive at 30 miles an hour. Posh Phil's perception of what 30 was dropped to 26 with music. Middle-of-the-road Tony went from 34 to speeds between 25 and 35. And our boy racer Gary was much the same, closest to the mark without music, but drifting between 24 and 35 with.
So we've established that loud music plays havoc with your impression of how fast or slow you're going. Now we're going to test our subjects' skills. So will more music mean messier manoeuvres? Earlier, our subjects negotiated this course without music. We timed them and awarded penalties for poor driving. This will enable us to see if the music makes a difference. First away was Posh Phil with Pomp and Circumstance. Now, according to research, if the music you're listening to has more than 60 beats per minute, you could have double the amount of accidents than those who listen to music slower than that. Phil was fine going forward, but it was the backward manoeuvres he struggled with the most, especially the reverse slalom. Phil finally made it through the course, and in a bit of a shock, the music made him a marginally better driver. He had a faster time and 6 fewer penalties. Tony and the Power of Love also struggled in the reverse park, picking up penalties for touching the tyres and being too far out from the curb. And again, the reverse slalom proved a challenge. Overall, Tony was definitely worse. 11 seconds slower, and he incurred 4 more penalty points than his first run. Last, but by no means least, is Gary and the drum and bass. In true boy racer's style, he threw his car around the course. Yes! And he had no trouble with the tricky reversing section, taking some nice tight lines. Now, I believe the time is right now. And interestingly, Gary was faster and picked up fewer penalties with the drum and bass. Our boy racer finally living up to his name. So we've shown that music really does affect your driving, whether it makes you more aggressive or just more, well, gormless, really. And if you think about it, it makes sense. How many times have you reached across to turn the stereo down when you want to look at the map? So does that mean that subconsciously we already knew that in order to really concentrate, you need to turn the music off? This floating office has been designed to provide you with the information you need to combat a rapid rise in the oceans due to global warming. We know you work hard, and with your head down, you may not realise the danger that you're in. What do you do? Which office product should you grab? Well, these are the things you should steer clear of. Anything made of paper or cardboard. They offer no buoyancy at all. The PC monitor had a bit, but not enough to support our office Brainiac. However, you'll be relieved to know that there are many things that do float, such as polystyrene cups, upside-down rubbish bins, and empty water bottles. Over the series, we put many products to the test, and this now means our Brainiac has very little to choose from. And there's the alarm that signals it's time to enter the water. What product will he go for? Well, he's grabbed the fax machine and the hard drive. The water must be getting to his brain, as there is no way this will work. And in he goes. The words "sink like a stone" come to mind. Our Brainiac is now a hopeless case as he's left floundering in the water. Quite clearly, fax machines and hard drives, and they're the 2 office products that you should avoid.
It's a problem that happens almost every time you visit the supermarket. You're halfway around, you can't find the person you came in with, and there's no mobile phone reception. So what is the most efficient way to be reunited with your shopping pal? First up, it's the willy-nilly method. Both our Brainiacs are let loose to roam round the store in search of one another.
Now, if their search patterns are completely random, it is possible that our 2 Brainiacs will never find each other, as there is no guarantee that they will ever cross paths. If you wanted to put a time on it, you could try and work it out using applied mathematics, algorithms and other big scientific formulas. You could even take into consideration things like random particle movement. But to do that, it helps if your name is Stephen Hawking.
A more efficient way is the sitting duck method. This is where one person stands still and the other person roams around the store till they eventually find them. However, you must be careful to predetermine before you go into the store which one of you is going to be the sitting duck and which one of you the hunter.
Now, how long this method actually takes depends on whereabouts in the supermarket you lost the person and whereabouts you wait. Of course, if you're in a superstore like this, it's going to take a lot longer, but you will eventually be reunited. There is, though, an even better method.
I present to you option number 3, keeping it simple.
Taking our cue from the marine world, we've created our very own Brainiac distress flares, which are visible from anywhere in the supermarket. Don't leave home without them.
Dodgers. They really are a Brainiac's favourite form of transport. There's no pleasure quite to compare with driving a rubber-protected vehicle at other people as fast as possible. But amongst all this fun and merriment, we at Brainiac always drag ourselves back to the main question. Where's the science? The point of dodgems is, of course, to cause as much of a bump to the person you hit as possible without incurring damage yourself. So, what is the best way to give the opposition whiplash? In one car, our Brainiac driver. In the other, the victim. We're going to be measuring the amount of jolt our victim receives by the tried and tested method of fizzy drink and popcorn spillage. The better the collision made by our Brainiac, the more spillage that ends up on the victim. First of all, let's try the up-the-bottom approach. Smacking a dodgem from behind has, of course, the benefit of surprise, as your victim can't see you coming. However, the impact is lessened by the fact that you are, of course, usually going in the same direction as the person you hit. An analysis of the cups reveals only slight spillage, a poor technique. Hitting your victim from the side is better. The force of impact dispersed a little into the forward motion. The general rule on this one should be, the more acute the angle, the better the impact, and hence the greater the spillage. Head-to-head is, of course, a Brainiac favourite. Though often banned by overzealous ride attendants, it's always possible to sneak one in when they're not watching. Though impact is considerable, the downside is that you get as big a jolt as your victim. How then to solve that problem? Easy. Get yourself a fat guy. Now when you make contact, the forward momentum should carry on. Yep, it does, and your victim suffers the most damage. So remember, avoid the up the bottom. Maximise your angle on a side approach, but for best effect, pack a fat guy and charge head on. And with this advice, you won't be a victim all your life. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I'd like you to sniff this pepper, and when you sneeze, I'd like you to keep your eyes open.
When you're about to sneeze, a nerve in your nose sends a message to your brain to make your lids shut. This reflex is very hard to overcome, but can be done with practice. John Tickle has not been practicing.
Sorry, nurse, I couldn't do that.
Thank you, Mr. Tickle.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Stop. Brainiac, an apology.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please?
In a previous episode of this programme, we made the following claim. It is believed that no human being can lick their own elbow, as the combined maximum length of the neck and tongue is about 2 inches shorter than the length of the upper arm.
I'm sorry, nurse, I can't do that.
However, a number of viewers have written to us demonstrating that this statement was not in fact correct. We take our science very seriously here on Brainiac. As such, we make rigorous checks to ensure mistakes are not made. It will not happen again.
The other way is that.
So please, don't send us any more pictures and videos. We've learned our lesson. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today, she's got a firm, plump tomato. So, what's your guess? Does it sink or does it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment. This is Brainiac, the show where we use and abuse science in the name of entertainment. Also to come, how well can you drive with this kind of distraction? And put your fingers in your ears, it's another frame of Caravan snooker. But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her firm, plump tomato sink or does it float? Yes, tomatoes sink.
Here's one for you. If Teflon is meant to be non-stick, how do they get it to stick to the pan?
Back to Psychic versus Monkey, where we've been putting this spiritual world to the test. Who can make better predictions about the future? Well, so far, it's Mary the Monkey who's winning 1-0. Previously, we asked each of them for a lucky day to buy lottery tickets. They chose 2 different days, so we put half our holiday money on each. And yeah, thanks a lot. We lost it all. On to the next test. We gave both Jane and Mary a bag of clothes and asked them to identify which item belonged to Brainiac Joe. This psychic believes she can tune in to the emotional energy that a person leaves in their clothes. And, well, maybe she can, because she got this one bang on. Mary seems to like all the clothes. They all belong to Brainiacs, so maybe she likes the familiar monkey smell. However, she opts for a silky girl's top. A big no, I'm afraid. So now, it's 1-1. Final test, the decider. We gave Psychic Jane 5 watches. She says she can tell us which jobs the owners of these watches do by just feeling them. Mary seems to have gone for the same technique. So, who will win the final challenge? Psychic ability has never been scientifically proved. Then again, no monkey has ever shown a proven ability at fortune-telling. You wouldn't pay a monkey for advice about the future, so a psychic? Well, in our watch test, they both did equally well. They both got none right. So, at the end it stays 1-1. Back then to the crystal ball for Psychic Jane. While Mary, well, she's off to practice her new skill on her mates down at the zoo.
101 uses for a wee! Swimming at the seaside is such fun. But oh no, what's happened to Holiday Man? Quick, get to shore! It's those pesky jellyfish again, with their nasty, painful sting. He's miles from a pharmacy. Don't worry, help is at hand. Wee Wee will take that rotten sting away. Urine is full of ammonia, which deactivates the stinging cells that latch onto your skin. Ah, relief at last. Well done, boys. And well done, that wee-wee!
This week on Tall v Small, we find out if it's better to be lanky or little when it comes to riding a mechanical bull. The object of this exercise is to see who can stay on this bull the longest. First up, it's Little John. Because of the length of his inside leg, he can't sit astride the bull, which straight away puts him at a disadvantage. And we're off. This doesn't look like it'll last long. He's not looking comfortable at all, and there he goes. He's bailed out. Little John's time is 5.44 seconds. The longer you stay on the bull, the faster it goes, but Little John not getting up to any real speed at all. Big John's disadvantage is keeping his long limbs out of the way, but with only 5.44 seconds to beat, it shouldn't be a factor. And he's away. Being 7'3" means the rocking motion of the bull is accentuated at the extremities of his body, and he's actually travelling further and faster than Small John. Eventually, his ride comes to an end, but with a time of 14.6, he's done enough. When it comes to riding a mechanical bull, it's better to be tall.
Yes!
In 1983, Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll." But we here at Brainiac aren't buying into that. The baseball bat, functional and versatile. Of course, it's designed to hit baseballs, but it has been known to hit other things as well. Bats come in various weights. The heavier the bat, the lower the speed of the swing, but the more momentum it can gather. We've gone for the heavier version, figuring it'll do the most damage. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a baseball bat.
This is the Brainiac test track, where we've been investigating researchers' claims that listening to loud music can be detrimental to your driving.
We have established, using this driving course, that when music is pumping out of your sound system, it doesn't necessarily make your driving skills deteriorate, but it can alter your perception of speed.
So that begs the question, if loud music is distracting when you're driving, what else might you find in the back of your car to put you off? Well, using the results of the last test, we're now going to do it all over again as a comparison, but this time we'll have a different distraction in the back of each of the three cars. So, in the Mighty Rover, we have two avid football supporters engaged in an argument over Chelsea and Spurs. Argument on.
I'm so much better than Chelsea.
You can't say.
You've been doing it these few years.
And argument off. In the back of car number 2 are three tanked-up lads about to reenact the famous Bohemian Rhapsody scene from Wayne's World. And in car number 3, a trio of lovely ladies who are going to get changed from their office wear to their evening wear via their underwear. All three cars will be driving exactly the same course as before, and from this we should be able to discover whether it's the music or the mayhem that is the most distracting. You lucky, lucky man. But first away, Tony and his Rover.
Business, business, business.
business.
Of course, it's on the pitch. It should be the game of the fans, man.
Beyond that, isn't it? That's why Chelsea...
Tony was the only one to perform significantly worse with music as his distraction. So it will be interesting to see how he goes with the football balls.
What is the difference now between Man U and Chelsea?
Money.
What? You've got more than them? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, there we go. They seem to be having a significant effect already. It's Tony's third run around the course, so he should know it quite well. But all the hot air these two Brainiacs have been blowing have actually made Tony an even worse driver.
No, you
No! Do that.
Well, clearly, in the otherwise calm and placid world of a Rover driver, two bickering football fans in the backseat is a big distraction. Dropped quite a handful of points there and a good couple of seconds on time. So, football fans really put you off.
Now, this should be interesting. From upper class to no class in the space of a back seat. How will Phil cope with three girly-haired, tanked-up orangutans? Right, Phil hasn't been the best going backwards. But look at this. That is quite a handy piece of parallel parking. Well, this is no doubt a far cry from the civilised sounds posh Phil is used to hearing in his Jaguar. No talk of weekends in the country here. It's all glam rock and raucous voices. And this bit should be the most raucous of them all.
Show me your work!
Maybe deep down Phil is really a rocker at heart, but his society just won't accept that. Because, unbelievably, the man who has been the slowest all day has actually, although it doesn't look like it, turned in a personal best time and scored fewer penalty points. Now, I'm sure I speak for almost everyone when I say this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Gary has been the best performer of the day on this course. The music actually made him better, but has he finally met his match? 3 hot ladies getting their kit off. Well, Gary's showing an enormous amount of self-control, or maybe he's blind. Oh no, there we go, he's had a look, and who can blame him? Yep, quite clearly checking out the underwear and its contents, but it doesn't seem to have affected his speed or his concentration. Gary surely must be a man of steel, or he loves his car more than he does women, or maybe he's gay, but you never asked. Gary, can you not see the same things that we can? His passengers are doing all they can to put him off, but Gary's not having any of it. In more ways than one, these girls really are a handful.
Right, the science part of that, I'm not sure, because Gary was actually quicker and better with the half-naked girls in the car. We've either proven that Gary is a man of iron, or maybe we've devised a whole new road safety accessory. I think perhaps my car needs one of those. So there you go. It looks like the really big in-car distractions, you know, headbangers, half-naked girls in the back of the car, can actually make a driver concentrate more. But put a few of your favourite tunes on and your mind could be wandering in moments. What do 6 caravans filled with different forms of explosive substances have in common with a snooker table? Nothing. You're right. Unless you're involved in a Brainiac snooker match where each of the pockets is wired to one of the caravans. It's the way all snooker should be played.
Welcome back to the Orchard, home of Brainiac snooker. Quintin Han is up against one of our own, although he hasn't had a chance to provide much of a challenge. As you can see, there's a bit of debris about the place. That's because Brainiac snooker is slightly different to the snooker played at the Crucible. The potting of the last 6 balls causes an explosion as each pocket is wired to a gas-filled caravan. Acetylene and oxygen was the order of the day when Quintin potted the brown. This explosion was the biggest so far. Caravan completely blown apart, and the game stopped while the referee attended to the debris on the table. With all that cleared up, Quintin Han can take 1 step closer to the 147 maximum as he lines up the blue. $134. He's played that nicely and left himself on the pink. Time for the players to retire to a safe distance and wait for the oxygen-filled caravan to explode. With oxygen, you don't see much of a flame, but there's a massive explosion. Once the O2 is ignited, it burns very quickly, causing a rapid expansion of the gas, and the caravan is unable to contain it. You'll be forgiven for thinking it's snowing. It's not. That's actually pieces of Caravan. It's been blown to smithereens. Some bang, some match. 2 balls left and 2 explosions. Can Quintin complete his 147 break?
Welcome to Brainiac, the show that takes science by the ankles and dangles it over a crocodile swamp.
The big science on Brainiac tonight. Washing your smalls the lazy man's way. Does drinking lager make you bad at sport?
Steady.
What happens if you eat carrots for a month?
I am going orange.
The black box gets a kicking from a Bigfoot. And quiet please, we go snooker loopy and crack open another Caravan. But first, a shock announcement. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Today, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to play keepy-uppy whilst being electrocuted. Our Brainiac has 2 pads on his arms and 2 pads on his back. When the electrical charge is administered, the strength of the current overrides any signals the body normally gets. Keepy-uppy is a test of skill and requires many complex movements and calculations. Balance, timing and coordination all play a large part. Now, normally the shock, which lasts for 2 seconds, is administered at random. But occasionally, things do go wrong. Sometimes, in electrical circuits, you get what's called a short, like now. What this means is that instead of the occasional jolt, our Brainiac is getting a continuous succession of 2-second electrical shocks. Unfortunately, we thought he was just mucking about, so we left him to it. The truth was, though, it was actually hurting rather a lot. We did switch it off, eventually, and afterwards we all had a good laugh about it. Well, we did. Keepy-uppy. One more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. What's the opposite of opposite?
It'll probably come as no surprise to hear that Brainiacs are not mad keen on the whole laundry experience. To be honest, no one really notices the pond of unwashed clobber when you all smell the same. Pretty bad. But there comes a time when even Brainiacs have to buckle down to this chore. So why not have some fun while you're at it? A big pool of water. If you only wash your clothes once a year, you've got to do it properly. A sprinkle of soap and a pile of curry-stained T-shirts. Even Brainiacs know there's more to washing than just throwing your clothes in the water. What's needed is some agitation. Yep, it's time for TNT. Make it fizz, and off we go. Warms the water and churns the clothes. It's not 100 revolutions a minute, but it has scared off the worst of the stains. Bit damp now, though. A washing line, yes, but we can't be here all day. It's not exactly a spin dryer, but it can be. A rocket on each corner should provide the propulsion we need. Not something you should try at home. Fireworks can have that nasty habit of biting back. More ignition, more standing well back, and our washing is in a spin. Well, sort of. The actual rotation, not quite enough to get them bone dry, but the heat helps a little. You can't beat the fresh smell of newly washed clothes. But they're not wearable yet. They're going to need ironing. We can't walk around looking scruffy. Irons are not the lazy man's way. We need something a little more industrial. Some instant pressing, lobbing a heavy-duty anvil off a 100-foot crane, our favourite solution to stubborn creases. Beat steam pressing with an iron any day. If this hasn't done the job, nothing will. Oh yeah, like new. We've never looked this good. Washing, drying, ironing. The lazy man's guide to laundry.
Hi, my name is Nikki Sanderson and I play Stolen Courage.
ballistics can be defined as the study of the dynamics of projectiles and/or the study of the flight characteristics of said projectiles. But for John Tickle and Brainiac, ballistics also means a chance to put different objects into different devices and make them go bang.
This is the moment we've all been waiting for, the daddy of all our cannons. But before we light the fuse on this one, let's see how our other back garden ballistics have got on.
Using physics, we've been able to work out launch velocities, peak trajectory heights, and projectile ranges. Of course, this has just been an excuse to make our very own launch devices. The 3 crisp packets and a splash of lighter fluid returned some favourable results, but the best performer by far was our hairspray-powered spud gun, travelling a massive distance of 77.23 metres.
Chips for tea. OK, so some pretty impressive stuff there. But now we're playing the serious game. We're using a specially designed propellant made of nitrocellulose, and a projectile is this bowling ball. Now, the tube has been made to measure, so it's a really nice, snug fit. That's important, because when the charge goes off, we don't want any of those expanding gases escaping round the bowling ball and losing power. All right, lads, everything set? Yep, that's in. OK, happy to go?
Yep, we're ready.
Cool, let's have the key then.
Now, this beast has never been fired before, so anything could happen.
Firing in 3, 2, 1. That was rubbish, gentlemen. Right, can we try it with more charge?
We didn't even bother to measure that attempt, as we know we can do better. We've got more nitrocellulose and we're doubling the amount, which in theory means 4 times the power.
OK, take 2. Ready to fire? And firing in 3, 2, 1, fire! Goes, it goes. Oh, massive! That's more like it, isn't it? Cool. Nice.
Our bowling ball hit the ground 35.2 metres later, reached a peak height of 8.8 metres and had a launch velocity of 18.57 metres per second.
OK, this is what makes Brainiac great. This is the size of our first charge. This is the size of the charge we're using now.
The big question remains, though. Will it be too much power for the cardboard cannon?
Firing in 3, 2, 1, fire!
More charge didn't mean more distance. The 10-pound bowling ball landed pretty much in the same spot.
Right, I think we found our optimum charge. We're not going to get the bowling ball to go any further because the propellant is quite slow burning. That's why we see all the flame coming out of the muzzle after the cannonball has left. We need something lighter. So Brainiacs, bring in those watermelons. Thank you. Now, we've got a whole range of shapes there. I think shot selection is going to be quite important because we need quite a tight fit in the barrel of the gun.
Once we'd found the 2 best-sized watermelons, it was time to flick the switch.
Firing in 3, 2, 1, fire!
Melon number 1, very disappointing, only reaching 9.5 metres.
Here's our last watermelon. We've chosen one that's quite a bit looser than the first one, as you can see. Now, this could go either one of 2 ways. Either it's going to come out of the barrel quite nicely, because it's loose, or there's so much gas escaping around the edge, it just won't come out at all. So, luck of the gods, really. OK, range is clear. Getting ready to fire. 3, 2, 1, fire!
So Mother Nature not providing us with the kind of projectile we needed. With a distance of only 12.62 metres, it just couldn't compete with our bowling ball.
Well, perhaps the melons weren't as good as the bowling ball, but that's because they weren't so tightly fitted inside the tube. Overall, though, we can say back garden ballistics, cracking effort.
Snooker player Bill Werbenek used to drink 50 pints of lager a day. In fact, he used to reckon he couldn't even play without being tanked up. He even persuaded the Inland Revenue to make his beer tax-deductible. OK, he's dead now, but Andy Fordham, the darts player, is still very much alive. And drinking vast quantities of beer hasn't done him any harm at all. In fact, he became the world champion on 25 pints a day, all of which begs the question, is getting tanked up good for your game?
This is our Brainiac guinea pig, and this is some lager. We're going to be introducing this guinea pig to this lager in carefully measured doses throughout the show. He's also going to be playing a number of sports. First of all, he's going to play them stone cold sober, and we're going to note down how well he plays. Then we're going to introduce the drink. First, he's going round the clock on the dartboard, sober. This could take some time to finish, so do join us and we'll see how he got on sober and then how several pints of lager affect his game.
This object has been magnified 450 times. It's something most of us see every day, although never this close up, and it's never the same twice. It's also quite often found in toilets. What do you think it is? Find out in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that crouches down behind science and invites you to give it a shove.
Also to come, Bigfoot sticks the boot in to the Brainiac black box. And an interesting combination, a bag of gunpowder and a microwave. Earlier, we showed you this. It's an object that's been magnified 450 times. Most of us don't read it from cover to cover, and some get stuck on page 3. It's part of the letter I from a page of newsprint.
Now, doctors are always saying that people should have a varied diet if they want to enjoy good health. Well, we at Brainiac believe the exact opposite, because we like to make people eat just one kind of food, lots of it, for long periods of time. Because we like to see what it does to their bodies. Like, can eating certain foods make you change colour?
We've got 3 victims.
I'm Laurie, and I'll be eating beetroot all month to see if I turn red.
I'm Natalie, and I'll be eating carrots all month just to see if I turn orange.
I'm Dan, and I'll be eating spinach for a month to see if I go green.
Red, orange, green. Yep, we're seeing if we can make our very own traffic light. These 3 housemates are going to eat what we tell them for a whole month to see if we can change the colour of their skin. On the way, we can also check out a few other beliefs about eating certain foods. Instead of their usual varied diet, each of our guinea pigs are going to have a cupboard full of the vegetable of choice. Well, our choice. Their task, to finish up all we give them before the month is up. So, it's out with the old and in with the new in their food cupboard. No room for cakes and biscuits. We'll look after those.
We'll see you next month.
And we've asked them to keep a video diary along the way to see what effect it has on them.
I'm so tired of these things.
I was almost having, like, rabbit poo.
Join us later in the show to see how they got on.
Yum.
Stop! The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This tightly wrapped package with a wire in it is 20 grams of gunpowder. First discovered in China in the 9th century, it's thought alchemists stumbled across it as they tried to find the elixir of immortality. For our microwave oven, however, this gunpowder is the elixir of death. Microwaving the wire provided the spark, the gunpowder did the rest. We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. Here on Brainiac, we've got our hands on something a bit special, flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made, and it's yellow. In an attempt to see just how tough this black box really is, it's already been attacked with ancient heavy artillery, burned at 1,000 degrees in some napalm, shot at by some posh boys, and dropped off a 100-foot crane into a vat of acid. And guess what? It survived. But now we're winding it up a bit, because now we've got ourselves a big toy. Bigfoot. Each wheel is the size of a grown man. It runs at 56 yards to the gallon. It goes from 0 to 60 in 5.5 seconds. 5 tons of throbbing motorised bully boy. But our black box isn't going into battle undefended. It's getting some extra protection deep inside an old Caravan. Off he goes then. Well, so much for the protective qualities of the fiberglass Caravan. One trample with Bigfoot and its insides are now all outside. A crumpled mess of melamine and beige carpet. It's really no help to our box at all. A couple more journeys just to make sure. So, how many pieces is our black box in now? We fear the worst. But no, it's still very much in one piece. Barely a scratch on it. Round 1 goes to the yellow flight recorder case. Is he up for another go? Looks like it. Safety belt on. Could be a bumpy journey ahead. Go on then, you overgrown schoolboy. Let's see your worst. The 1,500 horsepower engine kicks in hard and he's off again. One good stop, but Bigfoot packs 22 gallons of fuel and he means to use every drop for this job. He makes 4 car-splintering, chassis-smashing journeys, and by the end, he's pretty sure our box has had its last outing. A celebratory spin in triumph. But is that a little premature? Nestling deep in the tangled wreckage, one slightly dented, slightly scratched, bruised black box. Bruised, but alive. The flight recorder has seen off one more contender and lives to fight another day. See you, Beardy, with your overgrown toy. Go pick on someone your own size. Next time, it's the breaker's yard for the black box. Can it survive this kind of treatment?
101 uses for a Wii! Hey, gardener man! Getting fed up with the nettles and dandelions choking your favourite plants? Time for nature's finest weed killer! Wee-wee! Its high nitrogen content will get rid of those weeds in no time. Job done! But wait, here's another idea. Once those weeds have died, water down the rest of your urine and you can splash it on your flowers. Yes, that's right. The nitrogen then works as a plant food. Don't make it too strong, though, or it'll burn those tender shoots. Wee-wee, nature's way of being kind to your garden.
Chewing gum, potentially a killer. But just how dangerous is it?
Well, I was always told when I was young, because I used to chew my hair, never to swallow chewing gum because it'd get caught up in your stomach and you'd have to have an operation to get it out.
Probably get stuck in your throat. wraps itself inside your stomach, gets all wound up. Don't know.
So, does it? Down at the lab, 3 brainiacs willing to put their life on the line. Each has a piece of chewing gum. This potential killer can be found in virtually every sweet shop in the country.
Please prepare to swallow.
We've asked our 3 to keep their mouths as dry as possible to increase the possibility of the gum getting stuck in the throat.
Now please chew your gum.
Full mastication is important. We don't want any nasty sharp edges when it goes down.
Chew.
Chewing gum is a compound of synthetic rubber and artificial flavouring. How anyone sold that as a great idea for a sweet is a mystery. Here we go then.
Now please swallow your gum.
This is the moment of the greatest danger. If the theories are to be believed, then there is the distinct possibility that the gum could get stuck and block the windpipe. This would cause sudden death by asphyxiation. Important they all finish the job. This is teamwork. If one dies, they all will. Fortunately, we've got a lot of spares. The gum could get stuck at any corner, but so far it's looking good for our brainiacs. No keeling over yet.
Now we're going to do a little light exercise to get the chewing gum moving down the alimentary canal, so we'll start with a bit of jogging on the spot.
A little light exercise puts them at maximum risk of the gum wrapping itself around their insides.
Rotations from the hip.
If these contortions don't cause a problem, nothing will.
Rotate the other way, really work that chewing gum down. That's it. And let's finish with some star jumps. And trousers back up and rest.
But it's looking good. It appears that the Brainiac anatomy can deal with whatever is thrown at it.
Any feeling of internal knottiness? How about any sensation of stickiness around the stomach area? Nothing at all? And no gum wrapping around internal organs? Nothing at all? Lovely.
The final proof of the pudding, however, is the X-ray, taken 3 weeks after swallowing the gum. A quick examination of the results reveals no entanglement, no twisting, no sign of wrapping around the body. In fact, it has all been completely digested. So, there you go. Chewing gum, not a killer.
Bored of water? Don't be. Here's a fascinating fact about the world's favourite drink. Pour some cold water into an ice tray. Get some hot water and do the same. Bung them both in the freezer. Wait a while. And... Blimey! The hot water freezes faster than the cold. Whoa! One of the world's great mysteries.
Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
Today we're in Herne Hill, grabbing Dad and his lad, Russ and Charlie Eade. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Charlie Eade. Dear Brainiac, I want to know what is the most number of pants you can wear and still be able to walk. A fine question from a fine mind.
Well, Charlie, you've got the question, we've got the pants. Boxers, Y-fronts, dad's pants, girls' pants, knickers, jockeys, bloomers. We've got a name for every pair and many pairs to spare. 5 on, and it's easy. A stroll in the park for 8-year-old Charlie Eade. Pants, we've got plenty. We've gutted the high street of Gusset. Charlie's taken the bottom out of the market. OK, the science. Well, the more pants you wear, the harder it is to make a proper stride. Simple, really. The sheer bulk and tightness of the elastic around the legs sees to that. But after 15 pairs, can Charlie still stride off manfully?
Now walk, please.
Yes, he can.
5 pairs of pants, 10, even 15. And Charlie Eade, 8 of Herne Hill, can still walk. Where will it end?
Pants, 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 pants. And still they come. Oh, no. Oh, yes, Charlie. There's plenty more where they came from. The largest pants in the world are 9.5 metres wide. 180 people could squeeze into them. Charlie told us that. Bit of a pants expert, this boy. "25 pairs on.
And walk, please.
Walking now a bit like a Thunderbird's puppet, but it's still definitely a walk.
How does that feel?
It's a bit tight.
Keep those knickers coming. Yeah, it's getting tough, but he's pressing on. This boy won't be beaten by a box full of underwear. And he can still walk. Yep, this experiment really is pants, but you should see the ones we rejected.
And walk.
Up to 40 pairs, and Charlie's still able to stagger. And now it's 47. Walking not fun when you're bound up in terraline. Now 48.
It's enough pants.
A little half-hearted wonder, and Charlie calls it a day.
His name is Charlie Eade. He wanted to know the most number of pants you can wear and still walk. The answer? 48 pairs.
I can do science, me.
The appliance of science. Today, it's friction. And it's a day out in the park for Dad and his lad. But oh dear, someone's been very careless with their litter. That banana skin looks dangerous. Dad knows that friction is the force which acts to oppose the motion of two touching surfaces. With less friction, objects slide over each other more easily. So remember, kids, don't mess with friction.
You join us as we test out whether drinking beer improves sporting performance. Now, our Brainiacs played a collection of games stone cold sober. We've got the results of those. He's now finishing off 2 carefully measured pints of lager, and we're about to test him again. How are you feeling?
Yeah, not too bad.
OK, well, it's darts again. Round the clock, hitting every number in turn in the minimum number of darts, so off you go.
Previously, while sober, this Brainiac cleared the balls off this pool table in exactly 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Then he managed to score 3 goals in 35 seconds. He also managed to go round the dartboard in 32 darts. So how's he doing now after 2 pints? So far, he's up to number 18, and he's used 26 darts.
19. And 20. 29 darts, proving that this Brainiac is indeed better after 2 pints of lager than when he was stone cold sober.
On to the pool then. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to beat. You need a clear head for this game, not helped by having lager in your system. However, alcohol does relax the muscles, reduces performance anxiety, and increases self-confidence. Remember, this is a controlled experiment. Drinking in quantity is not big or clever and will probably make you very sick. And it seems the good and the bad effects have cancelled each other out. This Brainiac clears the table in exactly the same time as he did before the beer. Now it's the football. Sober, it took 35 seconds. So how well will he do after 2 pints?
2.
Well, alcohol affects your balance, coordination and sense of judgment, and it certainly shows. It takes him 10 seconds longer to complete the task.
And that's 45 seconds.
Join us when we see how much worse it gets with 5 pints inside him.
Steady.
John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, please close your eyes and hold out your arm. Now, I would like you to tell me when my finger reaches your elbow.
Touch receptors cover our entire bodies, but some areas, like the lips or groin, have more than others. The forearm has relatively few, making this challenge particularly hard.
Now.
I'm afraid, Mr. Tickle, that is wrong.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Myang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today she's got a round and plump grapefruit. So what's your guess? Does it sink or does it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment. This is Brainiac, the show that does for science what a doner kebab does for heartburn. Also to come, some strange side effects for Carrot Girl.
My wee smells a bit strange.
And sink or swim, our office Brainiac's getting desperate. But first, earlier, Professor Myang Lee posed the question, does her round, plump grapefruit sink or does it float? Yes, grapefruits float.
Here's one for you. It's a fact. If you're ever losing an argument, just start quoting statistics and people will believe you. 94% of the time.
We've got 3 guinea pigs here on Brainiac, and we're trying to make a traffic light. These 3 are eating beetroot, carrots and spinach for a whole month, as we want to change the colour of their skin. Red, orange and green. So, is it working?
I think there's only you can see. The elbows, maybe slightly, there's sort of a ring of slight different colour.
Well, I'm not sure about this with the beetroot, but I do have red patches there and there where I'm losing my hair.
I am going orange. I've got sort of weird, kind of glowy patches across my chest.
Alongside this experiment, we decided to take the opportunity to test out a couple of other theories. For instance, it's often claimed that eating carrots can help you see in the dark. 2 weeks of carrot munching should then have made quite a difference to our guinea pig.
OK, Natalie. Now, I've turned off the lights in that room and blacked out the windows, and there's a picture of a donkey in there, and I'd like you to take this tail and stick it on its bottom and get it as close to the right place as you can.
OK.
OK, now close your eyes and keep them shut until I say open. OK, do you want to go in that room?
OK, I'm in.
And open.
Where's the donkey?
Foods high in carotene, like obviously carrots, are also high in vitamin A, a little of which is good for the heart, circulation, skin and lungs, and can also improve eyesight.
How'd you get on, all right?
Yeah, fine.
Seeing in the dark, though, is that possible? Bang goes that theory then. Maybe we'll get more of a result with the Spinach Man. It's long been believed that spinach made you stronger.
Very good.
The cartoon character Popeye was always depicted as getting his strength from eating shed loads of the stuff. So, is there any truth in that one?
Now please lift this weight.
We gave him some weights to lift before he went on his greens-only diet. Back then, he wasn't able to lift this heavy weight.
OK, that's enough, thank you.
2 weeks later, can he do any better?
OK, now can you please lift these weights?
No, it appears that if anything, he's even weaker than he was before he started.
No, OK, thank you.
Puny before and puny after. 4 weeks later, the experiment was up. How do they look? Well, Carrot Girl does have a somewhat orange tinge on her hands, arms and ears. Beetroot Boy is slightly flushed, but Mr. Spinach, nothing. And as far as traffic lights go, well, you be the judge. By the way, the real traffic light is the one on the left. In 1983, Twisted Sister sang "You Can't Stop Rock and Roll," but we here at Brainiac think it's baloney. This big blue beast is what's known as an air mortar. Its sole purpose in life is to fire things out of its funnel using compressed air, which makes it an ideal tool for us. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with an air mortar. This experiment is a simulation of what could become a very real situation. If the world's temperature increases by just 3 degrees, sea levels could rise by 7 meters. If you're caught unprepared in your office, which product should you grab? So far, the worst performer has been cardboard storage boxes. The best, an empty water cooler bottle. Office supplies are now at a critical level, so our Brainiac is going to have to make do with what's left. There's the alarm, and he's going for the table. Well, this will be interesting. Most tables are made of wood, but of course some are made of chipboard and MDF. If it's the latter, he'll be in trouble, as it's much denser than wood and therefore won't be as buoyant. The metal legs won't help him either. Well, he's really struggling. The table's slowly but surely making its way to the bottom, leaving our Brainiac once again alone in the water. The office table, another office product you should avoid if looking for buoyancy.
Does lager improve your game? That's the question we're asking down here at the Brainiac Lab.
This Brainiac got better at darts after he drunk 2 pints of beer. Then he played pool, clearing up the table as fast as he could, and he scored the same time when he was sober as he did on 2 pints.
Yes!
And in the football, he performed a little worse after 2 pints, taking 10 seconds longer to score the 3 goals.
So here is our Brainiac, and I can tell you that he's been drinking solidly for the last hour. How many pints is that?
This is the 5th.
5. That should do it. We'll finish that one off then. Okay. Great. 5 pints of lager, 3 games to play. Let's get back to that dartboard again. Come on.
World champion Andy Fordham may be able to cope on large quantities of beer, but for ordinary-sized mortals, drinking this much alcohol surely can't help. Your balance goes, as well as your coordination and vision.
I think we're going to be some time. Steady.
So much so, in fact, that even after 15 minutes, he couldn't actually finish the game. The scoreboard shows a DNF. Did not finish.
So, that's 39 darts, and you're up to number 4. I think we can safely say he's not going to do it. Let's move on to the pool. Now, you had exactly the same time. Stone cold sober, and after 2 pints, 2 minutes and 5 seconds is what we want to beat.
Five pints of beer swilling inside his body now has its effect. Technically speaking, he's shot to pieces. The eyes are all over the place, the coordination completely gone. The fine motor skills, well, there's nothing fine about them.
That's 10 minutes and 34 seconds.
10 minutes and 34 seconds. You're clearly useless at pool after 5 pints. I'll take that, thank you very much. Now, the next challenge is football. Remember, he's got to be 35 seconds stone cold sober time or 45 seconds after 2 pints. Let's see how he gets on.
3, 2, 1.
Nowadays, they ban alcohol from football stadiums, and it's not hard to see why. On or off the pitch, beer and the beautiful game are not a great combination. Quite apart from losing his ability to dribble, at least in a football sense, turn and shoot, it looks like his will to complete this task has completely sapped away. This time around, it takes him a full 1 minute and 8 seconds.
So, a pitiful 1 minute and 8 seconds. I think we can safely conclude that 5 pints of lager is really too much for sporting activities.
Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to pie and mash.
Well, I would have said it's his. Yeah, I got the
It's all
last
right,
one.
lads. It's all right. Settle down. We'll use science to sort this out. A game of pub hand grenade roulette. All we need is some film canisters. Please, gentlemen, arm yourselves each with a film canister, an indigestion tablet, one of those, and then a little bit of water in each. Each one of you then needs to be armed with a lid. There we are. On the count of 3, take your indigestion tablets, drop it in your film canister, put the lid on, bang it on hard, turn it upside down. Whoever pops last, it's your round. You ready, gents?
All right, lads.
Arm yourselves. 3, 2, 1, go. Bang it on hard, that's it. Bro! It's your round! It's your round!
Come on out. Let's stay out. Had enough of your science shenanigans. You're barred!
Welcome back as we approach the climax of this explosive and spectacular frame. It's Brainiac versus Quintin Hahn. Brainiac snooker combines our strong dislike of the Caravan with the strong desire for destruction. For each of the last 6 balls of the frame, there's an explosion, because in Brainiac snooker, as each ball is potted, a fuse is lit, which in turn blows up a Caravan filled with a different gas or substance. With the yellow as propane, the green was butane. The brown was a mix of oxygen and acetylene. And the blue was highly explosive oxygen. So Quintin Hahn is on a maximum. Just 2 balls to go now, and he's got the 147. He needs all his concentration. He's potted it nicely.
140.
He's looking remarkably calm, unlike our Brainiac, who looks rather rattled. This Caravan has been filled with a non-compressible liquid called H2O. In the water are explosive charges. There it is. You can see the water forcing its way out of the Caravan through any available space, and the force of the blast has also knocked the Caravan off its chassis. Very impressive. And so is Quintin Hahn, in play with 140, 1 pot and 1 bang away from the maximum.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show where we take science and smack it hard on its chubby little bottom. The wild science tonight. Ooh-wee. How do Brainiacs smell after their Friday night curry? New balls, please. We go golfing the lazy man's way. John Tickle gets musical down at the farm. Torturing Brainiacs in the cause of science.
With your nails. With your nails.
And isn't science fun? We rid the planet of another Caravan. But first, some shock treatment. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, 1 Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Today, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to apply makeup whilst being electrocuted.
Our Brainiac is a bit of a novice at this beauty treatment thing, but he does show commendable sense by foregoing the mascara to avoid poking his own eyes out. And now here's a warning. If you're a female viewer, you might find the following scenes disturbing. Actually, it doesn't really matter who you are, you still might find them disturbing. His long ginger hair may make him look like a girlie, but this Brainiac is in fact all male. He says he's never put on makeup before, and judging by his skills so far, we're inclined to believe him. Of course, it may be that the electrical shocks are making his work suffer. Applying makeup, one more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. How do you know when you've run out of invisible ink?
As a rule, Brainiacs work very, very hard. Scientific investigation is more or less a full-time job. Blowing things up and looking at the bits is not just 9 to 5. But we do occasionally get a day off, a day when we can pursue our favourite leisure activity, golf. We've got the tools of the trade. Sadly, all we're missing is any discernible talent for playing the game. We don't see any point in travelling miles to get to fancy courses. We like to bring our own challenging course with us. And our own golf expert. There's nothing quite as much fun as dressing up like a prat just to whack little balls with big sticks. A small sod. St Andrews it isn't, but it does give us a favourable laugh. Chosen weapon in hand, and the very best ball. This should be easy. The only problem though with this golfing lark, our complete lack of ability. A hole-in-one is more or less a distant dream. Hitting the green would be nice. We've said we can do it. We've bragged about it to all our mates. A hole-in-one is just a matter of a smooth swing, a solid contact, and maybe a bit of luck. However, there are only so many hours in a day to achieve our goal. Something tells us we need a shortcut. So, what can a lazy man do to maximise his chances of that elusive ace? One heavy-duty air mortar. The big boy's pea shooter, this baby can fire out a multitude of balls with one mighty puff of compressed air. Power her up and set the angle of approach. One good plunge. 170 little white balls hurtle towards their chosen target. With these kind of odds, we'll back ourselves for a hole-in-one every time. So, forget the Varden grip. We don't give a hoot for a controlled swing. Give us an air mortar every time. The lazy man's guide to a hole-in-one.
Welcome to hell. This is group therapy Brainiac style. No, we're not doing any of that primal scream nonsense or getting in touch with our inner selves. We are confronting these Brainiacs with some of their greatest phobias.
I don't like that one.
Look, he can't stand holding ice lollies.
Try it.
Simple, hold the stick.
She can't bear the sound of forks on teeth. And he hates having to touch high-grain sandpaper.
Come on, touch it with your nails. With your nails.
Now, some people might think that this is just gratuitous cruelty, and to be honest, there is an element of truth in that. But we're also doing an experiment. Scientists believe that you can cure people of their phobias by flooding them. That is, overdosing them on their particular form of nightmare, so they become anaesthetised to its effects. Can we do it? Well, 6 Brainiacs, 6 phobias. Join us later to see if we've managed to cure them.
101 uses for a Wii! Oh, what a bore! It's wash day again. And what's this? Oh no, he's out of washing powder! Looks like he'll have to wear horrid, smelly clothes for the rest of the week. But wait! Why not wash the clothes in wee-wee? Yes, that's right. Urine contains ammonia. It's a perfect bleaching agent. It's also highly alkaline, which means it can dissolve oils and dirt. Job done. Thanks, guys. Lovely.
Hello, my name's Ed Hall and I love watching Brainiac. John Tickle is the new Judith Han.
When you've had a tasty takeaway, the next day, can people tell what you've eaten just by smelling you? These Brainiacs are enjoying a lovely dinner. They've got themselves some tasty nosh. Chinese food, a curry, a pizza, and some fish and chips. They're shoveling it down their necks because tomorrow we want to find out if it's going to come out in their sweat. The next day, they're all still full of fast food. A cup of coffee stimulates their apocrine glands, which starts the sweaty process. Then some gentle exercise to start the juices flowing. We told them not to wash for the previous 3 days, an instruction which produced baffled looks all round. They weren't planning to anyway. We've also banned them from using deodorants or perfumes of any kind. So, watch out, world. Now it's down to the gym for some harder stuff. A 2-hour workout should do it. Ups, downs, jogs and thrusts. Not much fun when you've got a greasy takeaway doing the hokey-cokey in your gut. Curry Brainiac has the finest fragrant spices milling around his weedy frame. Garlic, cumin, garam masala. Will they be traceable alongside the usual stench of his BO? Chinese boy, now a noxious blend of 5-spice, sweet and sour and eau de Brainiac. He's humming like an oversexed humming bee. How will our smellers cope when they get their noses near these pits? Pizza Boy has already got himself into a good muck sweat. A pepperoni topping only adds to his unsavoury pong. But will they be able to detect the cheesiness alongside his cheesy smile? Finally, Fish and Chip Boy is full of battered cod, vinegar and solidified oil. Jumping up and down should get the ingredients out via his 3 million sweat glands, if he doesn't bring it up first. 2 hours later and the Brainiacs are sweaty all right, a potpourri of body odours. Now it's out onto the streets.
How are you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Do you want to come along and meet our smelly Brainiacs?
Oh, curry.
Curry.
Yeah, some sort of pasta with garlic.
There's pizza. Pizza?
That actually smelled quite nice.
Really? What do you make of that?
Curry, I think.
Curry.
Curry?
Chicken kebab.
What does that remind you of?
Roses. Oh!
Fish and chips. Oh, I can recognise that. It's a bit like curry, that is.
Bit like curry. Excellent.
So yes, it's official. You do sweat the pong of your food. Curry, the worst offender, recognised by 95% of all smellers. Time for your annual wash, boys. This object has been magnified 100 times. A traditional accompaniment to dinner, though they do look and taste like polystyrene. What do you think it is? We'll be giving you the answer shortly.
This is Brainiac, the show that's very nearly an anagram of brainache.
Also to come, here we go. What happens when people talk about you?
If I was a bird, I could perch on those ears.
And more meals in minutes. It's microwave time. Earlier, we showed you this. It's an object that's been magnified 100 times. If you think they taste of nothing, that might be because that speckle of pink you can see is the sole piece of prawn in this prawn cracker.
idea, John. I love the show and think this would make a great Brainiac experiment. Cows are supposed to produce more milk when they listen to music. So does that mean that cows that live around summer festival sites make more milk during the concerts? Any chance you could create a Glastonbury-type festival to see what happens? Thanks a lot from your biggest fan, Nathan in Birmingham. Nathan, this one's going to be interesting. Yes, for this experiment, we've created our very own festival. We've put 400 lucky cows on the guest list, and they've been divided into 4 separate fields, so they can listen to 4 very different types of music. At the end of the day, each group of cows will head off to the milking shed, and we'll be able to see which type of music has the best effect. May I present the Brainiac Bovine Musical Festival? First up, it's some banging house music. Research claims that music with less than 100 beats per minute is more productive than faster music. This tune is being played at 144 beats per minute, so in theory, this group of cows shouldn't produce a higher milk yield. In field number 2, the vibe is a little more refined. In one day, a cow can eat on average 12 kilograms of grass and produce as much as 44 litres of milk. According to research, the classical soothing music of our string quartet stands a good chance of increasing these cows' output. Next up, cool jazz in the bottom field. Well, sounds more like ghastly folk music to me, but I'm no expert, and anyway, our cows seem magnetically drawn to it. And they also seem drawn to each other. It's definitely affecting their mood, but will it mean more milk? For our last group of cows, it's something a bit heavier.
Take it away, ladies!
It's the kicking sound of punk. A cow has 4 stomachs. Each extracts a different part of the food they eat. I wonder which one they will use to stomach this. None of them, obviously. So, as the musical festival finishes, our cows are about to learn that you don't get anything for free as we come to the business end of our experiment. It's off to the milking shed to get our results.
Nice. Come on, babies, let's have some milk.
Nice, you think the cows have enjoyed their musical day?
I should think so, except the punk.
You reckon you saw some adverse reaction there?
Yes, I think we could see some adverse reaction there.
Right. All right, Phil, let's have a look at our results then. First up, we had the punk rock band. How have they done?
They're down by about 4%.
So, no surprise, punk not doing it for the cows, producing 4% less milk. That's 4 pints. And neither did the dance, the cows making 2 pints less after the music. The jazz cows, on the other hand, yielded 3 pints more. But it was classical that was the big winner of the day. They were up 4. So to answer Nathan's question, yes, depending on the type of music, cows do produce more milk. And if that's the case, then why not try playing some loud music to your milkman and see if he'll deliver an extra pint?
Stop. The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This is a balloon, but not just any balloon. It's filled with oxygen. No big deal, you might think. There's oxygen everywhere. True, but not pure oxygen. Attached to the balloon is some tin foil, which will provide a spark. When the balloon is ignited, you don't see much of a flame due to the speed at which oxygen combusts. It burns so fast and clean that the microwave doesn't suffer any fire damage at all. It is, however, nicely blown apart.
We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home.
Down at the lab, we're in the middle of a miracle cure. These Brainiacs are all confronting their own personal visions of hell. This girl can't bear the thought of metal on her teeth. Just looking at buttons are a nightmare for her, while this Brainiac abhors the sound of balloons rubbing on woolen clothes.
So, is the therapy working? Well, these Brainiacs have been confronted with their own particular phobias for, Ooh, 2 hours now. So let's see how they're getting on. The fork phobia. I personally can't stand forks scraping against earthenware dishes, but of course I can always choose a different kind of dish. She can't change her teeth. Now, let's go over to the button lady. How does this affect your everyday life?
All my clothes have zips, hooks, everything. Jackets all zips, jeans are zips.
They're very last season though, aren't they?
No one knows for sure where these phobias come from. They're often related to sensitive areas like nails and teeth, hence the phrase, setting your teeth on edge. Most people usually have at least one phobia, and they're often shared. Many people, for instance, share a hatred of fingernails running down a blackboard. Flooding therapy involves exposing a patient to prolonged and repeated images of their trauma until they no longer cause anxiety. But the phobias we're trying to cure are very deep-seated.
So, our Brainiacs have been subjected to their fears for quite some time now. Let's see how they're all getting on. Everyone, who has been cured? No one. Who's had a little bit of improvement?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah. 2 of you. Well, seems this particular flooding cure doesn't seem to have that much success. But you know what? I'm going to leave them here a little bit longer, just to be sure.
Not too bad, is it? Don't cry, please.
Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to the beer garden.
Bet you a tenner I can get that ice cube out of there without touching it. I just prepared this earlier. All you need is a bit of salt and a bit of cotton. You sprinkle some salt onto the ice. Due to the second law of thermodynamics and entropy, the freezing point of the ice is lowered with the addition of the salt. And then, as it cools down again, the ice turns to water, and then it freezes again, and maybe we need to wait a bit longer. It worked at home.
I'll see you at the bar, mate.
Oh. Hang on. I put more salt on. It'll definitely work. It's nearly working. You just need to be patient, honest. It's nearly working. It worked yesterday. Ow. Ow. Ow.
Places for science.
Ow. Whoa. Ow.
And stay out.
Give us another chance. It nearly worked.
Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid. Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
No science, mate.
Today, it's canal boat enthusiast Robert Nemeshani from Stoke. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today, it's Robert Nemeshani. Dear Brainiac, I want to know, are you able to walk in a straight line if you've got your eyes shut? Well, I don't know, Robert. You tell me.
What is going on? Surely you lot can come up with better experiments than this. Oh well, might have some practical importance, I suppose, if you were stranded in the desert having to make the shortest journey to an oasis. I don't know, I'm struggling for relevance here. So, Robert, a long line of string on the ground. Will you walk along the length of it in a straight line if we blindfold you?
OK, Robert is ready. The path is set. Will he walk in a straight line?
3, 2, 1.
Walk. So, with no point of reference, his body will go whichever way his gait takes him. He heads off straight down the line of the string. That is, at first. But gradually something takes over and he drifts. His more dominant right side seems to push him away from the straight and narrow.
Stop!
Right-handed, right-footed, every time he walks the walk, he ends up being pushed off to the left. Time and time again.
His name is Robert Nemeshani. He wanted to know if you could walk in a straight line with your eyes closed. The answer, no.
I can do science, me.
Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, would you please bend your thumb over and make it touch your forearm?
The ability to do this depends on how supple your joints are. There's no such thing as a double joint. 5% of the population can do it, but John Tickle isn't one of them.
No, nurse. Sorry, I can't do that.
OK, thank you, Mr. Tickle.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. Do holidays make you thick? A scientific study has suggested that a fortnight of mindless activity can make your brain slow down. Is that really true? Well, we mean to find out. With Brainiacs, of course, we don't really have the brain power to start with. So we've gone off to the airport and found 4 people setting out on their holiday to test out. First, we need to see how clever they are before they go away.
OK, no conferring. You have 30 seconds per question. Time starts now. Question 1. Which of the signs below completes the sequence?
These puzzles are part of a standard IQ test. An average score in a test like this is 100 points.
What are the numbers that should replace the question marks?
Our holiday makers are a bit cleverer than that, averaging 118 between them.
Congratulations, you may now go and enjoy your holiday.
So off you go to Greece then. Have a nice time. Don't bother sending a postcard though. We've asked them to do nothing mentally stimulating for the whole fortnight away. A feat they comprehensively achieve, as evidenced by their holiday video, the bits we're allowed to show.
Cocktail hour, look at this. Crazy cocktail.
A German scientist studied holiday makers and found that a long break did temporarily make people less intelligent, concluding that a lack of intellectual activity causes the nerve cells in the frontal lobe of the brain to shrink. He recommended that to counteract this, people should take a good book on holiday or play regular games of chess or backgammon. A bit tricky when you're staggering drunkenly down the streets of Faliraki. Complete with traditional silly holiday hat, our guinea pigs return to Blighty.
Welcome back to the UK. Trust you had a satisfactory holiday.
So, how well will they fare with their IQ test now?
So, you'll have 30 seconds per question as before. So, if you're ready, question number 1, time starts now. If Brainiac Spaceship A takes 2 years to revolve...
Similar questions, a lot of head scratching, and a little cheating.
OK, pens down, please. That concludes your second intelligence test.
And when the results are totted up, amazingly, their average score is now 107 points. That's 12% down.
Pre-holiday intelligence.
So there's the proof. Holiday makers, beware. It's not just your liver you're damaging. It's said that a baby can cry louder than a pneumatic drill. Both can drive you utterly demented. But which is loudest?
Drill.
Drill.
Pneumatic drill is louder, but a baby's more irritating.
Yeah, crying baby is
a pneumatic drill is louder.
The pneumatic drill.
Crying baby.
No, a drill. Babies are cute.
To answer this question, we've sent a Brainiac out with a noise meter. The average noise level for normal background noise is 70 decibels. And in case you didn't get that, it was 119 decibels. And the baby?
That's 123 decibels.
123 decibels. So there you have it. Babies are louder than roadworks. And messier and smellier and more environmentally unfriendly.
Big John is 7'3" and Little John is 3'11". This is Tall v Small, where we ask the question, which is better? This week, we're asking the question, is it better to be tall or small when you have to pick pennies up off the ground? We've marked out an area and placed 100 pennies randomly inside the square. The experiment involves picking up all the coins and placing them in the piggy bank. The person who can do it the fastest will be declared the winner. First away is our tall guy. This is an interesting physiological test. Will his height help or hamper? He does have further to travel in the up and down movements, but laterally, his long arms mean he doesn't have to move much at all. Of course, there is also the dynamic relationship between the large size of his hands and the small size of the coins. Our tall guy clocks a time of 3 minutes and 35 seconds for his 100 pennies. The coins are once again laid out at random, and now it's time for our small guy. The advantages and disadvantages are reversed with our small guy. He doesn't have as far to travel up and down, but he does laterally. The results of this experiment could be very close indeed. The smaller hands of Little John seem to be handling the coins quite easily. His time to beat is 3 minutes and 35 seconds. And yes, he's done it. He's just sneaked in. So, when it comes to picking up pennies, it's definitely better to be small.
When people talk about you, do your ears really go red?
We've brought in the biggest ears we can find for this experiment.
Just going to measure your ears.
Coming in at a mighty 6 centimetres long and a surface area of 17 square centimetres, if these ears don't react, none will. 2 Brainiacs, a specified distance from our subject. They must be close enough so that he can hear their conversation.
Testing, testing. Can you hear me?
Heat sensors are now applied. If blood flow should occur, the ears will warm up and the sensors will register the change. Observers also stand by to get a measurement of rouging. He starts the experiment with a redness reading of bashful blossom.
OK, ready?
We're set. The first stage of the experiment involves a conversation about general everyday matters. At this point, they must not talk about Mr. Big Ears.
What's your favourite fish?
Pilchards.
So I quite like mackerel.
Really?
And herring.
No colour change yet, nor any increase in oral warmth, as expected. Time for the conversation to turn to the subject in hand.
Now please talk about him, but not rude.
I don't know, it's quite hard to tell from behind that person, but 14, 15?
Yeah, I'd say give or take a few months.
Yeah.
I mean, he's just slowly going on a haircut.
When you feel embarrassed, it causes a reaction in the sympathetic nervous system. Blushing occurs when blood floods into the tiny vessels on or around the face. This is visible as they're close to the surface of the skin.
OK, now be a little bit rude.
I like his shoes.
You like his shoes?
No.
No, I don't either.
No.
The ears do have a number of these tiny blood vessels. Still no change in ear colour.
I don't know quite.
What do you think of that guy's cardi?
He looks like quite a low-budget shopper.
Maybe, in fact, no budget.
No budget?
No budget. Rummages through the bins outside charity shops.
People's washing lines.
Yep.
That sort of
yeah,
stuff.
definitely. I think so.
Yeah.
The heat still a constant 31. Maybe he's not feeling embarrassed enough. Let's turn up the pressure.
Ruder?
Awful pair of jeans they are.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have accepted them if they were given to me by my mother.
Take that cardigan off. I'm thinking hairy back.
Hairy back and a string vest.
String vest, yeah. Sort of bloke that, you know, if you left him alone with your girlfriend, he'd try and have a go, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Get knocked back, though, because he's probably ugly.
Yeah, like a hybrid of Wayne Rooney and
Shrek.
Shrek.
A little bit of Shrek thrown in as well.
I mean, if I was a bird, I could perch on those ears.
This should be enough.
Maybe
another check on the patient. Again, no change in either reading. A tough cookie, this one. Let's get into overdrive.
Very rude, please.
Some sort of skin deficiency.
Yeah.
Regular moisturiser, but never really works.
Never works, never works.
Surely this should do it.
Probably smells as well.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that because I'm getting the odour from him.
If you lift up his armpit, he'd probably have a big chunk of gouda underneath, or another cheese. I don't know. He's probably got inverted knees as well.
Amazingly, still nothing, even at gross rudeness levels.
OK, thank you very much.
It's over. So, being talked about does not make your ears go red.
Go on, off the road you go. Go on.
Do feel free to try this at home.
Crater face. Crater face.
However, be warned. Gross personal abuse can become addictive.
Go on. Watch your knuckles on the floor.
Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee and her big basket of fruit. Today, the professor's got a date. So, what's your guess? Will a date sink or will it float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment.
This is Brainiac, the show that does for science what Ken does for Barbie.
Also to come, Brainiac boffin John Tickle makes up his own dreams. And it's do or die as our Brainiac Office Junior runs out of stationery. But first, earlier in the show, Professor Mayang Lee posed the question, does her tasty date sink or does it float? Yes, dates sink all the way to the bottom.
Is there any correlation between the size of, say, your feet and the size of any other part of your anatomy? You know what I mean.
Feet come in all shapes and sizes. So do other parts of the body. But is there any relationship between some bits of you and other bits?
Is that your nipple?
Yes.
It's a question that has taxed mankind since time began. Some people believe the size of the hands is the perfect indicator. Others say it's the length of the nose. Accurate measurements should answer the question.
First one, please.
Now, the second stage. The answer is quite literally at our fingertips. Previous investigations into this subject have relied on men reporting accurate measurements of the subject at hand. This is not always terribly reliable. Independent verification is vital, therefore, in an experiment like this. If there really is anything in the theory, then there has to be some correlation between the measurements. So, is there? Minute examination of the statistics produces the answer. No, there is no correlation between the size of your hand, feet or nose and the size of your... In 1983, Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. But we here at Brainiac, using the laws of science, believe you can. And we're going to use nothing more than gravity itself. Well, that is if you don't count the 75-foot cherry picker. Under the force of gravity, an object will accelerate at 9.8 meters per second squared, which means that the stereo will hit the ground at 78 kilometers an hour. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with gravity. How many times does the letter F appear in the following sentence? Francis of California and his friend Frank from Africa made soft toffee out of fine sugar. 90% of people who try this experiment fail to find all the F's. Here they are. How many did you spot? Well, in all, there are 12. When most people do this, their brain overlooks the word of, because the F is pronounced like a V. Turner loves her science. Though she has, of course, now become an international singing star, she's never forgotten those school days she spent in the lab down in Nutbush. Whenever she gets a break from her busy schedule, she likes to get out her Bunsen burner and blow something up.
Step this way, Tina.
Arriving once again at the field of destruction, she stumbles across the bumpy ground to survey again the vehicles at her mercy. She selects her chosen victim, plumping for the red one. Her plan, to blow it up with a stick of the finest TNT. A large stick for a big car. This should do it. Tina's a past master at this game. She deftly applies the fuse to the business end of the banger. Loaded up into the back seat, in it goes and off she goes, unravelling her line of wire as she totters off. It's a big bit of wire, for good reason. She's keen to ensure she's well away when the car goes up. A big rock for the Queen of Rock. Today, Tina's got something a bit special to set off the Big Bang. She's mighty proud of this device, having put it together in a woodwork class on a day off during her European tour. A combination of levers and pulleys, it's a delightful concoction to set off an explosion. Her favourite detonator is delivered and gets loaded into place. It goes directly under the big rock, leaving just one missing ingredient.
Your Bunsen burner, Miss Turner.
Lit and ready, its flame on full as Tina sets to work on the cord that holds the rock. It's not long before her plan comes to fruition. And as ever, Tina bursts into song. This could happen to you if you're caught unawares by global warming. Before you know it, sea levels around the world have risen and your office is surrounded by deep water. You ask yourself which office product you should grab and panic because you don't know which ones float. Brainiac is here to help. We've already found out that you should steer clear of paper and cardboard objects. They provide no buoyancy at all, unless, like these envelopes, they're lined with bubble wrap. Vessels that trap air make fine flotation devices, such as these bags of polystyrene cups. There's only a couple of office products left to test, so our Brainiac's choice is limited. And there's the high water level alarm. It's time for him to hit the water. And he's going for the office chair, the last real chance for our office junior. The office chair, of course, filled with foam, which will float, but only until it becomes waterlogged. And the amount of metal on the chair will no doubt counteract any buoyancy the foam provides. Yep, there it goes. The chair is slowly sinking and offering our Brainiac no assistance at all. The office chair. Just one more product you should avoid if trying to keep your head above water.
What an extraordinary match this has been. Without doubt the most explosive frame of snooker I've ever seen. Our Brainiac is facing a complete shutout. All he's done in this game is sit down and then stand up to run away. Why? Well, with Brainiac snooker, we combine our love of snooker and explosions with our loathing for caravans. We're hoping it'll catch on. Each caravan has a different explosive gas or substance in it. As the ball drops into the pocket, a slow-burning fuse is ignited. With the yellow, the first of the 6 colours, it was propane, followed by butane. A mix of acetylene and oxygen proved powerful, as did oxygen by itself. It was slightly different for the pink. The Caravan was filled with H2O. Water can't be compressed, so when mixed with an explosive, it creates quite a powerful bang. The explosion this time is petroleum-based, so we should see quite a fireball if Quentin can keep himself together for one last shot. Yes! No trouble at all.
147.
A superb effort. He's really finished this frame with a bang. So, There it is. Quint in hand makes the first ever televised Brainiac snooker maximum break.
Welcome to Brainiac, the show where we grab science by the what's-its and twist like Billy-O.
Inside the Brainiac test tube tonight, going out with a bang, the lazy men cook Christmas dinner. Our black box takes on a scrapyard crusher. Viewer Dan Crossley gets a surprise visit from the Brainiac babes. And when science goes bad, the bits you don't normally see.
Would you stand over there, please, Mr. Pickle?
Mr. Tickle.
Tickle.
But first, let's start by plugging in. Take one very large deserted warehouse. Introduce some low-amp, 9-volt electrical equipment, one Brainiac, and you have yourself an experiment. The current that these electrode pads will carry produces electrical impulses that will stimulate specific muscle groups. Over this series, we've been experimenting to see if it's possible to perform various tasks whilst being electrocuted. Amongst others, we've established that you can't shave, can't dine, or drink wine. Can't paint. You can't drink beer from a plastic cup. You can't juggle raw eggs. And you certainly can't dance whilst being electrocuted. Today, we're experimenting to see if it's possible to practice Tai Chi whilst being zapped. Tai Chi is a series of gentle flowing movements designed to soothe feelings of stress. It's meditation in motion and requires deep concentration. Not easy when your body is convulsed by electricity. This traditional Eastern practice is all about keeping the body and mind in complete balance. But balance is the first thing to go when you're wired up like a light bulb. Our Brainiac should now be entering a state of complete harmony, but really his heart doesn't seem to be in it. Tai Chi, one more thing you can't do whilst being electrocuted.
Here's one for you. Why doesn't superglue stick to the tube?
Christmas is a Brainiac's favourite time of year. Stuffing your face with rich food, drinking till you fall over, and lots of lounging around. Actually, for a Brainiac, that's more or less like every day. But today, the lazy men are singing for their supper, making Christmas lunch. First, pre-dinner drinks. Beer, of course, but it has to be cold. A dunk in some liquid nitrogen, the quickest way to get that frosted flavour. At minus 196 degrees centigrade, this stuff will freeze anything it touches. Only a small splash needed to give the ale that frosty flavour we know and love. Cold and wet. Cheers! And there's more than enough to go round. Now, the turkey. A good scrub up. We don't want any germs. And how to cook it? Well, we could put it in the oven for 3 days at 180 degrees C. Or a stick of dynamite stuffed up the bum. Yep, much more fun. Like it. Instant roasting, Brainiac style. The bits go far and wide. It'll be cold turkey sandwiches well into the new year, if we can find the bits. Maybe not cooked all the way through, but we mustn't be fussy at this special time of year.
Lego press!
The Lazy Man's Guide to Christmas Dinner.
Fans of Brainiac will know that from time to time we like to invite D-list celebrities to come along and inhale helium-filled balloons and speak. All very simple and straightforward. Well, you'd think so, but not if your name's John Fashanu. To be honest, most celebrities we ask to do this get the general idea fairly quickly.
The basic principle is, after all, pretty simple. You get handed a balloon full of helium, you suck up a lungful, and then you say the words.
You are watching Brainiac.
All fairly straightforward, you would think. Not, it seems, for John Fashionew.
Now focus. Focus.
Now, I don't think he got the hang of the breathing in bit.
And you're watching Brainiac.
I think you might need a bit more helium. Take a really big deep breath and suck it right in.
OK, take two. You can do it, John.
Focus. Now focus.
No.
I'm John Fashionew, and you're watching Brainiac.
Now, how do we tell him?
I don't know if it's getting into your lungs. So just take a deeper breath out and then let it all go in.
Right, this is the one. No, 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 John.
Ooh. Now focus. Focus. Focus.
It's suck, John, not blow.
Real breath out and then just let it all suck. You could probably get the rest of that in. Just wait a moment. Don't breathe into the balloon. Don't breathe into the balloon. Breathe out into the air.
Oh, there's a breathe out.
Yeah, and then take it all in, yeah?
And then put this into me.
Exactly, yeah. So breathe out into the air, then blow into the mouth. Hi, I'm John Fashionew, focus. Okay, so...
That's it. We're in business now.
I'm John Fashionew. My voice going funny then.
Yes, that is the point, John. Last try. Oh, please.
No, don't blow the balloon up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, ready?
Breathe out, yeah.
Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Focus. Now focus. I'm John Fashionew, and you're watching Brainiac.
Oh, forget it. It's a momentous day down at Big Bang Farm as the girls await the arrival of a very important letter.
It's arrived! Woo!
Finally, it's here. The letter from HQ with the short list of finalists for the Explosive of the Week competition. Madge's nimble fingers work fast to reveal the list of finalists. Many are called, but few are chosen. In fact, there can be only one winner. So which of these hardcore Big Bang fans will it be? What fairer way to decide than a one-off spin of the wheel? 12 names in the frame, 11 will miss out on the experience of a lifetime, and one gets lucky.
Right then, spin that wheel.
The fickle finger of fate will decide. One good spin. The arrow whizzes past the names, round and round, till inevitably it slows to land on its final resting place. Dan Crossley it is then, the lucky man who'll be finding these babes on his front doorstep. A nice surprise for him then. Join us later in the show to see what happens when the babes pull up outside his front door. Pub science, the Brainiac alternative to pork scratchings.
I bet you this fiver, I can turn balloons into a kebab, a balloon kebab. No, seriously, I can. I've got some prepared. Yeah, I've got some prepared earlier. Blow the balloon up, and then I'm going to stick that skewer through the balloon, and it won't burst. And it's not a trick. You just have to find the bit where it's not under tension. So start there. All right. And go through here. There we go, there we go. It's through the first bit. And now through the other bit where it's... That's it. This is real cutting-edge science. Oh! That's amazing. Oh, come on, give us another chance. Worked yesterday. Yeah, working. Gonna work, gonna work. Just need to be patient. Go on. Go on. Bloody rubbish science.
One of these Brainiacs is smiling for real. The other is faking it. Do you know which is which? Well, the one on the left is the fake. The one on the right, the real. Now try these. We've told half of them a joke and asked half of them to do a pretend smile. Some are real, some are putting it on. Can you spot the real from the smarmy? Most people are fairly bad at spotting fake smiles. It may be because it makes it easier for people to get along if they don't always know what others are feeling. The two types of smile are generated by different muscles and controlled by different parts of the brain. Fake smiles, like those favoured by air hostesses and Gabby Roslin, use the muscles that pull the corners of the mouth outwards. They're controlled by the conscious part of the brain. Real smiles, on the other hand, also raise the cheeks, making the eyes crease up and the eyebrows dip slightly. These happen as an unconscious reaction. In this experiment, you've done well if you've managed to spot over 50% of the fakes. We're now sending these Brainiacs off to practice their cheesy grin. They may well need it for their next job.
Do you want fries with that?
This object has been magnified 50 times. You're seeing it on a larger scale than you're used to. It's hunted by sports people the world over. What do you think it is? We'll tell you in a few moments.
This is Brainiac, the show where science wears shades.
Also to come, Dr. Bunhead enjoys a healthy breakfast, while tall and small size each other up for one final duel. Earlier, we showed you this. It's an object that's been magnified 50 times. Men often lie to other men about its size, depending on where they caught it. It is fish scales.
You know when you're a kid and your mum tells you to wrap up warm to stop you catching your death of cold? Well, we at Brainiac reckon that's rubbish. You don't catch cold from being cold. And we're prepared to sacrifice one of our Brainiacs to prove it.
I'm cold.
Neil is our most expendable Brainiac, so we volunteered him to try and get a cold.
OK, get in the bath, please.
Colds and the flu are more common during the winter months, but scientists are of the opinion that you can only catch a cold if you are exposed to a virus, and that being cold doesn't make you more vulnerable to get them. They say that colds are more common in the cold weather because that's when the viruses tend to spread. Is that true? Well, it may involve a little pain along the way, for him, obviously, but we're determined to find out. A bag of frozen peas to keep the head cool, and a nice lolly in the mouth to, well, just make him look stupid, really. OK, enough of that. Don't want to kill him. Not before the experiment's over, anyway. So to warm him up, we allow him a shower. Cold, mind you. And after that, it's a trip down to the Brainiac lab. And against his mum's best advice, he's throwing his vest away. And, yes, going out with wet hair. So what's planned at the lab? Well, standing around in drafts is also believed to be a major cause of colds and flu. So we brought out the pneumonia-inducing big fan. An hour in the breeze to add to his misery, and 2 weeks later, he's still at it. Out on the streets on the coldest day of the year. And guess what? Still nothing. So it appears that going out in the cold will not give you a cold. But we're carrying on with the experiment just to make sure. We will be letting him know sometime.
Run out of cereal for breakfast? Not to worry. Try this. Make your own. This stuff is environmentally friendly packaging, and it's made from the finest cornstarch. Just add milk. Yummy! Just make sure you don't eat the polystyrene ones. Blech.
The appliance of science.
Come on, son.
Today, it's balance.
Come on, come have a go.
And it's a day out in the park for Dad and his lad. Dad knows that balance is a state of equilibrium, where all forces are equal and opposite. This equilibrium is lost if the forces change.
another great lesson.
So remember, kids, don't mess with balance.
Dear John, my mate Spen read on the internet that you can build your own home cinema projection system for less than 50 quid, using a TV and a few other bits and pieces. Is this true, or is it just another internet scam? From Daniel in London. Well, there's only one way to find out, Daniel. A few days ago, I sent away a fiver to an internet site, and they came back with this lens and a few plans. We're going to use these to turn this 14-inch television into a large screen projector.
So that was 28.5 centimetres. That's the plan, but whether or not it's successful remains to be seen.
Right, that's the side pieces done. Now I've got to create the focusing board for the focusing box. Looks like I'm going to need the skill of a surgeon for this bit.
Now, making this thing isn't exactly what you'd call rocket science. It's more geometry.
And there we have it. One circle later, our focusing board. And now to stick the whole thing together.
10 minutes in, and the plans, so far, seem to be accurate. We could be onto a winner.
The assembly's almost complete. So now all we have to do is stick this Fresnel lens onto our focusing board.
Fresnel lenses were first used in the 1800s, focusing the beams of light in lighthouses. Nowadays, you can find them in traffic lights, overhead projectors, and dodgy homemade cinema systems.
Step 11, turn your TV upside down. Because we're using a lens, the image will be inverted, so we've got to turn the TV upside down to compensate. Luckily, I've got a nice big white wall at home to use as the screen. All we need to do now is put this massive monstrosity on something stable, so I've chosen an ironing board.
I know, it might not be the best looking system in the world, but hey, if it works for a fiver, it's a bargain.
Time for lights out. And now, the moment of truth. Well, do you want the good news or the bad news? The good news is, we can see the picture. The bad news is, it's about 4 times as small as when we started. Lights, please. Thank you. Right, I think the problem is that the lens is too far away from the telly, so I'm just going to swap things round a bit. Lights, please. Hey, it's bigger!
However, in this case, bigger isn't better. The picture's quite soft. A 42-inch plasma screen, it ain't. And the very observant amongst you may also notice the picture is back to front. This is the original on the left, and this is our 5 quid projected version on the right.
Well, I think we've proved the theory. It might not be the sharpest picture in the world, but if you don't mind a dim image that's back to front, produced by a 4-foot monstrosity on an ironing board in the middle of your living room, I reckon it's a fiver well spent.
101 uses for a Wii! Having fun at the seaside? Yes, swimming is such fun. But oh no, it can be a bit cold, especially in England. But wait! How about using some homegrown central heating? Have a Wii! Yes, that's right. Urine is a snuggly 98.4 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a lot warmer than the chilly old English Channel. And if that doesn't keep you warm long enough, we know a few mates who can help. Only kidding! Keep warm at the seaside. Have a Wii! You know it makes sense.
Stop! The following experiment is dangerous for your safety and the protection of those around you. Do not try this at home. No, really, don't.
This is a Christmas tree decoration, often referred to as a bauble. It's coated in a thin layer of aluminium foil. When the microwave is turned on, the foil vaporizes due to the large amount of current.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
The lightning-like visuals you see are electric arcs traveling through the vapor.
We do these experiments so you don't have to. Do not try this at home. Every day in the Brainiac lab, our email inbox is flooded with suggestions for experiments from the great British public. The mad, the bad, and the downright stupid.
Our dedicated research team go through each and every one of these suggestions and thoroughly assess them for their scientific value. Just a very few ideas actually go forward for testing. And if your idea is picked, be sure the Brainiac team will track you down.
I can do science, me.
Today we're in London, grabbing marine biologist Cy Pedleston. If you're lucky enough to be selected, then you too could be picked up in style by the Brainiac team and chauffeur-driven to our top-secret, state-of-the-art research laboratory. For all of you wannabe scientists out there, it's your chance to get really scientific. It's I Can Do Science, Me, with Charlotte Hudson.
Today it's Cy Pedleston. Dear Brainiac, can people with big ears hear better? Cheers. OK, let's find out.
Here we go then. Despite myself, I'm actually vaguely interested in the answer to this one. Big ears are, of course, very funny. To everybody, that is, but the owner. But we haven't got this guy in just to laugh at him. 2 guinea pigs then, one bearing a larger set of lug holes than the other. Cy's got some numbers to read out. First, the ears get into position, facing away so they can't lip read.
We're ready. Check.
OK, now it's time to test out the powers of hearing. Cy will read out a set of numbers and we'll see if big ears and little ears have heard the numbers correctly and can repeat them back.
8, 1, 3, 5, 6, 7.
So, both guinea pigs have to repeat the sequence they hear. Big ears right, little ears right too. OK, let's move them further away. Gosh, science is fun. You need 2 good ears to tell where a sound is coming from. The slightly differing time at which they pick up the noise tells the brain where it's from. Direction, though, not an important factor in this test. They just have to tell what has been said. Both correct once again. Go on then, off you go. 20 metres away now.
1, 9, 4, 3, 7, 5.
1, 9, 4, 3, 7, 5.
Full marks yet again. Like not to be here all day, if possible.
6, 4, 9, 7, 2, 8.
6, 4, 9, 6.
Ah, there we go. Mr. Smalley is not so sure this time. But Mr. Big Ears has got it absolutely right.
This is Cy Pedleston. She wanted to know whether people with big ears hear better. And the answer is yes.
I can do science, me.
There's a special day ahead for Brainiac viewer Dan Crossley. He used his red button to take part in our competition, and now the girls from Big Bang Farm are out to get him.
It's darling.
I think he's in this room.
Hi, Dan.
Well, he looks pleased to see them. Just time to grab some of Dan's precious bits and bobs. Got to have something to blow up in the final explosion. And Mum helps out with a few of his things she's been wanting to get rid of. So, off to Big Bang Farm they go. And what better way to travel? It's a chauffeur-driven limo for Explosive of the Week winner, Dan Crossley. And get this, yummy chocks hand-fed to him by the voluptuous Madge.
Drive on, driver!
Dan's a winner in every sense of the word. Lucky fella. Plenty of room for Dan's special friend as well, amazingly also called Dan. He can come along for the ride, but there'll only be one finger on the trigger for the final explosion. Arriving at Big Bang Farm, full of champagne, chocolate and mounting expectation for the fun ahead, join us in a few moments to see what happens when Dan gets his sweaty paws on the big detonator. Big John is 7'3" and Little John is 3'11". This is Tall v Small, where we ask the question, which is better? In today's study of physiology, we're going to see if it's better to be taller or smaller when playing a game of Twister.
Right hand green.
Twister was filed for patent on the 14th of April 1966 and released the same year.
Right foot green.
It's estimated that since then, well over 65 million people have played the game.
Right hand blue.
The rules state that whenever one player falls or lets an elbow or knee touch the mat, the other player is the winner. Big John goes one up in the contest, and it's becoming increasingly obvious that Little John's small frame is going to be a big hindrance when pitted against the long reach of the big
Right
fella.
hand green.
At only 3'11", Little John is finding it almost impossible to stretch far enough while keeping his body above ground.
Do you want a hand? Whoa.
Even with a helping hand from his opponent, it didn't take long for this experiment to return a result.
Red.
The towering frame of Big John giving him an overwhelming advantage. He went 4 games undefeated, which quite clearly means that when it comes to playing Twister, it's most definitely better to be tall. Things John Tickle's body can't do.
Come in. Hello, Mr. Tickle. Would you stand over there, please? Now, Mr. Tickle, I want you to take both these pencils and close one eye. Now, I want you to hold them out and touch both ends together.
You need 2 eyes to be able to do this, as only by them working together do you get the full picture of distance and depth. With one eye, vision is only 2-dimensional.
I'm sorry, nurse, I can't do that.
OK, thank you, Mr. Tickle.
One more thing John Tickle's body can't do. You know when you have one too many beers on a Saturday night? Well, how long does it take for you to be no longer inebriated? What time on Sunday do you go from being drunk to being sober? Meet Neville Smith. Neville sells stationery products to people who mostly show no interest in buying them. He spends a lot of time in hotels on his way around the country, and most of that time involves long evenings sipping lonely gins in the hotel bar. We've got some bad news for Neville, though. We've been following him because we want to know how much he's drinking and, more importantly, when he's going to be sober enough to drive again. The clock ticks round past 1 o'clock.
That's it, darling, I'm out of here.
Time for bed, I think, Neville.
Ciao.
Nothing today. It's vital he gets an early start in the morning to make up lost time. He's necked 8 gins, all of them doubles. That would put him about 4 times over the limit if he were to drive now. Fortunately, he's now in bed. But the next morning, it's 7:10. Neville stopped boozing 6 hours ago. Only coffee now. He's still feeling crap. The question is he sober yet?
Morning, Neville. Don't you look great? Can we come in? Take a deep breath and blow long and hard into there until it stops beeping.
Well, he doesn't look drunk, but the machine doesn't lie.
OK, that's a fail, I'm afraid, Neville.
Those gins might have gone into Neville in double quick time. However, they're only leaving his body at the rate of 1 gin an hour. You're not going anywhere yet, Mr. Salesman. An hour and 20 minutes later, and Neville's enjoying a hearty breakfast.
Morning, Neville. Take the breathalyzer test again, please. Long and hard breath, please.
The food should have lessened his blood alcohol level, but is it enough?
It's another fail, I'm afraid, Neville.
No dice, Neville. You're going to have to do better than that.
I just don't know what's happening.
It's now 10 to 11.
As soon as I can get there, I'll get to you.
More hanging around, more gins evaporating from his blood, and now Neville's keen to be on the road. He should be in Kettering by 3, and there's heavy traffic on the M25. 9.5 hours since his last gin and tonic. But will he pass the test this time?
There, Neville, where do you think you're going? Gonna need another sample before I let you in there, I'm afraid. Thank you.
No, it's a fail. Still over the 0.08 milligrams per millilitre legal limit, I'm afraid.
Back in there, and let's wait a bit longer, please.
Again, the big knockback. He'll never close the Kettering deal at this rate, and he's outstayed his welcome at this hotel. Only the girl at reception to sell to.
You've done a really good line in bulldog clips, you know?
And she's sick to death of him. 12:10. It's almost 11 hours since he left the bar.
Right then, Neville. Have a good long blow into that, please. Thank you.
OK, you are just under, so that's a pass.
At last, and how happy he looks. Now Neville can get back on the road.
I'm off. Deals to be done.
A relief for all concerned. Bye-bye, Neville. Back to the paper clips. Which fruit floats? Featuring Professor Mayang Lee. Today, she's got a lovely pair of melons. So, what's your guess? Do they sink or do they float? We'll give you a few moments to argue about it and give you the answer in just a moment. This is Brainiac, the show that does for science what Anna Nicole Smith does for an old man with a weak heart. Also to come, our explosive of the week winner gets to blow something to bits. And where it went wrong, bits of Brainiac from the cutting room floor. But first, earlier, Professor Mayang Lee asked, do her melons sink or float? Yes, her lovely pair of melons float. Here on Brainiac, we've got our hands on something a bit special. Flown in from the USA just for us. It can withstand 20,000 feet of pressure underwater. It has an astonishing fire resistance of 1100 degrees centigrade. It has a staggering impact tolerance of 3,400 Gs. We're not supposed to have it, but we have. It's a black box flight recorder, the strongest box ever made. And it's yellow. Today, we're down at the scrap metal yard to meet up with 10-car Tony and his son Joe. When it comes to braking, these guys write the rule book. They don't say much, they don't need to. Round here, actions speak louder than words. And just to prove it, they give us a little demonstration. That's a Jag XJ they're ripping to pieces. In goes the claw, and out comes the engine, spat out like a lump of old gristle. They say 10-car Tony could knit a jumper with this thing, but today he's not worried about dropping a stitch. He's thinking about our box. He's planning on using one of his best toys, the 12-ton metal crusher. Why is it called a crusher? Well, remember that bit about actions speaking louder than words? Suddenly, our little yellow flight recorder doesn't look quite so tough. But hold on, this black box is no ordinary lump of metal. It has an impact tolerance of 3,400 G, and it's going in with all shields up. Seconds out then for the big one. The mighty claw is swung round into position. Tony's got his prey just where he wants it. And now he winds up the pressure. A hydraulic ram with over 5,000 psi of force behind it. How long can our box hold out against the odds? Not long at all, really. In 3 metal grinding seconds, it chews it up and spits it out. He's proved his point, but he's not finished yet. Our box's flight recording days are surely now over, but Big Bully Tony goes on, squeezing and grinding the very life out of it. After all it's been through, is it really the end for the brave flight recorder? Just to make sure if that wasn't enough, he gets out his claw again and does a bit more damage, hammering and thuddering the life out of it till it's nothing but a lump of congealed and mangled bits. Mister, can we have our box back? Yeah, thanks. It survived a full-on assault from ancient heavy artillery. It coped manfully against the 1,000-degree heat of a napalm attack. It battled back against a bunch of toffs and their 12-bore pop guns. When it fell off a 100-foot crane into a vat of acid, it just bounced on back. And it laughed in the face of Bigfoot and its mighty wheels. But finally, it's met its match at the hands of a car-crusher mauling machine. So farewell then, Black Box. Now just fit for the scrapyard. You did us proud. In 1983, Twisted Sister sang You Can't Stop Rock and Roll. But we here at Brainiac don't believe a word of it. A baseball thrown by a professional pitcher will often reach speeds around the 95-mile-an-hour mark. A baseball thrown by a Brainiac dressed up as a professional pitcher is a bit slower and a lot less accurate. Still, when he does manage to get it on target, it has the desired effect. Can't stop rock and roll? You can with a baseball. Over the series, this floating office has provided us with some useful information, and it's information that could one day save your life.
Hello.
We've looked into the future and thought about the consequences of global warming. Office workers should take special note of our exclusive Brainiac findings. To the best of our knowledge, this is the first time anywhere in the world that an experiment like this has been carried out. The question, which office products could save you from rising sea levels? First, we'll tell you the ones that won't. Absolutely and unequivocally steer clear of PC monitors. Hard drives and fax machines don't float either. Although made from wood, none of the following products will keep you afloat. Reams of paper, corner boxes, cardboard storage boxes. The aforementioned products are the ones you should avoid at all costs. If self-preservation is foremost on your mind, then take note of these office products. A waste paper basket turned upside down will support your weight, as will a cork notice board. An empty water cooler bottle and bags of polystyrene cups will also do the trick. The thing that all of these products have in common is trapped air. Even these padded envelopes lined with bubble wrap provided more than adequate flotation. You may want to remember these products. So as our series draws to a close, our Brainiac has only two choices left. There's the high water level alarm. What is he going to go for? Oh no, he's gone for the big steel cabinet. Well, thank goodness he couldn't lift that. There's no way that would float. His only option now is to go for the small drawers. So here he goes. Will he sink, or will he sink really fast? Well, our Brainiac is no fool. He's testing to see if it will float before he goes in after it. That's a clever move. And there's the answer, straight to the bottom. With no flotation devices left, our Office Junior will have to let fate take its course. If you don't want to find yourself in the same situation, use the data gathered from this experiment and remember which office products are also buoyancy aids. Brainiac, saving lives through science. Explosive of the Week, where every week our Brainiac babes get to blow something up. And this time, they're joined by lucky viewer Dan Crossley. He won our Explosive of the Week competition, and now he gets a chance to play with the girls. And his lucky friend Dan gets to watch. But what explosive will it be this week? After a quick consultation, it's decided they'll use all of them. And there's also going to be a very devious method to set them all off.
Checkmate.
3 of the girls' friends will, as ever, be judging the explosion on the quality of the flame, noise, and mess it makes. So it's down to Bangor Field to see what Dan gets to blow up. And it's a Caravan. Of course, what better object to fall victim to some of the finest explosives known to man? And the girls have loaded it up with some of Dan's favourite bits and bobs, which they grabbed from his house. Each possession gets its own little bomb. These ones will be set off first, before the other, bigger charges turn this Caravan into an explosive ball of flame. Avid viewer Dan Crossley knows the form. he's got to lay out the detonating cable so he can get well away to a safe distance before the mobile home goes pop. And Dan meets up again with his special chum, also Dan, and sets himself to the job in hand. First to go up, all his toys, which they'll fire off with their specially rigged remote controls.
3, 2, 1, fire!
And up they go, the little bombs making short work of Dan's worldly goods. Now it's the big one. Here we go then, for the last explosive of the week.
3, 2, 1.
A fantastic pop. Dan seems happy, but what do the judges think? A quick consultation, and they're ready to give their scores. And it's a mighty 11 out of 10 all round. Agnes, Olive and Mavis, they all loved it, and so they should. A worthy winner of Explosive of the Week. Dan Crossley gets his Big Bang Award. And off he goes to spend the rest of the day having fun with all the girls. Oh yes, and his special friend Dan gets to watch. Bye girls, bye Dans.